Chapter 1501 The Eve of the War. The Black Magic Monastery once again appeared on the streets of Helensa and openly assassinated the Grand Leader of the Guard Camp of Helensa City. This was not only a conspiracy to fight for the power of Helensa City, but also a challenge to the current situation of Helensa City. This is a kind of temptation from the city's powerful people. Or in other words, some people want to know the actual control that Serdek had over the city during the period when he left Helensa City. Obviously, they were eyeing Baron Karl Casement, the lover of Lady Mariana Christie, and a close friend of Lord Soldek. This assassination was carefully planned. The other party knew Karl's whereabouts well, and was able to summon several black magicians to complete the assassination mission. The only thing the other party missed was that the black magicians they hired were too low level, and could not use high-level black magic during the assassination, which gave Karl a chance to escape. In the next few days, the entire city of Helensa is under full martial law. Not only the guard camp knights, but also the law enforcement team of the Magic Union are also participating in the citywide search for black magicians and anti-crime operations. In the headquarters building of the Helensa Guard Battalion, the lights were still on in the regimental commander's office. Although it was already after get-off-work hours, the entire building was still running at high speed. All the knights in the guard camp consciously stayed to conduct a citywide manhunt. Karl looked tired. He sat at his desk. There were 2 steaming cups of lemon tea on the tea tray in front of him. But he didn't drink anything. His friend Lance was sitting opposite him, staring at the map hanging on the wall. He was silent for a while, and then he noticed that the room had become a little quiet. "You said who secretly helped us in the assassination incident the night before yesterday?" Karl grabbed his blonde hair and asked in a determined tone. Lance squinted his eyes and said, "Who else could it be? It must be the follower of Soldak who stayed in Helensa City. The mysterious Ms. Aphrodite. When I was in Wall Village, I was the first when I first saw her. I felt that her magic power was unfathomable. She usually wears a mithril mask and likes to wander alone among the mountains in a deserted land. Based on my years of experience in dealing with black magicians, this Lady Aphrodite is proficient in black magic. She came to me a month ago. Serdek brought me a batch of magic herbs and asked me to help refine healing potions. I hope Serdek can change the proportion of healing potions and spiritual potions. Yesterday, I went to the village chief Bright and found out from him that this Ms. Aphrodite is Soldak's liaison officer in Helensa City. She is currently being processed in various workshops in Wall Village. Almost all of the supplies are shipped to Hendenar County on the Warsaw Plain." After the magician Lance finished speaking, he showed a proud smile to Karl. At this time, Karl said belatedly, "So, my mysterious person this time is a follower of Serdek?" Lance nodded and said, "That's why I didn't let people continue to pursue it. Instead, I searched for the black magicians who participated in this assassination. I didn't expect that in just a few years there would be another black magician in Helensa City." Signs of magical priory activity. "You said that this follower of Serdek has been staying in the city of Helensa. What is the reason for this?" Karl asked with some confusion. Lance glanced at him, stared into Karl's eyes with a strong questioning look, and said mockingly, "Sometimes I really don't understand how you, the commander of the security battalion, got to be the leader of the security battalion. There are so many people in the city now. It's such a big move, but I haven't noticed anything yet. Not only Wall Village, but now the entire Helensa City is Duck's logistics supply station. The entire city is continuously providing a large amount of military supplies to Hendenar County in the Warsaw Plain. In the recent period alone, the weapons and equipment purchased by Serdek in Helensa City are almost enough to equip 100,000 troops. A heavy armored infantry regiment of more than 100,000 people. Of course, the huge expenditure is inseparable from the frequent victories of Soldak's Western Route army." The magician Lance is still quite sober, and the law enforcement team recently accidentally discovered that the trading houses in Helensa City were raiding the supply of magic weapons in large quantities. After this period of investigation, Lance discovered that the source of the acquisition of these magic weapons was actually his friend Lord Serdek. Unexpectedly, the magic weapons needed by his legion actually boosted the economy of the entire magic industry in Helensa City. To this day, there are still a large number of magic equipment flowing into Helensa City. Karl rubbed his hands, his tone full of uncertainty. "I always feel that I could feel Soldak's breath in the assassination incident the night before yesterday." When Lance heard what Karl said, he was a little disapproving and said casually, "It may be that this guy has been away from us for too long and is often missing us. At this time, he is thousands of miles away in the plain of Warsaw. How could he suddenly come back to help us rescue us? While the two were talking, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Report! Before Carl could let the man in, the door of the office was pushed open from the outside. The construct knight who walked in was the captain of the first team. He saluted Carl and said, Traces of a black magician were found in a residence on the west side of Derek John Street, and it was initially determined that it was a contact point for the Black Magic Hermitage. Immediately send people to surround the place, and try not to let any suspicious person go, Carl said, patting the table. Yes, Captain! The captain of the 1st Brigade held his chest high and strode out. At this time, Lance also stood up, pushed open the office window, pulled out a magic broom from the magic pocket, turned over and rode on it, turned to Carl and said, I'm going to go over there and see how many black magicians are hidden. And there are so many black magicians living so blatantly under our noses. After saying that, Lance flew out of the window on the magic handle, leaving a string of magic light at the end of the handle. Hey, this guy! Helensa City belongs to the magic no-fly zone. Carl stood at the window and shouted towards Lance, who disappeared into the night sky. Lance flew away without looking back. The law prohibiting flying over the city of Helensa has been promulgated for many years, and magicians have maintained this habit. However, for the black magicians of the Black Magic Hermitage, they have no such awareness at all and fly around the city on magic harpoons without any scruples. If the law enforcement team of the Magic Union wants to capture these black magicians, they also need to ride on the magic harpoon. At the same moment, Aphrodite was standing on the roof of a house on Derek John Street, but her body was like a shadow, attached to the chimney on the roof, and actually completely integrated with the chimney. It's hard to tell that there's actually a person hiding in that shadow. Seeing groups of guard camp knights rushing over from all directions in the streets, Aphrodite took a breath and whispered to herself on the roof. The fat meat that is brought to your mouth will not be eaten this time. A crescent moon hung high in the night sky, and the entire city of Helensa was filled with bright moonlight. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. There were clear sounds of horse hooves coming from the street, the crisp sound of horseshoes hitting stone slabs. Sound can travel far at night. This house is a closed courtyard with a row of street-facing storefronts on the west side. There are 2 huge golden oak trees growing in the courtyard, covered with green acorns. Unlike other small buildings, the house is a single-family house or a row of houses. This courtyard is built more like a courtyard, and the inner courtyard has an extremely private space. The conditions of the people in this courtyard are not very good now. Several people wearing magic robes are all hung on the golden oak tree. Their hands and legs are tied tightly with ropes, and each person has a drug inserted into their mouth. Stinky socks. This group of people were hung upside down on the branches. There were also many magic books scattered in the yard, as well as other items related to black magic. As the courtyard gate collapsed, a group of knights from the guard camp broke in from the door, and their eyes immediately fell on the group of magicians hanging on the tree. And those magicians seemed to have seen their relatives at this moment. They were hanging upside down on the tree, and their entire faces had turned purple due to the backflow of blood in their bodies. If they hung for a while longer, they might get sick. The magician's head bled and he died. Seeing the knights from the guard camp breaking into the yard, they immediately twisted their bodies, like silkworm chrysalis, with all their strength, trying to attract the attention of the knights from the guard camp as soon as possible. There is no time in their lives that can compare to this time. From the bottom of their hearts, they hope that the knights from the guard camp will keep an eye on them. Before the guard battalion knights could completely occupy the courtyard, many magicians flew in from the night sky. They quickly landed on the roof of the courtyard, and magic pattern arrays lit up on each magician's body. Seeing this group of magicians appear in sight, these black magicians hanging upside down on the oak tree completely gave up the idea of escape. Serdek did not pay attention to the situation in Helensa City. He just saved Carl's life that night and immediately returned to the military camp at the northern pass of Mayun Ridge. As for the specific situation in Helensa City, he left it to Aphrodite to continue to pay attention, under the premise of ensuring that the situation will not continue to worsen. He will help them if he can. Serdek began to adjust the garrison plan of the city defense troops at the Beishan Pass camp. He mainly determined the city defense plan for the large group of evil ghost warriors south of the city wall. This time the evil ghost army gathered outside the city wall of Beishan Pass again, and it seemed that they were bound to capture the Beishan Pass camp. However, Serdek has also made full preparations in recent days. Not only Andrew and Wolf Knight Tiger are leading the construction knights to practice city defense battles, but even the Indigenous Alliance army is also learning the specifics of city wall defense battles. Fighting style. They need to get used to fighting on the city walls, hiding behind the wall stacks, and using Paglio spears to kill the ghost warriors who rush up are basic operations. In the past few days, they were mainly practicing how to use fire phosphorus bombs, explosive barrels, rolling stones, kerosene and other military supplies to defend the city. Once these armaments are used improperly, they will cause immeasurable devastation to the city wall. Therefore, Surdak requires every indigenous warrior who climbs the city wall to participate in the city defense battle to be proficient in using fire phosphorus bombs and kerosene. This time, there is no magic bed crossbow on the city wall, and giant crossbow arrows cannot be used to suppress the evil ghost warriors in the initial stage. Compared with the warriors defending the city, the pressure on defending the city will be much greater. Probably the senior officials of the Evil Ghost Legion also realized how fatal the loss of the North and South Gates would be to the Evil Ghost Legion. So they sent so many Evil Ghost warriors to surround the North Pass. Although the number of the Evil Ghost army exceeded Surdak's estimate, their own supplies were extremely scarce. Most of the Evil Ghost warriors came from the camp with hungry stomachs. They ran here. I've been hungry for a long time. Now it is discovered that the human army has built a city wall. All the soldiers are hiding on the wall, and are unwilling to run out to fight easily. For a time, the Evil Ghost warriors had nothing to do against the human warriors on the opposite side. They could only accumulate more troops, and prepare to break down the city wall in one go, and retake the north gate of Mayun Ridge. The hillside outside the city was full of dark ghost warriors. The invisible pressure made all the warriors on the north wall feel a strong sense of panic. However, in the past few days, construct knights with a halo of courage appeared on the city wall, and the soldiers guarding the city wall could no longer feel the strong pressure outside the city. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego take turns staying on duty every day to ensure that the construct knights can join the battle at any time. The indigenous warriors of the Tribal Alliance army are training every day. Everyone is staring at the evil ghost warriors south of the city wall, waiting for how earth-shattering their attack will be. In fact, each of these aboriginal warriors is proficient in throwing spears, especially throwing spears from a high position. There is no way for the evil ghost warriors to climb the city wall with bare hands, while being surrounded by aboriginal warriors. In addition, they have been frightened by Surdak's cavalry regiment. Because of the fog of war, the evil spirits are completely afraid to fight at night. This also means that as long as the indigenous warriors defend the attack of the evil ghost warriors during the day, they will have enough time to rest. Facing the impending battle, all the aboriginal warriors were gearing up, and their optimistic attitude really infected the group of ant cavalry in the cavalry regiment. Another quiet day passed, and the Beishan Pass was hidden in a huge shadow at dusk. Only the snowy peaks in the distance were still white. Surdak stood on the city wall, looking at the evil ghost warriors on the south side of the city wall. Now their army has pressed 2 kilometers away from the city wall. Andrew could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in his heart. He kept pestering Surdak every day, begging him to lead the constructed knights to rush outside the city wall to fight the evil ghost warriors. This group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants also seems extremely restless every day. If the druids hadn't tried their best to suppress them, they might have caused some trouble. The war is about to break out. Chapter 1502 New Arrival. The sun sets over the snow-capped mountains, and clouds fill the sky. The dusk at Mayun Ridge is the most beautiful sunset Surdak has ever seen, especially standing on the arrow tower on the north city wall. Except for the strong north wind, the scenery is absolutely beautiful. The strong north wind blows from the mountain passes, and at the same time it brings a large amount of water vapor from the northern mountains. This water vapor comes with the wind, and when it reaches the peak, it turns into snowflakes and falls. There are also clear streams between the snow ridges after the ice and snow have melted. Surdak leaned on the railing of the arrow tower and looked away from the evil ghost army's camp. The number of evil ghosts gathering is increasing, which makes the atmosphere in the Baishanku camp become a bit solemn. Both the construct knight and the ant cavalry have shown some nervousness recently, especially today at noon. 6 evil ghost generals charged towards the northern city wall from different places. There were only 6 evil ghost generals. They probably wanted to know the combat strength of the guards on the north city wall. These evil ghost generals rushed to the bottom of the city wall, but the guards on the north city wall were unable to make any counterattack, waiting for them to hold the war blade in one hand and use their hands and feet to climb towards the city wall. A few magic arrows were shot from the city wall. However, the evil ghost generals were covered in black bone armor, and even arrows with magical power could not pierce them. So they waited for the arrows to crawl up about 20 meters and left a mark on the north wall. Several rows of clear footprints. Fortunately, These evil ghost generals did not intend to attack the northern city wall, but just jumped off the city wall midway. Magic arrows landed on the evil generals with a clanging sound, as if they were feebly seeing them off. At this time, in addition to Andrew, Wolf Nightego and others, there were also several strong men from the Egrod clan gathered on the city wall. Everyone waited for these evil ghost generals to climb up, and then ambush them on the city wall. Unfortunately, these evil ghost generals were cunning enough. They only climbed to the middle of the city wall, and then jumped off one after another without looking back. Left. Hey, it would be great if there were a few magic bed crossbows placed on the arrow tower. Surdak thought this in his heart and sighed softly. As the commander of the Western Route Army, he had to show confidence in the victory of this battle most of the time. He could only relax when standing alone on the arrow tower. Another group of Aboriginal warriors ushered in on the Beishan Road in the distance. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on these Aboriginal warriors, stretching their silhouettes. At the front of the team was a group of Aboriginal warriors riding black-horned elk. They were not walking very fast. When they were about to reach the North Pass, Surdak recognized the well-proportioned Aboriginal at the front. The warrior turned out to be Delia. It seemed that her injuries had been completely healed. She was wearing an unknown leather jacket and wore skirt, and was carrying a bundle of short flying spears. She was facing the setting sun and looking at the high northern city wall with her pretty face raised. At this time, someone in the Aboriginal camp had already run over to greet the group of Aboriginal warriors and took over their heavy luggage. The Aboriginal warriors, who came from behind, even lined the streets to greet them and gave out bursts of warm shouts. It was obvious that the identity of this team was different. Surdak did not expect Delia to return to the battlefield so soon. However, reinforcements were coming from the Tribal Alliance army, and Surdak should still come forward to express his welcome. He walked down the wooden steps of the arrow tower. "Princess Delia is here!" Along the way, he heard the Aboriginal warriors standing on the city wall talking. And Surdak realized that this Delia was actually so famous in the hearts of the Aboriginal warriors. At this time, a Bina-style building complex had been built behind the North City wall. However, most of these buildings were built using large shale rocks from the local mountains. There was no lime applied on the surface, and the gaps between the shale were only made of filled with sand. It looks like a stone house. However, the main beams of many houses have been built, and even some rainproof leather has been added to the roofs, and leather curtains are hung at the door. Rows of houses appear neatly behind the northern city wall, and various animal skins make these houses full of life. Currently, only Aborigines with a certain status in the Alliance army are eligible to live in these small buildings. Soldak even brought some wooden doors and windows from Wall Village, which quickly improved the beauty of these small townhouses. The workshop in Wall Village that originally had only a few carpenters has now developed into a large carpenter workshop with nearly 100 carpenters. This workshop usually mainly processes various types of oak barrels. Only Luke and Charlie are the ones who want to do this. Other types of carpentry work will only be done when the workshop places orders. The wooden windows that Soldak got were ordered by Luke. The Makusuo City outer building complex needed a large number of customized wooden windows, but Soldak had just cut off a batch of them. Speaking of which, the current expansion project of Makuso City has completely transformed the original slum areas outside the city into residential areas with cross-street gardens and public toilets. The houses here are divided into independent communities. There are avenues connecting them. According to Soldak's request, the ring road in the residential area outside Makuso City is called the Second Ring Road, which complements the ring road behind the inner city wall. Nowadays, the rows of small townhouses behind the northern city wall of Moyonling are also full of Soldak's unique style. Although many Aborigines who are used to living in wooden houses are not used to dividing their houses into so many rooms, they still divide their houses into so many rooms. These stone houses are carefully decorated. Different styles of symbols are painted on the walls outside many houses. It is said that each symbol represents a noble elder. Walking on the street, Surdak even saw many Aboriginal soldiers gathering on the street, already surrounding Delia's support army, probably seeing Surdak coming. Some great witches and tribal chiefs came out of the house and greeted Surdak. Surdak kept nodding to these great witches and clan chiefs. Seeing the great witches and clan chiefs surrounding an imperial man, these Aboriginal warriors could guess his identity even if they didn't know Surdak. So the originally crowded street immediately made way for a passage. At the end of the passage was a group of soldiers leading a black-horned elk. Delia happened to be among them, surrounded by many people, and many people were talking to each other. Send message. Chief Logan stood in front of Delia, and the two were having a cordial conversation. Delia looked at the surrounding stone houses with a faint smile on her face. Chief Logan saw the commotion outside the crowd and stopped talking to Delia. He turned around and saw Suldak and a group of Great Witch chiefs approaching, and immediately pulled Delia forward. "Delia, you don't know Lord Surdak, the commander of the West Root Army. He is our partner in the fight against the evil ghost army this time. And he is also the person who gives our tribe strong support," Chief Logan said kindly. "Recently, he has been busy supervising the construction of this residential area, and communicates with Surdak on this issue almost every day. So the two of them are very familiar with each other." When he saw Surdak, he smiled and said, "Commander Surdak, you are here just in time. I was planning to go to your place. This is Delia, the captain of our Egrod clan's temple guard team. She is very prestigious in our tribe." As he spoke, he turned around and pointed at Delia, who was holding the black-horned elk, and smiled at Surdak. Delia let go of the reins of the black-horned elk. She was a head shorter than Surdak. She was barefoot, with several circles of linen bandages wrapped around the arches of her feet. Her amber eyes had a touch of scattered gold. The pupils look like they are vertical and very lively. Her whole body is full of youthfulness and wildness, especially the two light wheat-colored thighs under the battle skirt, which are round, slender, and full of explosive power. When the two looked at each other, Delia's eyes refused to look away at all, with a natural aggression in her bright eyes. Delia later discovered that the commander, who was wearing heavy armor, was actually the man she had met in the jungle that day. She stared at Suldak in astonishment. However, Surdak pretended to see Delia for the first time, put his hand on his chest, "Okay," with a simple knight salute, and said very politely to Delia, "Hello, Captain Delia." Delia heard this greeting and behaved appropriately, saluting Surdak. Seeing that the forest princess of Egrod recognized Lord Surdak, the commander of the imperial military, the aboriginal warriors cheered happily for a moment, until a group of people entered the living room of a stone house. The aboriginal soldiers were still surrounding the street outside the yard, refusing to leave. This was also the first time that Surdak heard that the Egrod clan actually had a temple. These young people who became the temple guards seemed to respect Delia very much. Even the great witches and other tribal chiefs had friendly smiles in their eyes when talking to Delia. Chief Logan introduced the situation at the Beishan Pass camp to Delia very patiently and carefully. In fact, Chief Logan did not need to introduce it. Delia also saw the city wall. She was a little confused as to why the evil ghost was there. There is a wall here, but it is now occupied by the Alliance army. Obviously, it is easier to defend this wall than to attack the city. The Tribal Alliance army here seems to be very sufficient in terms of military supplies and food supplies. Delia even saw some familiar young Aboriginal warriors, who were much stronger than before entering the northern pass of Mayun Ridge. The war here has not yet begun, but everyone is actively preparing for the war. And Lord Surdak of the Imperial military is also very cooperative. This was Delia's first impression after arriving at the Moyinling North Pass camp. When she passed a training ground, she even saw several indigenous warriors competing with the Imperial Knights. The two sides were fighting back and forth on the training ground, and cheers could be heard from all around. This almost completely subverted the stereotype of the Imperial Army in my heart. Chapter 1503, Fighting. Delia stood barefoot on the city wall. After the leather boots were torn, she had not been able to find a better pair of boots made of Warcraft leather, and she refused to wear those ugly and useless straw sandals. She had always been like this. Went barefoot. More and more Aboriginal warriors walk barefoot. Wearing shoes has the advantage of wearing shoes, but barefoot can better control the balance of the body. For example, standing on the horizontal branches of a big tree can make you more stable. Finally, she saw all of the Beishan Pass camp. The group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants hiding on the edge of the mountain pass brought Delia incomparable novelty. The group of giant beasts were more like the mount of evil spirits, but unexpectedly they were the Imperial Legion, the main force of the battle. When she first started, she was worried that the Imperial military and tribes would unite to fight against the evil ghost warriors, intending to use the indigenous warriors as cannon fodder on the battlefield. But now Delia has completely changed her mind. Yes, she saw with her own eyes that both Lord Surdak of the Imperial military and the great witches and clan leaders of the Egrod tribe had devoted countless manpower and material resources to this war. Everyone has the same desire to win. I heard from Chief Logan that this city wall is only half built. She leaned over and looked down. The evil spirits could not easily climb up to this height. She was a little confused as to why the city wall continued to grow higher. She also didn't understand how much height could be increased to such a high city wall. Not only her, but also the temple members who followed her were shocked by the fortifications here. Everyone faced the biting north wind and felt excited on the city wall. In the mountains in the distance, a large number of evil ghost warriors were crowded together. The density was so dense that it made people feel uncomfortable all over. Delia didn't know that there were so many evil ghost warriors hiding in Mayun Ridge. If these evil ghost warriors rushed from Mayun Ridge to the northern mountains in one fell swoop, maybe the Igrod clan would have been destroyed long ago. After all, there are so many evil ghosts. Even the wooden wall of the walled city would probably be difficult to block. Now that she thought of this, she felt a layer of greasy cold sweat break out on her spine. I believe that one day, evil spirits will do that. Perhaps the existence of the Agrid clan before this was just a reserve ration for the evil ghost army. But now, the evil ghosts have become extremely uncomfortable. Because the biggest problem they are currently facing is a lack of food. Although I don't know how the evil ghosts are suffering from hunger now. The languid look on their bodies can be expressed very clearly. The members of the temple guard who were accompanying them kept uttering low exclamations. They were all outstanding young warriors from each tribe. Now that they had seen so many evil spirits, it was hard to believe it for a while. On the other side of the city wall, Surdak and his team were also observing the movements of the evil ghost army. The gathering speed of these evil spirits has slowed down. But last night, they approached the north city wall again for nearly 100 meters. It is estimated that not only the coalition forces, but also the evil ghosts on the opposite side can't hold back anymore. Everyone's emotions are building up. At the top, it seemed like just a little spark would ignite quickly. Yesterday, 6 evil generals tested the strength of the guards on the north city wall at the same time. But today, it was an evil general who walked out of the camp majestically. He strode to the bottom of the city wall and looked up at the people on the wall. The guard raised the sword in his hand high above his head. He did not climb the city wall this time. It felt like provoking in front of the military formation. But the evil ghosts in the mountains simultaneously cheered like landslides and tsunamis. Countless evil ghost warriors were excited. The ghost general's body was covered with bone spurs like porcupine quills, and the long green horns on his head were as sharp as knives. He walked over with black flames, and every footprint behind him was constantly burning. The war blade in his hand carried streaks of black flames. When the masses of flowing flames were disillusioned, others were born. The weapons in the hands of the evil generals all looked very good, especially the science-based blade from before, which made Surdak realize that many of the weapons in the hands of the evil generals were of epic quality. Now this war blade that was constantly burning with flames also made Surdak aware that the quality of the war blade must be good. He was like a god of death jumping out of H.L., standing under the city wall in a provocative manner. Countless evil ghosts raised their weapons and cheered, which instantly made the evil ghost camp's momentum rise. At the same time, the guards on the city wall looked nervously at the bottom of the city, fearing that the evil general would rush to the top of the city at this time, and some guards would inevitably be injured. Everyone has fought against ghost warriors and knows the strength of these ghost generals. Andrew's fighting spirit was high. He was the kind of person who would ignite when encountering fire. At this time, he didn't care what Suldek thought. He jumped onto the wall amidst the cheers of the evil spirits in the mountains opposite, pulled out the butcher's eye from his back, and assumed a posture of jumping downwards. The city wall was a bit high, and he needed to find a few jumping spots before he could jump off the city wall. After all, this city wall is more than 30 meters high. But before he jumped off the city wall, he saw someone jumping off the city wall not far away from the city wall not far away. Her legs accurately landed on every adjustment point, and her body was as nimble as the argali on the cliff showed amazing jumping power with every jump, and jumped under the city wall after several turns. Andrew was a little angry. He looked carefully down the city wall, trying to identify who dared to steal his limelight at this time. When he found out that it was a strong man from the aboriginal side, his anger calmed down a little. But when he saw it clearly, his eyes became a little stunned. He turned out to be a very rare female warrior. Andrew doesn't think that the female warrior can defeat the evil general. It's like he recognizes the strength of Samira and Gary Decker, but he doesn't think that they can defeat an evil general. Even two people join forces. If there is anyone in their camp who can easily defeat the evil general, it must be Surdak. However, as the commander-in-chief of the army, Surdak could not take the initiative to go out to fight under such pre-war provocation, because once he is injured, it will not affect his morale at all. That's why Andrew felt that he was the best choice for this competition, and he didn't even think that anyone else would have the courage to jump. Wolf Night Tiger has it. But he can't compete with Andrew. Unexpectedly, Andrew only hesitated for a moment, and the strong Aboriginal man on the opposite side jumped down. And she was also a rare female warrior. "Damn it! Someone got ahead of me!" Andrew muttered and jumped down from the wall with some reluctance. The Aboriginal warriors on the other side crowded on the city wall and watched Delia fly down from the top of the city. They also burst into thunderous cheers for a while. The temple guards are extremely noble in the hearts of the Aboriginal people, and Delia is the best among these temple guards. At this time, when they saw Delia jumping to the city, the Aboriginal soldiers huddled at the top of the city and looked at them nervously. Battlefield. Serdek recognized at first sight that the warrior who jumped off the city wall was Delia, and he could not help but be a little worried about Delia. The last time I met her, it was clear that she was being chased by an evil ghost general. The evil ghost general's continuous attacks forced Delia to be unable to fight back. Now she is recovering from her injuries. Ordinarily, there is no way he can be the opponent of this evil general under the city. Thinking of this, Saldek glanced at Andrew and told him to be smarter later. When Delia was in danger, he rushed down and stopped the evil general, so that at least the Aboriginal warriors could rescue Delia. Strive for a certain amount of time for rescue. But at this moment, Andrew's eyes were on fire, and he didn't care at all about the hint in Soldek's eyes. When Delia jumped down from the city wall, in addition to a spear in her hand, there was also a large buckler hanging on her other arm. This large round shield was borrowed from a soldier guarding the city wall next to him. The Aboriginal warrior exchanged an emerald on his necklace for such a large round shield that exuded a magical atmosphere. Before he could bear to use it, Delia took it in her hand. At this moment, the Aboriginal warrior looked even more excited, as if Delia was holding a shield to fight, which made him feel even more honored. When the evil general saw someone jumping down from the top of the city, his whole body immediately erupted with more powerful black flames. Then he didn't give Delia any time to breathe. His body was like a wild bull, and he moved toward Delia. He bumped over. The sword in the hand of the evil ghost general appeared with streaks of flames, and these flames were like blooming flowers around him. The body of the evil general also turned into an afterimage, and the aura of a strong person surged out from it like a mountain. The sword that was chopped off seemed to have a few more sword lights, and the pressure had changed. Extremely solid. Delia's body was well proportioned and strong. Facing the evil general's relentless charge, her body's center of gravity suddenly dropped. She crouched down like a cheetah in the jungle, raised the big round shield in her left hand to the front, and held the battle shield in her right hand. The spear was hidden under his belly. Seeing the evil ghost general charging forward with murderous intent, Delia did not dare to confront it head-on, and tried to dodge by with one side of her body. It's just that the swords that slashed down seemed to have eyes. Seeing Delia trying to dodge from the side, the sword's light suddenly surged and slashed towards Delia's slender waist. Delia looked horrified. She didn't expect that the evil general would kill him when he came up. She hurriedly raised the shield in his hand. The flowing flames exploded into brilliant fireworks on the shield, and 3 clearly visible knife marks suddenly appeared on the originally solid large buckler. Delia was also forced back 2 steps by this powerful offensive, and her body appeared under the sheer force. Stiff. Fortunately, the evil general on the opposite side did not attack one after another, causing Delia to roll around on the ground, covered with sand. But she had to stand up again in embarrassment. Chapter 1504 Death of Habakkuk. The evil General Habakkuk is holding a short-handled war blade. The blade of this war blade is straight without any curvature. There are only 2 shallow blood grooves on the back of the blade. The handle is a short black stick as thick as a goose egg. The entire blade is more than 2 meters long, and you can hold the handle of the war blade with one or both hands. It could be seen that the war blade was extremely heavy. General Habakkuk dragged the war blade forward, and the blade drew a thin and deep crack on the ground. There was a cold and cruel light in its eyes, the look of a predator drooling from the corners of its mouth when it sees its prey. It walked towards Delia step by step, its face full of terrifying skinny bones showing a strange twist. It longed to drink the first stream of blood that emerged from its heart, so it retained some strength and endured the restlessness in its heart without splitting Delia in half. The Aboriginal female warrior in front of her was not qualified to be its opponent at all. Her strength was too weak, and her speed was not enough to get rid of the war blade in its hand. It thought it could kill her anytime it wanted. It is precisely because of this belief that it must win that it is not so eager for an easy victory. It thought of the real strong men on the city wall and wondered if they would jump down at this time. It would be best to jump down a few more. The killing blood in its body was boiling, and it was extremely eager to usher in a big battle. so facing the wind and sand. It raised its head and looked up at the city wall, completely ignoring Delia in front of it. That arrogant attitude made the indigenous warriors on the city wall curse. In the sand and dust, Delia was holding a spear in hand and hunched over to guard against the attack of the evil general. The evil general in front of her was more ruthless than the one she met in the jungle. When she held up her shield to receive the first cleave, the moment the sword light fell on the shield, her whole body was filled with blood. After enduring the huge earthquake, with her agility and balance, she was unable to escape from the stiffness of this moment. If the power of General Evil's sword had been stronger, the big buckler in her hand might have been broken in half, and her arm might not have been saved. When I jumped down from the city wall, the training tactics were still very clear in my mind. But when she actually encountered the evil general, the tactics she had been thinking about these days were completely ineffective. Thinking of this, Delia felt a little discouraged and desperate. The evil general in front of her was like a snowy mountain blocking her path to practice. Delia knew that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at her on the city wall. It was impossible for her to retreat now, and there was no way out. At this time, she calmed down and slowly closed her eyes. Elder Ambrose's persuasive teachings rang in my ears again, and those awkward and difficult words actually became clear answers at this time. The next moment, she opened her eyes and saw the evil general in front of her approaching her. When the war blade in his hand passed through the air, it brought up a wave of air, and the blade made a sound like exploding beans. Delia did not use her eyes to judge, but relied on sensing the changes in the surrounding air. She turned her body and leaned back. The black war blade rubbed the tip of Delia's nose and cut off a few dark brown hair. Delia felt that the air wave brought by the blade was like a wind blade, cutting her face painfully. The evil ghost general swept out the sword in his hand, intending to cut off the female warrior's head, but unexpectedly she dodged it easily. It quickly put away the war blade in its hand, and a bone spur protruded from the elbow joint of its right arm, thrusting into Delia's left shoulder. Delia is like a leaf swaying in the strong wind, but no matter how it shakes, Delia's leaf is always connected to the branch. None of the dozens of bone spurs that exploded from General Habakkuk's body hit Delia, and Delia took the opportunity to put a few meters away from General Habakkuk. It's just that there are more than a dozen shallow pits on the big round shield. At this time, Delia's left arm holding the shield has completely lost consciousness. The war spear in his right hand had no chance of being thrust out. She took another 2 steps back, seeing the 5 black lights coming at the same time in front of her. She could only grit her teeth and take another 2 steps back. The big round shield on her arm was hit by the war blade again. The war blade chopped the large buckler into holes, and the magic shield worth dozens of gold coins was completely destroyed in Delia's hands. General Habakkuk felt that this battle was probably just an appetizer before the meal. He felt that he had completed his warm-up and did not want to continue to entangle himself. It held the black handle of the knife with both hands, and its eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. The blade pointed at Delia from a distance. Every step it took this time would leave a deep footprint on the ground under the city wall. Each step happened to be stuck at the frequency of Delia's heart. The pressure that running rhythm exerted on Delia was like a big bell ringing in her ears. Boom boom. Unable to make an effective counterattack, Delia could only deal with General Habakkuk's offensive and was forced to retreat step by step. Her leather armor was cut several times by sharp bone spurs. Although it was sewn from Warcraft leather, it could not stop the sharp bone spurs. There was even a bloody hole pierced by bone in her thigh, but the bleeding stopped after only a small amount of blood flow, and her pace was not affected much. Only then did Serdek realize that Delia must have been blessed by the 2 blessing effects of Blessed Body and Blessed Shield. Otherwise she would never have picked up a big round shield. But it was obvious that this big buckler couldn't help her much. Facing the overwhelming offensive of the evil general, the big buckler was now a pile of scrap metal. The war blade scratched across Delia's shoulder again, and the leather shoulder guard cracked. And even Delia's shoulder was scratched with a wound. Blood immediately flowed down the shoulder and onto the arm. She could even feel the power in her body draining away rapidly. Although she couldn't feel any pain, the invincible frustration became more and more intense, and her left arm hung down feebly. She staggered back 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. General Habakkuk had already stepped over but chased after her again, slashing at Delia's chest and abdomen with the war blade in his hand. The aboriginal warriors on the city wall took a breath of cold air almost at the same time. Delia's mouth was bleeding, but she made a decisive choice at this moment. She discarded the big buckler on her left arm, and her left arm also gained some intuition. Although her entire left arm was stained with blood, The feeling of her arm returning to her body made her turn over again and jump to the left, struggling to avoid General Habakkuk's knife. A pair of big amber eyes stared at the evil ghost general, with his center of gravity lowered, and he kept retreating like a female leopard, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. The evil general's saliva is almost dripping on its feet. It even came up with several ways to eat it. First, take a bite on the thigh with the most tender meat, and then scratch the thigh bone, trying to suck out the bone marrow. Listening to her wails may make you feel better while eating. General Habakkuk raised his war blade with both hands, intending to chop off Delia's head when he got closer. The evil ghost warriors behind them howled, and the victory or defeat seemed to have been decided. Andrew was about to jump up and hit General Habakkuk with an axe on his head, but he was pressed down on his shoulder by Chief Logan behind him. Andrew glanced at Chief Logan suspiciously, stabilized his posture, and did not rush to jump off the city wall. The black fire on General Habakkuk's body was still burning. Even the war blade Lian in his hand was flying straight into the sky at this moment. It charged up and slashed down towards Delia. The fire knife formed by the flow of flames made the warrior the edge of the blade is more than 1 meter long. Delia was lying on the ground, with the hunter's last desire hidden in her eyes. At the moment when the war blade was chopped from General Habakkuk's hand, everyone was chewing. Behind Delia, a phantom of the Lord suddenly appeared. The phantom was 4 meters high and dressed like a monk. There is even a string of beads on his neck. His hands are placed on his chest, and his eyes are filled with angry golden light. And although his face was just as blurry as a shadow, it was half white and half black but so clear. Half of his face was kind, but the other half was vicious. 2 golden rays fell on General Habakkuk at this moment. The hands that were clasped on his chest suddenly opened outward, and a silver war spear appeared in his hand. The silver war spear was grasped by the invisible hand and thrust straight into the evil ghost general's chest. Taking advantage of General Habakkuk's shock, Delia stabbed the war spear in her hand into its chest, and then pulled out a dagger from under her war skirt. Her soft body slid along the spear, and the dagger cut. A stream of purple blood gushes out from the evil ghost general's throat and splashes all over Delia. And then she immediately pulls away. The next moment, the aura that almost completely suppressed General Habakkuk dissipated instantly, and the shadow behind Delia turned into dots of light. Habakkuk looked down at the fatal wound on his chest in disbelief. Until now, he still couldn't believe why he was suddenly penetrated by a spear. His heart was already struck by that indescribable power. The power shook him to pieces, causing him to lose all his strength for a moment. It didn't even dare to exert force. As long as it exerted a little force, a large amount of purple blood would gush out from the chest. The war blade in the demon general's hand fell from the side. A gurgling sound appeared in his throat, and the muscles inside the bone armor began to spasm intensely. It couldn't control its body, and the bone spurs hidden in its body that had not yet fully formed emerged one after another, making him look like a porcupine waiting to die. It wanted to pinch its throat and cover its broken chest with its hands to prevent the body from continuing to bleed out. But the figure in front of me, which was just fish on the table, is getting closer and closer. It was horrified in its heart. Its face was distorted, and the reflection in its eyes was getting bigger and bigger. Delia turned the dagger in her hand, squatted on the ground, and used all her strength to cut off the evil general's head. Chapter 1505 Treatment. The evil spirit general's body was still burning with black flames, and his power and aura dissipated from his body, forming a huge magic vortex around him. Delia held the half-foot-long blue horn on the head of the evil ghost general, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. The evil ghost warriors and the evil ghost army roared angrily, and rushed towards the city wall from the distant mountains, but were shouted back by other evil ghost generals. Delia carried the evil spirit general's head, and staggered to the city gate. At this moment, the aboriginal warriors on the city wall cheered like a wave of waves. Delia! 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 Even the construct knights and ant riders on the city wall were cheering for Delia. It could be seen that they were full of respect for this aboriginal female warrior. Soldak felt that they saw another possibility in Delia. That is, the weak could probably win with some courage and luck, able to defeat beings much more powerful than themselves. But they didn't know that Delia had been showing weakness to the enemy since the beginning of the battle. In fact, she is not that weak, and she also has the blessings given by the great witches. Even the explosive power is definitely not something that a warrior can achieve, because there seems to be a hint of divinity in her power, which not only makes the shadow of the ancestor move, but also conveys a hint of the power that the ancestor of Egrod once had. It was this trace of ancestral power that made General Habakkuk unable to move the moment the spear was thrust out. Serdek didn't expect that the female warrior, who had no power to resist in front of the evil general a month ago, would be able to find out the evil general's weaknesses, and come up with a practical plan in just 1 month. With his own battle plan, and with his outstanding fighting talent, he killed a powerful evil ghost general in one fell swoop. She is the most talented warrior among the second-level warriors Serdek has ever seen. Delia's bravery is like a bright flag among the Agrid clan, and she is also known as the captain of the Temple Guard. As an evil ghost general conferred the title, the evil ghost army in the mountains opposite the city wall fell silent again, probably seeing the powerful strength of the coalition forces here. The restless evil generals did not make any more aggressive moves. The battlefield under the city wall just became quiet. The big iron gate under the city wall was pushed open by the soldiers, and Delia returned in triumph like a hero. Countless indigenous warriors crowded behind the city wall and burst into deafening cheers. Delia endured the pain all over her body and jumped onto a pile of barrels. She stood on a high place, raised the head of the evil general in her hand above her head, and shouted, "Egrod will win!" At this time, the whole scene was completely boiling, and all the aboriginal warriors of the Agrod clan were howling and howling, expressing their excitement. Some people even planned to climb onto the pile of barrels and lift Delia up. "Okay, Delia is still injured and very tired. You can get out of the way and let her go back and have a good rest." Chief Logan's voice came from the crowd. Suddenly, the crowded crowd stopped, and the aboriginal warriors began to take the initiative to make way for Delia. Although everyone's eyes were still extremely hot, no one would disturb them rashly. She did. There is a large square under the city wall, and now the empty square is crowded with indigenous warriors. Delia jumped down from the mountain of wooden barrels and walked in a passage built by the crowd. Only then did the aboriginal warriors nearby clearly see that she was covered in blood, and her Warcraft leather armor had many cuts. The graceful figure stained with blood was looming in the broken leather armor. She only held a spear in her hand, and could not pick up the broken buckler. Delia's eyesight was very sharp, and she saw through the layers of human walls. And soon she saw the aboriginal warrior who took the initiative to lend her the big buckler. So at this time, she no longer wanted to walk through the straight passage everyone had built. Instead, she walked towards the location of the aboriginal warrior. The aboriginal warriors in front of her retreated one after another. When Delia walked up to the young aboriginal warrior, the somewhat distracted aboriginal warrior stood there in a daze, not even knowing how to greet Delia. "Sorry, the brand new shield you replaced has been worn out. I will use this to compensate you. It shouldn't be too much of a loss for you." "Right," Delia said with a smile, probably because the wound was involved when she laughed. She grinned and took a breath of air. The indigenous warrior stuttered a little, but still said in a trembling voice, "Princess Delia, I don't know what the shield is. I used a stone to replace it. I have a few more stones. I can replace it at any time if I want." As he spoke, he pointed to the end of his braid, where there were several green stones wrapped with straw ropes and hung on the braid. "No matter what, I should compensate you if I damage it. I don't have a stone like yours now." Delia forced the head of the evil general over, and then, as if she had finished a matter on her mind, she said to the onlookers, "Okay, now I'm going to take a rest. Don't disturb me." As she spoke, she walked with heavy steps toward the stone house where she rested. Perhaps because he smelled Delia's scent, the black horned elk tied in the yard let out a sharp cry. The medical team of the West Route Army came to the Baishanka camp with the army. Nika and the members of the medical team have not been too busy recently. This time I heard that someone in the Agrod tribe was injured, so I immediately followed the news and came to the door. Nika was very experienced in treating wounds, especially when combined with the use of light magic. She became even more skillful. Delia was lying on the bed, and the leather armor on her body was stripped off by the female nurse in the medical team. Nika personally sat by the bed to clean her wounds and treated her with light magic. The two most serious injuries on Delia's body were a penetrating wound on the thigh and a knife wound on the left shoulder. The bones could almost be seen in both wounds, but the wounds healed quickly. Nika went cleaning the wound. I found that the outside of the wound was scabbed and was healing very well. In order to avoid swelling in the scar in the future, Nika cleaned the wound again, but did not suture it, because she had just cleaned the wound. And as soon as she turned her head, the wound healed again. Her powerful self-healing power made Nika marvel at it. Nika also saw other scars on Delia's body, especially the wound from the shoulder to the ribs. Now the scabs have completely fallen off, leaving only a light pink scar on her body. Delia asked worriedly, "Will these wounds leave scars?" Nika smiled and said, "Don't worry. There won't be any scars." Delia got up from the bed, looked at the bandages on her shoulders and thighs, breathed out gently, and smiled at Nika. "Then I'm relieved. Thank you." She speaks a little Imperial, but her accent is a bit stiff. Nika learned the Imperial language from Signa, and the tone was full of the flavor unique to the Bena province. However, most of the Imperial people that Nika could come into contact with were Bena people, so she did not feel that how non-standard the Imperial language is. The female warrior outside came in and covered Delia with a piece of soft fur. Her leather armor was almost torn apart by the demon general during the battle, and even if she wanted to repair it now, it would probably take a lot of effort. The blood on her body has been washed away, and Nika feels envious of her well-proportioned body. Nika looked down at her bean sprout-like body, and could only sigh silently. Perhaps because she felt that they were very compatible, and could talk to each other. When Nika was packing the medical bag, she also told her, "Although your wounds heal very quickly, according to my calculations, there will be no wounds for at least 3 days. Exercise strenuously. Otherwise it is easy to reopen the healed wound. I heard that you killed an evil ghost general outside. You are really powerful." Nika praised Delia. Delia just smiled and said nothing polite. "The last time I met the evil generals, I almost died. Later, I was sent back to the tribe. Every day besides lying down, I was thinking about ways to deal with these evil generals. This time I came to the battlefield, and what I needed to do most was the purpose is to kill an evil ghost general and regain my confidence. In fact, this is very important to my cultivation." Delia explained to Nika. "I see those people outside admire you." Nika covered the medical kit, carried it on her back, and got up to say goodbye to Delia. "They actually want to join our temple guard, which is a dream for young people in every tribe." Delia explained again. Someone shouted outside the stone house, "Captain, there is a wounded person coming from the treatment tent." "Okay, I'll be there right away. Is the injury serious? Have you notified Mr. Surdak?" Nika asked casually as she quickly walked outside with the medical kit on her back. A little embarrassed, "The injury is not serious," the man replied loudly. At this time, Nika was ready to open the curtain and walk out. "Hey, will Surdak from your legion still treat others?" Delia asked Nika, who immediately walked out of the stone house. Before Nika could turn around to answer, a maid who was following Nika immediately replied very proudly, "Of course. Commander Surdak has the most superb medical skills in our legion. He is an amazing person." The paladin. The door of memory seemed to be quickly opened in Delia's heart at this moment. After Delia finally realized that she was unconscious, a figure sutured her wound. When she saw Commander Surdak this time, she felt that his face was somewhat familiar. Her amber eyes where the dark stone house became bright. Chapter 1506 God's Blessing. As night falls, darkness engulfs everything where there is light. The evil ghost army also became silent as a result. They did not dare to make any more moves, and were even on guard in the direction of the Baishanka city wall. The guards carried weapons on their backs, and slowly wandered up and down the city wall. From time to time, they would take a look at the open area under the city wall by the light of the fire. The evil ghost warriors were probably frightened. It was much quieter at night than during the day. The mountains opposite were so dark that it was impossible to tell which part was the mountain, and which part was the evil ghost. The aboriginal soldiers on the city wall were still talking about the battle during the day, and how Princess Delia killed the evil general. The original version that was circulated was the closest to the truth, but it was only a little more than that. After one afternoon, many details changed after polishing. It sounded as if Delia had beaten the evil spirit general and killed it easily, only sustaining a minor injury. After patrolling the city wall, Surdak walked down the zigzag steps behind the city wall. He would climb the city wall at least 3 times in the morning, noon and evening every day to observe the situation of the evil ghost army on the opposite side. Always respond. In fact, the evil ghost army had already stopped coming 2 days ago. However, this group of evil ghosts seemed to be still expecting something, and they had been reluctant to launch an attack on the northern city wall. There are 200,000 aboriginal warriors from the Agrod tribe gathered on the northern city wall, and the supplies they consume every day are astronomical. Surdak also hopes that this inevitable war will end soon. But until now, the evil spirits have no intention of attacking. Seeing the lights on the rows of 2-story buildings behind the city wall, and the aborigines constantly coming in and out of these buildings, Surdak slapped his forehead and thought of Delia's injury. "Paladin, You should go and take a look. There happened to be a group of guards standing under the steps of the city wall. They seemed to be preparing to change defenses on the city wall. Serdek glanced at the street, hesitated, stepped on the gravel under his feet, and walked towards Delia's stone house. The streets are full of idle Aboriginal warriors. After dinner, they squat on the stone pavement on the street. These shale stone slabs are a little uneven, but they make the street look much neater. There is even an unfinished stone sculpture standing at the intersection. The upper body of the Aquarius girl and the water bottle have been carved out. The stone sculpture is full of rough carvings and has not been polished yet. But a piece of paper has been installed in the water bottle. Water gathering technique rune board. The bottle mouth gathers rich water elements. A trickle flows out from the bottle mouth. First falls in a sunken stone pit, and then flows out through the thin tube in the stone pit, forming a stream of water flowing into the ditch below. There are more than a dozen Aboriginal warriors carrying clay pots, queuing up at the intersection to collect water. This kind of water gathering technique rune boards are scattered throughout the camp. But the water platform made in the camp is relatively rough. It is just a low stone wall, and there is no such artistic Aquarius girl. Although this kind of water gathering technique rune board has been put out for many days, there are still many Aborigines gathered next to the water platform, looking at the water bottle that keeps flowing out of water with curiosity, as if they must understand the stone bottle how much clear spring water is contained in it. Rejecting the warm invitation of a patriarch, Serdek walked to the front of the stone house where Delia lived. There happened to be two great witches in the yard who were about to walk out. When they saw Serdek standing at the door, a great witch immediately greeted him. "Commander Serdek, why are you here? Please come in quickly." It seems that this great witch should be very familiar with Delia, and even be able to send an invitation to Serdek as a half-master. Serdek walked into the courtyard and said casually, Is the injury of Captain Delia, the great wizard of Fitzgerald, feeling better?" Seeing that Serdek could actually call out his name accurately, the great witch raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said kindly, "He has recovered well and has the blessing power of the blessed body. Just now, Nika the young lady used light magic to purify and heal the wound, and she will probably recover soon." Serdek nodded and was thinking about whether to go in and take a look. The great wizard Fitzgerald had already moved out of the way and made a please come in gesture. Looking at him eagerly, Serdek stepped into the stone house. There were still several Aboriginal female warriors standing in the living room, probably to take care of Delia. A series of prayer sounds came from the bedroom. Although the other party was speaking in Aboriginal language, the syllables were somewhat unclear. In addition, they were spoken very quickly without any interruption, as if they wanted to finish all the words in one breath. Serdek couldn't understand what was being said. The Aboriginal female warrior in the living room seemed to know Serdek. When she saw him walking in from the door, she stared at him with wide eyes. Someone quickly ran to the bedroom and informed Princess Delia on the hospital bed of the news. Serdek followed the great witch Fitzgerald into the bedroom. The room was very simple, with only a bed placed on the wall by the window. There were several sheets of leather on the bed, and Delia was lying quietly on the bed with a hemostatic bandage on her body. When she saw Serdek, her amber eyes flickered slightly. Serdek did not see the great shaman in the room who recited prayers in the indigenous language for Delia. He should have left quietly before he entered. "Delia, how do you feel?" Serdek sat down on the edge of the bed and stretched out a hand. Palm up. A soft light lit up from the palm of his hand. He pressed this ball of holy light into Delia's left shoulder. The room was dimly lit, and the holy light shone on everyone's face in the room. The edge of the face was the dividing point between light and darkness. The light penetrated into the wound wrapped with bandages, and the wound that had healed quickly seemed to be filled with new vitality. Delia seemed to be aware of it, and stared at her shoulder, with a strange light in her eyes. There was no pain or numbness caused by healing. She could clearly feel the severed tendons and nerves reconnecting. She tried to move her left arm, and she could actually move it. "Is this the holy light?" Great Witch Fitzgerald stared at the disappearing holy light and asked Serdek. "Yes, this is the power of holy light." Serdek nodded. The Great Witch Fitzgerald seemed to be very aware of Delia's injury. He approached Delia and smelled the wound on her shoulder with his eyes closed. After a while, he sat up straight, opened his eyes and said, "No wonder Delia's injuries healed so quickly." Hearing what Great Witch Fitzgerald said, the faces of the Aboriginal female warriors who took care of her showed joy. While Serdek was using the power of holy light to treat Delia's injuries, Great Witch Fitzgerald introduced Serdek. "When Delia was selected by Elder Imbrobi, I didn't expect that she would become a guard of the Egrod Temple. She has been training very hard since she was a child. She is a leader among the younger generation. She is also very good at practicing the martial arts inherited from the temple. Talented. The words of the great witch Fitzgerald were full of doting. And it was obvious that there should be a deeper relationship between him and Delia. Delia's parents died young. To be honest, Serdek didn't really like hearing this series of stories. In his subconscious, the idea of a tea garden girl who was raised by her grandfather after her parents died was not a compliment. But the great witch Fitzgerald didn't know this. He started talking about Delia's birth, and later talked about Elder Ambrose choosing Delia and taking her into the Egrod clan temple. Then the two of them used this topic to talk about how Delia's ability to kill the evil ghost general was not due to luck, but to perseverance and hard work, which enabled her to have the ability she has now. Delia, who was lying on the hospital bed, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Grandfather," Commander Serdek. Delia lay on the bed and said directly to the two of them, "The reason why I was able to kill the evil general this time was actually based on a very detailed battle plan that Elder Ambrobi helped me formulate. And also the Wudishian's law given to me by Elder Ambrobi." "Bless?" Serdek asked with a puzzled look on his face. "This is it?" The great witch Fitzgerald glanced at Delia helplessly and explained. "If the divine body, blessed shield, and true eye are called the blessings of the junior gods, then the body of hegemony, the sacred shield, and the insight are the blessings of the advanced gods. And the Wudishian's blessing is a higher level. God's blessing. We here call it the third level of God's blessing." Serdek did not expect that the sacrificial ceremony could obtain more powerful power. So he asked the great wizard Fitzgerald, "Does it mean that higher level sacrifices are needed to obtain this blessing from God?" The great witch Fitzgerald shook his head and explained, "The third level of God's blessing is more demanding than you think. It requires the sacrificer to have power above that of a master." This was the first time that Serdek heard that there was a higher level of God's blessing. And he quickly asked, "Are you saying that a third-level powerhouse must perform a sacrificial ceremony in order to obtain the Wudishian's blessing?" The great witch Fitzgerald obviously did not want to mention this matter. But he glanced at Delia, who was being healed by the holy light, hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "To be precise, it takes a third-level master with the power of the Nephilim bloodline to cast the Wudishian's blessing during the sacrificial ceremony. Moreover, casting this high-level blessing will allow the sacrificer to wait for 3 months. No sacrifices can be made within this time." The implication of the great wizard Fitzgerald is that Elder Ambrobi is a third-level master. No wonder Serdek had a hard time sensing his power every time he saw him. Thinking of this, Serdek also broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't offend him in any way. Otherwise the consequences would be really hard to predict. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the evil Ghost Legion did not kill the Agrid clan. Serdek secretly guessed in his heart. Chapter 1507 Third Transformation Grandmaster. The great wizard Fitzgerald and Soldak talked about the blessing of Wudixian, who could obtain a higher level of blessing power during the sacrificial ceremony. "It is said that our ancestor Wudixian was the first-generation Nephilim born from the union of angels and demons. The power of angels and demons was hidden in his blood. It was his mother who awakened the power of blood in his body, allowing him to rely on his blood with his power. He became a legendary strongman. Some people said that he had broken through the shackles of the legendary strongman and possessed a demigod's body. After the ancestors gained supreme power, they once fell into a state of loss. At the last moment of their lives, the ancestors finally returned to their humanity. Such is the power of the Nephilim. In the Agrid clan, the most powerful aboriginal warrior will be called the Venerable, and the inheritance he possesses is left by the first generation of Nephilim. However, in the thousands of years that followed, no one could achieve such glory. Achievements. Delia is the most likely person to get a first glimpse of the door. Her power can call out the figure of the ancestor Wudixian," Great Witch Fitzgerald said slowly. This was the first time that Serdek learned the secrets of the Agrid clan. Looking at Delia lying on the bed, he did not expect that she was a rising star that dozens of great witches and elders of the Agrid clan were optimistic about. Then, he couldn't help but look at Delia twice, thinking that when she was fighting the evil general during the day, the shadow of Shur that appeared behind her was probably the ancestor of the Agrid clan. Serdek didn't know much about the Nephilim, but now he knew from the mouth of the great witch Fitzgerald that the Nephilim were actually the offspring of angels and demons. Serdek fell into deep thought for a while. When he was promoted to a second-level powerhouse, he chose the power of the holy light and the blessing of God, while also giving up the blessing of the demon. In fact, He inherited part of the bloodline power passed down by the angels. That's why the shadow of Shur changed from the original double-faced, four-armed shadow of gods and demons to the shadow of an archangel. Recently, the power of holy light in the body has been becoming more solid. Originally, the holy light in the body was more like a breeze, just constantly flowing in the meridians and nourishing countless nodes in the body. But now the holy light in the body is more like a breeze. The holy light is more like a gurgling river, constantly washing away most of the nodes in the body. He could feel that his body was significantly different from before, but he couldn't figure out where he was going to advance to the third level. Now Soldak knew that he still had to have a good chat with Elder Amberby if he had time. It is said that when strength, agility, and physique reach a certain limit, one becomes an ordinary warrior. The first level warrior is not that simple. The main reason is that every warrior needs to understand the potential to advance to the first level. And then, he can be promoted as his body breaks through a certain boundary. Cerdak had never understood why the potential in each warrior's body was different. In fact, this view itself is wrong. In fact, the power of many Bena swordsmen is actually the shadow of the Crusader swordsmen. And the power of the tribal warriors is their ancestors. Now Cerdak wants to understand. The power displayed by the warriors is not actually what they think in their minds, but the power of a certain bloodline hidden in their bodies. If first-level warriors want to be promoted to second level, they must understand fighting spirit, and their physical and mental strength must also be trained to be extremely strong. Many combat warriors call this training the improvement of affinity with non-attribute elements. It evolved from the magician. A magician must have extremely high elemental affinity, possess an elemental body, and sign a magic contract with creatures in the elemental world. After a warrior is promoted to a second-level powerhouse, his body will form a bridge during battle, constantly absorbing the power from around him. As the power in his body continues to grow, he must have a strong body and a strong mental will to withstand the injection into the body. The power of. Because of this, a strong second-level warrior can absolutely crush any first-level warrior in battle. Soldak is still completely unfamiliar with advancing to the third level. When talking about this topic, the Great Witch Fitzgerald sat beside Delia's bed and said, "If someone who breaks through the limits of physical strength is an ordinary warrior, then a first-level warrior is someone who can use a trace of his own bloodline power. As for a second-level warrior, he is someone who can stimulate the power of his bloodline and use his body as a bridge to draw power from all around him. Come fight." The room became very quiet, and even Delia, who was lying on the hospital bed, was listening carefully. At this time, Cerdak couldn't help but ask, "What about the third-level master?" Great Witch Fitzgerald smiled bitterly and said, "I am not a third-turn master, so naturally I don't understand what that realm is like. However, I also asked Elder Ambroby, and the Elder told me that what can be obtained by third-turn power is conversion. Although he didn't understand much, Cerdak also caught something from it. Coming to visit Delia this time is considered a worthwhile trip. When I walked out of Princess Delia's residence, it was already very late. Except for patrolling guards, there were almost no people in this residential block. Cerdak walked along the stone street back to the cavalry regiment's camp, returning to the temporary command post of the cavalry regiment. It turned out that Selena was still awake. Every night, she spreads the teachings to the followers of the night goddess in the cavalry regiment. After doing this, she returns to her residence to pray to the night goddess. According to her, praying every night is nothing more than reporting her daily work report to the night goddess. In addition, if you talk to the goddess of the night about the confusion in your heart, you will occasionally receive various revelations from the goddess. Most of the believers of the night goddess developed by Selena are aborigines from the Belan Plain and the Gonbu Plain. These warriors joined the Lord Cerdak army for various reasons. Most of them have never believed in the goddess of liberty, so it is easy for them to he became a believer in the dark night. She was in the tent, kneeling before a black statue, an ebony statue that Cerdak had seen many times. It looks like a dungeon, except for a circular patio above the head. Inside the patio is a beautiful woman or goddess with one hand raised above her head. Selena woke up from her state of prayer when Cerdak opened the tent curtain and walked in. She turned around and glanced at the silent Cerdak, stood up from the leather mattress, got a cup of black tea on the coffee table and handed it to Cerdak, and then asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" Soldak took the teacup, sat on the only chair in the tent, and said to Selena, "Tonight." Soldak recounted all the topics he had discussed with the Great Witch Fitzgerald at Delia's residence. Selena was speechless after hearing this. All the knowledge she knew came from the night. Inspired by the goddess? The things Serdak said now clearly exceeded her cognition. In fact, Serdak knew that it would be more appropriate to talk to Aphrodite about this topic. But Aphrodite didn't seem to be very interested in it. And she was not willing to go through the Void Gate just because of this trivial matter. I ran to the camp at the northern pass of Moyonling to enjoy the cold wind. Selena's only way was to pray to the goddess of the night. But this time it seemed that the goddess of the night really responded. When Selena opened her eyes, the ink in her eyes faded. She recovered a little and said to Soldek, "The goddess gave me the revelation that the core of the third transformation is indeed transformation. According to the goddess explanation, it is, understand the nature of power, and then transform it into a more powerful power." Serdak was also confused after hearing this. But seeing Selena's tired look, he did not let her continue communicating with the goddess of the night. He is actually still a long way from reaching the third level. So there is no need to rush. "There is something I didn't want to talk about tonight. But the goddess hinted to me twice. I think this matter may be important to us." Selena hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What's going on?" Soldak was a little curious. Selena glanced at the night outside and then said, "The goddess gave me some inspiration. She suggested that our battle with the evil ghost army should be conducted at night." "The evil ghost army on the other side?" Serdak asked with a frown. Yes. Of course, he wanted to fight at night. But there were too many evil ghost legions. He wanted to use the fortifications of the city wall to consume the evil ghost legions for a round. And then wait until night to let Selena unfold the fog of war and dispatch the constructor. The armored knights and the giant ghost pattern soldier ant army broke through the evil ghost army on the opposite side in one fell swoop. The reason why he didn't want to fight at night was also very simple. He was worried that the cavalry regiment would not be able to kill the evil ghost army on the opposite side in one night. When daybreak, it might be more difficult for the cavalry regiment to retreat back. Turning on the fog of war will place a great burden on Selena. So Serdak does not plan to send out the cavalry regiment every night to engage in tug-of-war with the opposing evil ghost army. This is also the reason why Beishan Pass camp has not been able to take the initiative. Chapter 1508, Burning Fighting Spirit. A burst of chaotic footsteps came from outside the tent, awakening Serdak from his sleep. He just saw the beautiful city of Rut in his dream. The hanging garden surrounding half of the city has been completed. Baron Martino even transplanted some rare vines around the giant stone pillars. Grow. Hathaway and Beatrice stood on a high platform with the most beautiful scenery and smiled at him. Hathaway was holding a baby boy in her arms, which was his son Wint. He walked up the stone steps step by step. A magic beam of light appeared in the portal in the central square of Rut City, shooting straight into the sky. Before he could hold Hathaway in his arms, he woke up from the dream. Serdak sat up in his sleeping bag. Selena was still sleeping soundly next to her. If no one disturbed her, she could sleep until noon before getting up. She did not need to manage the logistic supplies here, so she was more careful every day. Leisure. Sitting in the sleeping bag and dazing for a while, he put on a woolen sweater, got out of the sleeping bag, quickly put on his boots, and then pulled Selena's quilt up, pulling her round shoulders away. Cover well. Although the temperature here at Beishan Pass is not too low, the north wind blows with a damp and cold air. Putting on the epic armor of Sheptiston cloth, Serdak immediately became stronger. He put the helmet under his arm and conveniently put the sword of Kerwin and the shield of Zakaram, carrying it in his hand. He opened the tent curtain and slipped out quietly. There was a lot of dust outside the tent, although these knights deliberately avoided his tent. The camp was only so big. Countless boots stepped on the gravel, and the dry sand under the gravel would turn into plumes of earthy smoke, flying with the north wind. Stand up. Signal lived in Nika's tent. The two of them got up very early. They had already washed their faces, and Nika was pouring the water from the basin onto the dirt road in front of the tent. Signa held a large wooden bowl filled with cereal, smiled and muttered something to Nika. Nika wore a white robe and had her hair tied into a bun. While communicating with Signa, she looked at the white sheepskin account book in her hand. The sun emerged from the edge of the eastern peak, and the entire camp became brighter. "Duck, do you want some?" Zigna looked at the cereal in her hand and asked Soldek. Serdak picked up a piece of toasted wheat cake from a stone slab next to Zigna. She was probably the only one in the entire camp who dared to call his name like that. He touched Zigna's head and told her, "There should be a war in the past few days. Don't run around. Just follow Selena or Nika. I know. I will take care of myself." Zigna showed a sweet smile. The Ant Cavalry and Construct Knights of the Cavalry Regiment practice every morning, but they rarely ride horses in the morning training. At this time, Soldak heard the crisp sound of horse hooves, turned around, and saw a group of construct knights riding in front of Andrew. Under the leadership, they had already ran out of the camp. They ran straight towards the city gate hole under the middle section of the city wall. The large iron gate here was almost always closed. I don't know what Andrew said to the city gate guards. Those city gate guards actually opened the iron gate. Then Andrew led the team of construct knights and swaggered through the city gate hole and came to the other side of the city wall. Tego! When Soldak saw Andrew passing through the city gate, he quickly shouted to the Wolf Knight Tego in the camp. What's going on? What does Andrew want to do? Wolf Knight Tego was having breakfast with Frost Wolf Bonita. When he heard Cerdak calling him, he quickly stood up from the door of the tent, looked at the city gate in stunned silence, looked at Cerdak again, and replied, Didn't you send him out to fight? Soldak slapped his forehead and felt a surge of anger rising from his feet to the top of his head. He knew that Andrew had not been able to fight in the past few days. The berserker soul in his heart could not suppress the burning will to fight. Knowing that he would not agree with him taking the construct knights out to fight the evil ghost army on the opposite side, and actually sneak to the south of the city wall in the morning. Cerdak's face was gloomy, and he quickly climbed up the city wall without saying a word. Only then did Wolf Knight Tego realize that Andrew was in big trouble. Falsely passing military orders at this time was no small matter. He quickly followed Cerdak and quickly climbed onto the city wall. The guards on the city wall were preparing to change their defenses. When they saw Cerdak coming to the city wall so early, they quickly saluted. Cerdak held the wall stacks of the city wall with both hands and looked down. The walls made of rough rocks were actually not neat, and many of the shale rocks were extremely sharp. After Andrew led nearly 300 construct knights out of the city gate, they did not approach the mountain where the evil ghost army was located. Instead, they formed 6 rows under the city wall, with almost 50 knights in each row. These constructed knights all hold knight spears in their hands. Andrew stood at the front of the team, quietly looking at the evil ghost army on the opposite mountain ridge. The appearance of the construct knights immediately aroused the vigilance of the evil ghost army on the opposite side. The evil ghost warriors at the forefront of the mountain stood up one after another, and some even ran down the mountain ridge towards the city wall. The evil spirits also know that there is no deterrent from the magic bed crossbow on the city wall, so they are not worried about being killed by giant crossbow arrows. Seeing the provocation of a group of Imperial Knights Chiguagua under the city wall, these evil ghost warriors rushed towards this side without even thinking. At the same time, several tall evil ghost generals came out of the camp. These evil ghost generals had an extremely obvious suppression effect on the evil ghosts. They just raised their arms holding the war blades, and those evil ghost warriors were ready to move. They all stopped. Some ghost warriors even let out low roars to call back the ghost warriors who rushed down the mountain rashly. The evil ghost warriors who came back down the mountain stopped and turned around to look at the evil generals behind them. These evil generals also waved their hands casually, and most of the evil warriors remained on the mountain. Only the evil ghosts on the slopes of the mountain were left. The soldiers gathered and followed the evil generals as they approached the city wall. Andrew shook the reins, tightened the stirrups, and the magic-marked war horse sprang forward under his crotch. He came to the empty field under the city wall alone, and as the construct knights and wall guards behind him cheered, an evil general on the opposite side also jumped out of the team, holding a black sword, and walked towards Andrew to the empty field. Superior. This kind of one-on-one duel can best improve the morale of the soldiers. Andrew was wearing the Eisenhard suit of Soldak, holding the butcher's eye in his hand, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. The tall evil general opposite was not to be outdone. Perhaps because of yesterday's failure in the battle, the evil general was extra cautious. It did not rush forward rashly, with black flames steaming from its body, and bone spurs from its joints. They sprouted everywhere, making him look like an unapproachable porcupine. The strength of the evil general is similar to that of a second-level powerhouse at his peak, and much stronger than an ordinary second-level powerhouse. At first, the Ogre Guidam and the Wolf Knight Tego were unable to defeat an evil general. Now through countless battles, everyone has learned about the weaknesses of the evil general. The evil general died in their hands. There are several of them. Now when I see the evil general on the battlefield, at least I don't feel as guilty as before. The evil ghost general's body is covered with a layer of bone armor, with 3 crystal shields rotating around his body, and the burning black flames make his body disappear and appear. Andrew glanced at the magic-patterned war horse under him. He was worried that the horse would be killed by the evil general, so he jumped off the horse and walked directly to the center of the battlefield with an axe. Cerdak wanted to jump off the city wall and bring Andrew back from the battlefield. Doing this is tantamount to seeking death. He usually cooperates with the two-headed ogre and wolf knight to surround and kill the evil general. Now he was alone. It was obvious that he was stimulated by yesterday's battle. Delia killed an evil ghost general in full view of the public. It probably stimulated Andrew and made him do such a reckless thing. Move. But even so, there is no need for him to dismount and fight on foot. You must know that whether the constructed knight has a horse or not is a completely different kind of combat power. Even the dark knights of the undead realm have to retreat when faced with the charge of the imperial construct knights. Seeing Andrew abandon his horse and fight on foot, the evil general on the opposite side also raised the sword in his hand high and ran towards Andrew without any hesitation. The evil general itself has a tall and burly body. He can run with his legs wide open and can span 7 or 8 meters in one step. There is only a few hundred meters between him and Andrew. The evil general rushed to Andrew in one breath. Neither of them held a shield. When the distance between Andrew and the evil ghost general was only 30 meters, they all jumped up high. The evil ghost general held the war blade tightly with both hands and raised it above his head. The black flames wrapped around the war blade and turned into a 3-meter-long black blade. As the evil general slashed down, black flames surged with countless sparks. At this moment, even the air at the edge of the war blade seemed to be burning with black flames. The butcher's eye in Andrew's hand is a different sight. There are white wind blades around the axe blade. The magic pattern structure and life magic pattern on Andrew's body light up one after another, and a flame wraps around Andrew's arm. The flame, the arc of electricity like a spiritual snake, is constantly flashing in it. Neither side made any extra evasive moves, and their bodies flying into the air collided hard. The collision between the black flame and the raging flame arc caused countless flames and arcs to explode, and the black flame also evaporated and diminished. In the competition of strength, Andrew was naturally not as good as the evil ghost general. He fell backwards. His feet landed on the ground and left 2 deep footprints on the gravel-filled ground. The evil general took advantage of the opportunity and pursued him with his war blade. The black flames on the war blade in his hand surged and struck towards Andrew. Andrew could only block with all his strength, and was forced back dozens of steps by the evil general in one breath. Chapter 1509 Battle of the City Wall. The evil general's cleave made Andrew retreat continuously, and the heat wave of the black flame burned several blisters on Andrew's body. Facing every attack from the evil general, Andrew had to block with all his strength. He even felt that all the bones in his body were cracking under the severe pain. The berserker soul inspired the last bit of potential in Andrew's body. A ferocious face appeared behind Andrew, and Andrew's body suddenly increased in strength. But behind the evil general on the opposite side, the shadow of an abyssal sea serpent also appeared. The war blade in his hand slashed down again and turned into 3 black flames, suppressing Andrew tightly. At this moment, Andrew kept complaining in his heart, regretting that he had been a little too big just now and should not have abandoned his horse to fight on foot. But it was useless to regret now. He almost used all his strength, but he could only block the wave-like onslaught of the evil general. From the beginning to now, Andrew didn't have any beautiful counterattack. Even the surrounding people, the crystal shield surrounding the evil general, could not be broken. After blocking dozens of attacks from the evil general, Andrew's strength was on the verge of exhaustion, and his legs were almost half kneeling on the battlefield. The 300 construct knights standing behind Andrew saw that Andrew was at the end of his strength under the fierce attack of the evil general. Every time he blocked, he seemed to be in danger. This group of constructed knights will pick up the knight's spear and prepare to rush to the battlefield to rescue Andrew. It's just that the evil ghost warriors on the opposite side are also ready to charge at this moment. At this time, the 2-headed ogre appeared on an arrow tower on the city wall, and Gulaitum shouted, "Andrew! Retreat! Move back!" After speaking, he raised an oak barrel with both hands and threw it towards Andrew's position. The 2-headed ogre Gulaitum used his extraordinary strength to throw a huge oak barrel nearly 100 meters away. Andrew also heard the shouts of the 2-headed ogre warrior at this moment. The two usually cooperated very well on the battlefield. When they heard the shouts, they turned around and ran back without any thought. The moment he looked up, he saw a huge oak barrel thrown down from the height of the city wall, which frightened Andrew so much that the hair on his body stood up. If such a black powder barrel exploded next to him, even if he was wearing a magic pattern structure, he would probably be blown to pieces. The figure of the magician Basil appeared in the sky. He was holding the steering wheel of the magic harpoon with one hand and holding a magic book in the other hand. He was swooping towards where Andrew was with a nervous look on his face. The evil general behind Andrew obviously didn't want to let Andrew go easily. The black flame of the war blade in his hand suddenly grew and slashed towards Andrew's back. Unexpectedly, Andrew refused to avoid it. The air wave generated by the explosion of the fireball immediately caused the demon general's body to stagnate. But the war blade had already slashed down, and the explosion of flames immediately split the city in half with the demon general. Andrew felt a fireball explode behind him, and a wave of air pushed him forward violently. But then a burning knife struck his back, and Andrew groaned, "No!" Not daring to stop for a moment. He rushed into the ranks of the Construct Knights. A fireball exploded in front of him, causing the evil general's war blade to miss Andrew. But the black flame on the war blade scratched Andrew's back. The exploding fire bombs failed to cause any harm to the evil general. It just wanted to keep Andrew on the battlefield. So it chased ahead. He didn't even see that after the fireball dissipated, an oak barrel crashed down in front of him. When General Evil Ghost saw the oak barrel, the barrel had already landed on top of General Evil Ghost's head. He still raised it without hesitation. The war blade slashed down, and as the oak barrel cracked, a large number of black particles the size of soybeans were scattered all over it. Basil in the sky was waiting for this moment. A small fireball flew out of the magic book he was holding and landed accurately on the cracked oak barrel. Boom! This was not an explosion, but countless scattered black powders burned instantly, lighting up with dazzling light and thick smoke. The evil general was also among them. Almost all the bone armor on his body was ignited by the scorching flames, and the crystal shield shattered in the flames. The evil general let out an angry roar, and then rolled around on the ground twice in embarrassment. The ignited bone armor was extinguished. The evil general had countless broken bone spurs all over his body. When he stood up from the ground, a group of evil ghost warriors waiting behind him had already rushed over. The Construct Knights under the city wall also heard the retreat horn, surrounded Andrew, whose back was almost burned, and retreated along the city gate hole to the cavalry regiment camp. "Pass my order to the city gate guards below to completely block the city gate hole with stones." Surdak gave orders to a city wall guard captain with a cold face. After saying that, he was about to leave from here to see Andrew, who had an injured back. Basil, the magician in the sky, did not dare to stay at low altitude anymore. The magic weapon drew an arc in the air and flew back to the city wall. The evil general was in a state of embarrassment, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries. At most, he was burned by black powder. A large group of evil ghost warriors surrounded the evil general and screamed under the city wall, and some even rushed to the bottom of the city wall. The guards on the city wall suddenly rained down arrows, but the arrows made of ordinary fine steel arrow clusters had almost no lethality to the evil ghost warriors, as long as they closed their eyes and tightened their bodies together. The arrows can't penetrate the bone armor on their bodies. Before Surdak could leave the city wall, a wave of cheers, like a wave, came from the evil ghost camp on the opposite hillside. At first, Surdak thought that these ghost warriors were cheering for the victory of the ghost general in front of the formation. But when the ghost general heard the cheers of the ghost warriors, he hurried towards the ghost warriors, running over to the camp. All the evil ghost warriors retreated like a tide. Only then did Surdak realize that something seemed wrong, and he planned to delay Andrew's treatment. When he stopped, he discovered that Basil, the magician riding a magic harpoon in the air, was pointing at the evil ghost camp in the distance, and kept telling Surdak in sign language to look due south. At this time, even the guards on the city wall were looking over there. Surdak stopped and began to look in the direction of the evil ghost camp. He happened to see all the evil ghost warriors in the evil ghost camp retreating to the left and right, leaving a passage several meters wide between the mountains. You must know that the evil generals usually don't get this kind of special treatment. With the appearance of a huge creature, the doubts in my heart were completely eliminated. It was a 5-meter-tall headless horseman, wearing black armor full of cracks, and a broken and faded cloak on its back. Its hands he held a green long sword in his hand. The size of this long sword was almost the same as a double-edged sword. The bone armor on its body had a faint metallic sheen, and the powerful aura it exuded immediately boosted the fighting spirit of the evil ghost army. Surdak could clearly feel that the power of this headless horseman completely surpassed the evil general in the camp. The powerful pressure came from far away. Surdak felt like he was standing on the bottom of the sea. Not only was he unable to breathe, and Surdak seemed to be soaked in water, every movement became very slow. However, the headless horseman was still 2 kilometers away from here, and it actually brought such a strong suppressive force to Surdak. As the evil ghost army cheered like a tsunami, The headless horseman was already standing at the forefront of the mountain. It stretched out a skinny arm, and the tip of the green sword pointed at the wall of the North Mountain Pass. Without even making any sound, the evil ghost warriors, who had been entrenched on the mountain for several days, rushed down from the hillside like a tide and rushed toward the city wall. The general attack of the evil ghost legion started at this time, which was something Cerdak never expected. The headless horseman appeared so quickly that it even caught people off guard. Seeing this scene, the group of evil ghost warriors, who were about to rush back, quickly changed their direction and rushed straight to the bottom of the city wall. A group of evil ghost warriors crowded into the city gate hole and began to bang against the iron gate that had not been reinforced. The remaining evil ghost warriors rushed to the bottom of the city wall and climbed up along the wall. The guards on the city wall followed the previous drill and quickly moved barrels of kerosene from behind the city wall and poured them down along the stacks of the city wall. Brown-red kerosene flowed down the city wall, and the large iron gate under the city wall continued to bulge backwards with the sound of collisions. The city gate guards began to press huge rocks against the back of the large iron gate. As the kerosene flowed to the bottom of the city wall, burning torches were thrown under the city wall by the guards on the wall. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of evil ghost warriors clinging to the city wall, and countless evil ghost warriors gathered under the city wall, squeezing together and competing with each other to climb up the city wall. Many evil warriors under the city wall had their heads and faces poured by the fire oil. A torch fell into the stone trough filled with kerosene at the feet of the evil ghost warrior, and the flames burst into flames. This kerosene was very flammable and spread extremely quickly. Many people had some of it on their bodies. The evil ghost warriors who were filled with fire oil immediately became flaming people, letting out pitiful wails and running around among the evil ghosts. Suddenly, the battlefield below turned into a mess. However, there were also evil ghost warriors whose bodies were burning with flames, climbing up the city wall step by step. Most of the wall guards waiting on the city wall were holding Paglio spears in their hands. When these evil ghost warriors stretched out their hands from the gaps in the wall and just peeked into the city wall, a sharp spear appeared. It penetrated the ghost warrior's left eye with great precision, and the spear tip emerged from the back of its head. The evil ghost warrior let out a scream and fell down before he could climb up the city wall. Chapter 1510 Battle of the City Wall 2. Thousands of Aboriginal warriors were crowded on the 1-kilometer-long city wall. These Aboriginal warriors were wearing full heavy armor. The warriors in the front row held heavy swords in their hands and held up round shields. They mainly used their shields to resist the attack. The ghost warrior climbed up from under the city wall. The heavy sword in his hand was trying his best to chop down everything that came out of the wall. The Aboriginal warriors behind were holding Paglio spears. The Aboriginal warriors holding war spears were only responsible for killing. They only attacked two places on the evil ghost warrior's body: the head and heart. These Aboriginal warriors don't have much combat experience, but after half a month of training, they all know how to respond when the evil ghost warriors attack the city. At the same time, they are also some excellent hunters in the tribe, especially good at spears and bows. Everyone has been waiting for this moment for too long, and their hatred for the evil spirits has reached its peak. In particular, most of the evil ghost warriors who rushed to the city gave up their weapons and used the bone spurs growing on their hands and feet to jump directly into the crowd and fight hand to hand. Even if he is stabbed several times, he still has to pounce on a soldier in the crowd and bite a certain part of his body with his big mouth full of sharp teeth without letting go. The battle was almost imminent. More and more evil ghosts climbed up the city wall, and from time to time, kerosene poured down from their heads. Many of the evil ghost warriors' heads and bodies stained by kerosene burned. The round rolling stones were originally the flint raw materials for the catapult. Unfortunately, Soldak failed to bring the catapult over. These rolling stones weighing hundreds of kilograms can only be dragged by more than 2 guards. Throw from the city wall. The rolling stones hit the evil ghosts who were climbing the city wall, and many evil ghosts fell directly from the city wall. If they hit the evil ghosts under the city wall, even if they have hard bone armor, they will break their bones and tendons. A wave of rolling stones crashed down, and the evil ghost warriors who were attacking the city were suppressed under the city wall and unable to raise their heads. There was still a fire burning in the oil tank under the city wall. Many ghost warriors were stained with fire oil and could not be extinguished. They could only run around under the city wall with their bodies covered in flames. This situation was not reversed until the evil generals charged towards the city wall. A dozen evil ghost generals rushed to the front, their bodies burning with black flames, not afraid of the blazing flames at all. The evil ghost general was leading the way, and the evil ghost warriors behind them didn't care about the flames burning under their feet. They howled and followed behind the evil ghost general, climbing through the fire towards the city wall. Heat waves rolled into the city, and the thick smoke was filled with the smell of burnt meat and meat. It was almost impossible to stand near the wall stacks. The corpses of the evil ghost warriors lay scattered on the top of the city. They couldn't spare any free time and threw them outside the city. A large number of evil ghosts climbed up the top of the city from the thick smoke. Once the indigenous warriors fighting on the city wall were injured, they would be quickly transported to the bottom of the city using zip lines, waiting for treatment by the medical team. The steps behind the city wall were crowded with Aboriginal warriors waiting to join the battle. The great witches of the Agrod tribe also stood on the sacrificial altar and began to bless the Aboriginal warriors in batches. Some strong men in the tribe also came to the altar and stood in the queue waiting for the blessings of the great witches. The sacrifices were carried to the altar in boxes, and everything was going on in an orderly manner. At this time, it was too late for Soldak to complain about the reckless Andrew, so let him lie down in the medical tent. The West Route Army also has a garrison area on the city wall, located less than 100 meters above the city gate. Today, it happened to be 150 Construct Knights from the 2nd Brigade of the 2nd Regiment of Construct Knights of the Lord Serdek Army, responsible for duty. Now this group of Construct Knights has started a fierce battle with the evil spirits. Serdek also participated in the battle on the city wall, and stepped on the fanatic halo under his feet. The halo covered all the Construct Knights on the city wall. Of course, Serdek is not the only knight who has mastered the power of the aura. Many knights in the Constructed Knights have realized the aura, such as the aura of power, the aura of thorns, the aura of precision, the aura of piety, the aura of concentration, and the various auras. There are various kinds of halos, and different types of halos can be superimposed together to form halos exuding magical atmosphere under the feet of the knights. These apertures can greatly enhance the strength of the Constructed Knights. Each halo has a certain coverage area, so even adjacent Aboriginal warriors benefit from these night halos. These Aboriginals were a little surprised at first, and couldn't figure out why there were magic halos under their feet. Later, during the battle, they discovered that these halos would bring them some strange powers. After getting used to it, they accepted it calmly. More than a dozen evil ghost generals, whose bodies were covered in black flames, rushed up to the city wall, and immediately caused chaos on the city wall. The evil general swept the war blade in his hand horizontally, and a large number of Aboriginal warriors suddenly fell. The evil general almost stepped on the corpses of the indigenous soldiers and rushed forward. After they took a stand at the head of the city, the evil ghosts under the city wall, the soldiers climbed up the city wall one after another. When the evil spirits saw the corpses of the Aboriginal warriors, they immediately squatted on the ground and dug out the flesh and blood of these Aboriginal warriors, crazily stuffing them into their stomachs. Even when the evil general was fighting, he took a few bites from the Aboriginal warriors and drank some warm blood. Suddenly, the city wall was covered in blood by these evil generals. The Construct Knights in the middle part of the city wall also encountered several evil generals, who rushed to the top of the city. These Construct Knights relied on the magic pattern structures on their bodies, and could barely hold on for a while against the evil generals. But it was short-lived. In just a quarter of an hour, Construct Knights were frequently slashed by the evil ghost general. Soldak held up a golden shield and fought with one of the evil ghost generals. Seeing the figure of the evil general appearing on the city wall, the two-headed ogre Gillitam and the wolf knight Tego immediately rushed up from under the city wall. With the two of them joining the battle, the Construct Knights' defense zone could be considered stable. Of course, there are also some knights in the peak period of the first rank among the Construct Knights, although they have not yet broken through the bottleneck of the second rank. With their strength, they will not be defeated in a short time. Not to mention, they have companions around them to help. There is a halo under his feet, and his strength has increased not just a little bit. It's just that the ordinary ghost warriors, who followed the ghost general up to the top of the city, were not easy to deal with. These ghosts were probably hungry. They rushed up to the city wall, and started to go crazy, when they smelled the smell of fresh flesh and blood. Following behind the ghost general, he rushed forward with his strong body. They actually allowed them to securely occupy a section of the city wall that was more than 10 meters long. More and more evil ghost warriors jumped onto the top of the city. The Aboriginal warriors were responsible for the city wall section, and the scene became even more chaotic. Several sections of the city wall were captured by the evil generals. However, these natives of the Agrod tribe are also very fierce. Those warriors at the front almost never retreat in 4 battles. Many warriors fight to the death to throw the evil ghost warriors on the opposite side off the city wall. When General Evil first appeared, the indigenous warriors were at an absolute disadvantage in battle. When a group of second-level warriors from the Agric clan rushed up to the city wall, they received the blessings from the gods from the great witches under the city wall, possessing the blessed body and the blessed shield. Even if this was the case in the past, these second-level warriors from the Agric clan were no match for the evil general. But the situation is different now. These second-level warriors were full armor and hold magic weapons in their hands, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. After scaling the city wall, the war situation that was about to collapse was immediately stabilized. There was chaos on the city wall, and the evil generals were also locked in a bitter battle. Surdak, wearing the Shaptistan cloth epic battle armor and holding a golden shield, was at the forefront of the battlefield without hesitation. He stepped on the halo of fanaticism under his feet, and the magic lines of life on his body continuously drew strength from the earth and injected it into his body. The sword of Kerwin in his hand exuded a sacred brilliance. Every time he slashed forward with the sword, his mouth would be full of energy, recited a low dragon language. The voice was like talking with water in the mouth, giving people the feeling that they could not hear clearly but had different pitches. As the magic pattern of the rune language appeared, and as the sword of Kerwin struck out, a holy thunder fell on the head of the evil general. The thunder filled with a sacred aura immediately extinguished the black flames on the evil spirit general's body. The evil spirit general felt stiff all over, and immediately bone spurs emerged from all over his body, and a four-headed sea snake from the abyss appeared. A shadow appeared behind it. As the shore appeared, a huge force was injected into the body of the evil spirit general, and the evil spirit general's body regained its freedom. The war blade in his hand could only block Suldak's sword at this moment. The construct knights on both sides took the opportunity to poke out the knight spears in their hands, forcing back the evil ghost warriors who rushed up from both sides. The evil general relied on his superior strength to force Surdak to retreat. Surdak pressed his shoulder against the upper edge of the shield, and stabbed the long sword in his hand against the edge of the gold-decorated shield. The sword of Kerwin with the holy light looked extremely sharp, and the blade penetrated the gap between the crystal shields. Through the gap, he accurately inserted into the ribs of the evil general. The evil general let out an angry roar and grasped the edge of the sword of Kerwin, preventing the sword from continuing to penetrate inward. The sharp blade cut the evil ghost general's palm, and the evil ghost general took the opportunity to stab Suldak with the war blade in his other hand, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. The two of them were entangled, and Surdak could not avoid it. Seeing that the 2-meter-long war blade was about to pierce through Surdak's chest, the construct knights behind him were too late to help. But at this moment, the war blade in the evil ghost general's hand was inserted into Surdak's chest, a ripple appeared on Surdak's chest, like a drop of water falling into a quiet lake. It was a mini gate to the void that was only the size of a palm. It appeared silently, without even the slightest fluctuation of mana. The demon general's war blade penetrated without any hindrance, and it felt like it was stabbed in the air. Surdak glanced at his chest in shock, then stirred the sword of Kerwin in his hand, cutting the sword wound on the ribs of the evil general into the size of a bowl, and the thick purple blood flowed from it. The wounds came out with pieces of flesh, bones, and broken organs. Only then did the evil general feel that the power in his body began to drain away rapidly. Chapter 15:11 Battle of the City Wall 3. Surdak stood with the fanatic halo at his feet, and was followed by a group of construct knights. The various knight halos were superimposed together, and his combat effectiveness was at least 20% stronger than before. The evil general lowered his head and stared at the wounds on his body with disbelief, thinking about taking out the sword and giving Surdak another blow. But what it didn't know was that in a rented house in Helensa city in the Bena province, Aphrodite was sitting on the terrace. A summoning circle appeared in front of her, and floating above the coffee table was a fan with only a slap in it. A jet black war blade stretched out from the void gate, which was as large as the size of the void gate, and even cut off a corner of the coffee table. Aphrodite ignored the war blade, but raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looking at the war blade with some pride without saying a word. Naturally, the evil general on the wall at the northern pass of Moyenling couldn't see Aphrodite's somewhat proud expression. He wanted to pull out the war blade, but the bowl-sized wound on his abdomen was already leaking out some organ fragments. Several aortas around the heart were also severed by Suldak's Kulwin sword. Thick purple blood gushes out along the wound and cannot be stopped at all. Although it doesn't feel much pain, it can clearly feel it as its body weakens rapidly. The phantoms of the four-headed sea snakes behind him gradually faded. The evil general decisively gave up the war blade in his hand. trying to use his last bit of strength to hold Soldak tightly in his arms. And then let his body countless bone spurs sprouted from each part. And with the power blooming at the last moment of his life, Cerdak was also pulled into the abyss of death. The construct knights on both sides have already rushed forward, and the knight's spear in their hands pierced the gap in the evil ghost general's armor. Soldak took the opportunity to pull out the sword of Kerwin, withdrew the gold-decorated shield in front of him, and wiped the sword of Kerwin on the throat of the evil general with his backhand. The sword blade exuding a faint holy light easily cut off the head of the evil ghost general. The evil ghost general had a long green horn that was 1.5 feet long on his head. I don't know when it started. It has become popular to collect this long cyan horn. It is estimated that this long horn can be sold for a lot of money due to its good condition. The evil general's head rolled down onto the city wall, and his huge body fell backwards under the push of the knight's spear. The evil general died in battle, and the evil warriors around him rushed forward crazily. The construct knights around Cerdak were naturally not afraid of these evil warriors. The two sides strangled each other on the city wall, and with Serta with the power provided by Graham's fanatical halo, the constructed knights steadily gained the upper hand. From time to time, a string of fireballs would fall in the sky and explode at the edge of the city wall, preventing the evil ghost warriors behind from climbing to the top of the city. Cerdak stood up straight and took a breath a little while surrounded by a group of construct knights. Then he picked up the sword of Kerwin and once again selected an evil general on the battlefield near him, holding a gold shield against it. Cerdak intervened in the battle just in time. The gold-decorated shield in his hand blocked a construct knight. The black war blade in the evil general's hand struck the gold-decorated shield, and a series of sparks exploded. The light of the Holy Cross shield and the blessing shield on the golden shield light up at the same time. The burning black fire of the war blade disappeared without a trace in an instant. Cerdak then recited the rune language, and the sword of Kerwin came out from the bottom to the top of the shield at the most incredible position, and quickly opened a wound on the thigh of the evil general. There was a crack in the evil general's black tough frame, and the purple muscle fibers inside were clearly visible. Seeing that his thigh was injured, the evil general set his sights on Cerdak, held the black war blade with both hands behind his back, and penetrated Cerdak's head with all his strength. Cerdak seemed to have expected it. He turned sideways and hit the demon general's war blade with his shield. A ball of black fire came over and was blocked by a layer of light. Shield erupted from the shield. It instantly dissipated in the air, with coherent and smooth movements. Cerdak avoided the furious attack of the evil general. The construct knight who followed behind stabbed the evil ghost general with his knight's spear again, and the surrounding evil ghost warriors also rushed to kill him. In order to kill this evil general as soon as possible, an archangel full of holy light appeared behind Cerdak. The white wings of light bloomed in midair. The shadow of the archangel remained with Cerdak. In the same posture, it also holds an angel sword in its hand. As Cerdak swung his long sword and slashed at the evil general, the long sword composed of holy light in the hand of the archangel shadow also slashed down. The evil general had already realized that the situation was not good. He planned to get away and fly back, but behind him was a crowd of evil warriors who had climbed to the top of the city. His back hit an evil warrior hard, and several evil warriors. Suddenly the evil warrior rolled into a ball, and the evil general failed to stabilize his body and fell on his back. The long sword filled with the power of holy light fell down, and in the dazzling holy light, the body of the evil general was completely split open. Cerdak took a few more steps forward, and before the shadow behind him completely dissipated, Kerwin's long sword chopped off the head of the evil general. At the same time, the war blades of several evil ghost warriors around him also fell on Cerdak. The gold-decorated shield in his hand just barely blocked the two war blades. The magical armor in the sea of spiritual consciousness suddenly appeared, replacing Cerdak. Blocked the sword slashed by the other evil ghost warriors. The Schefter's Dambu armor also showed strong defensive capabilities at this moment. Cerdak only felt the ping-ping-pong-pong sound before his body changed and fell backwards. Because he was protected by epic armor, he was not injured. He got up from the ground in some embarrassment and killed two evil generals one after another. Cerdak's body was a little exhausted. A group of construct knights surrounded him. The third evil general noticed Cerdak here. He pulled out a blood-stained war blade from a construct knight and moved quickly towards this side. Cerdak approaches. It discovered that Cerdak had killed two of his companions in a row, and with so many construct knights guarding him, he must be a senior general in the army. On the chaotic city wall, the two-headed ogre Gulaitum and the wolf knight Tego each fought hard with an evil ghost general. They also had a knight halo under their feet. The other evil general used many combat skills on the narrow city wall. He didn't come out. So although the battle was very fierce, he still took the initiative. Cerdak felt a little exhausted. Among the armored knights protecting him, 2 armored knights with shields immediately rushed towards the evil general. However, when the evil general slashed with all his strength, the light shields of the 2 construct knights instantly shattered, and they both retreated in embarrassment. A long wound was opened on the arm holding the shield. The evil ghost general let out a low roar towards Cerdak, and the evil ghost warriors standing around it rushed forward amidst the roar. The construct knights stepped forward to block these evil ghost warriors, and the construct knights continued to fall. The construct knight, who is still breathing, will soon be dragged back by the new force rushing up from behind. Obviously, the Evrod tribe, which has 200,000 aboriginal warriors, has more second-level powerhouses. The second-level warriors waiting behind saw the middle part of the city wall being engaged in a hard fight, and immediately the second-level warriors caught up. These tribal second-level warriors entered the camp of the construct knights and immediately felt the power of the halo. They prefer to use spears when fighting, and when combined with shield-wielding knights, the effect is surprisingly good. Behind the battlefield of the city wall, a group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants lurked in the cave. They were too big to fight on the city wall, so they were left behind by Cerdak. Cerdak rested for a while at the top of the city, waiting for his physical strength to recover a little, and then appeared in front of the 3rd evil general holding his shield again. This evil general had just slashed 6 construct knights at their peak stage in the 1st rank. If not for the strong men of the 2nd rank from the Edgerod tribe, the situation just now would have happened. Or Cerdak was forced to if he comes forward again. Either the construct knights around him will be injured, or they will have to stand up and block in front, waiting for Cerdak to recover his strength. Cerdak rushed up and discovered that the battle here was also quite tragic. The chest of a 2nd-level strongman from the Egrod tribe was completely torn apart, and even his chest was cut open 2 feet long. The wound, but the 2nd-level expert seemed to feel no pain at all, and not much blood flowed from the wound. But the flesh that turned outwards looked quite terrifying. The battle spear in the 2nd-level strongman's hand has also disappeared. He is holding a sharp craftsman's sword. He rushes up from the left side of the evil ghost general. Regardless of the black fire that will be contaminated by the evil ghost general, he kills the craftsman's sword. The sword penetrated the demon general's back. The black fire on the evil spirit general's body also quickly burned on this 2nd-level powerhouse. Cerdak rushed forward and chopped down 2 evil ghost warriors one after another next to the tribe's 2nd-level warrior. Then he took the opportunity to let the power of holy light pour out from his palms, and a large amount of holy light fell on the tribe's 2nd-level warrior. The black fire on his body was immediately extinguished. The ghost warrior rushed from behind and rushed towards Cerdak, but was blocked again by the construct knights following him. Cerdak extinguished the black fire on the 2nd-level strongman, raised the gold-decorated shield and hit it on the ribs of the evil general in front, and stabbed out again with the sword of Kerwin in his hand. Cerdak was locked in a bitter battle at the top of the city. In less than an hour, he actually killed 3 evil generals. He stabilized the battle situation in the middle of the city wall, and then helped the 2-headed ogre and wolf knight kill their respective evil generals. Cerdak led a group of construct knights to charge everywhere on the city wall. Wherever these construct knights went, they killed the evil generals who were causing chaos there. Chapter 15:12 The nobles in the city. As the battle on the city wall became intense, the evil ghost generals were killed one after another, and thousands of evil ghost warriors were sent but failed to capture the city wall at Beishan Pass. The headless horseman on the mountain finally became unable to sit still. It stood up. Its tall body was extremely tall among the evil ghosts, and passed over countless evil ghost warriors around it. Striding to the bottom of the city wall, it saw the shadow of the archangel appearing from time to time on the city wall. The moment the white angel wings spread out, the holy light emitted was so dazzling. The broken body has no head, but this does not mean that it cannot see the scenery in the distance. There are 2 eyes on the bone armor on the shoulders that can move forward and back at will. It doesn't even need to turn around. Just move its eyes to see the surrounding scenery. It stared at Cerdak at the top of the city, as if remembering something from long ago. At that time, he was still an evil ghost who had just crawled out from the depths of the abyss. They walked a long way that time. He remembered that the army walked along the rotating ladder for hundreds of days before reaching the battlefield in the clouds. It could be seen everywhere in the sky. It's these angels with white wings. Memories are fragmented, and many things may have been forgotten because they were so old. It even forgot how it survived on that battlefield. But the resentment in his heart is getting heavier and heavier, and now those white wings have brought back some long-forgotten memories. The fire in its heart burned instantly, and black flames covered its whole body. In its eyes, there was only the white light and shadow on the city wall. It began to run hard, and the steps it took were long. It ran faster and faster, and its body carried a white light. The headless horseman did not climb up the burning city wall. He focused on the dark city gate in the middle of the fire. Every step it took was heavy and powerful, and every step left deep footprints. When the speed surged to the extreme, the headless horseman had already arrived at the city gate under the city wall. The ghost warriors who were blocked here and were trying to break down the door didn't even have time to get out of the way. The headless horseman's shoulders slammed against the large iron gate of the city gate. The thick iron gate is customized according to the gate of Helensa city. It is made of giant wood. The surface of the wooden board is also covered with a thick layer of iron plate, and is closely connected with iron rivets. In fact, the back of the city gate hole was filled with some stones and sandbags. The evil ghost warriors rushed into the city gate and tried to tear down the two large iron doors. Unfortunately, they only peeled off the outer layer of iron. Before they could attack the wooden door, the headless horseman rushed in from the outside. A giant crystal shield appeared in front of his shoulders and slammed into the city door. Cerdak felt a huge earthquake beneath his feet, as if the city wall was about to collapse. The city gate below was even more dusty. And then the north side of the city gate became a mess, and the shouts and screams of the aboriginal warriors reached the city wall. Cerdak immediately felt cold. He knew that the situation was not good. The evil warriors must have opened the city gate below. There are so many aboriginal warriors blocked under the city wall. Now I know that the battle situation is not optimistic just by the sound coming over. However, the battle situation on the city wall has not stabilized. The fire oil at the foot of the city wall has almost burned out. The evil ghosts rushing up, there are more and more soldiers. Although the second-level warriors on the city wall had suppressed the evil ghost general, they did not gain much advantage. Now there is trouble under the city wall. Once a large number of evil ghost warriors rush in from under the city wall, it will be a big trouble. When he got close to the city wall, he glanced at the block to the north, and immediately saw the headless horseman rushing into the block where the aborigines lived. Behind him was a group of evil ghost warriors. Along the way, the aboriginals passed by. The soldiers were even more killed and injured. The headless horseman was unstoppable. In front of him, the aboriginal warriors were like weeds in a big meadow. As the sickle was waved, they all fell down. Even the few second-level experts who came up were knocked back by the blue sword. Seeing the chaos under the city wall, Cerdak slapped his forehead, knowing that if the headless horseman was not dealt with, the war situation would continue to deteriorate. Thinking of this, he asked Uladum and Tego to lead the second group of construct knights to guard the city wall. He jumped off the city wall with the sword of Kerwin and the golden shield, knocking down a few people in front of him. The evil ghost warrior gritted his teeth and chased in the direction of the headless horseman. With Cornberg County being completely captured by the Bina army, the elite troops of the Bina army, including 13 regiments of swordsmen and 35 heavy cavalry regiments, have now moved to the battlefield along the Kimpato River. However, the heavy armored infantry regiment, archer regiment, logistics baggage regiment, crossbow regiment, catapult regiment, etc. returned to Handanar County one after another. The remaining evil forces in Cornberg County will be encircled and suppressed by the 17 light cavalry regiments of the Bina army. These cavalry will be stationed in Cornberg County after the noble lords and lords of Handanar County gradually enter the army. Only then will they gradually evacuate from Cornberg County. Duke Newman had returned to Handanar City 2 weeks ago, and has been holding internal affairs meetings for 10 consecutive days in the Parliament Hall of the House of Representatives in Handanar City. In fact, they are openly dividing the land of Cornberg County with the noble lords of Handanar County. The biggest cake already belongs to the Bina army. But after all, the land of Cornberg County is nearly 1 million square kilometers. Newman the Duke only included the most fertile part of the land into his own territorial territory. The rest of the land will be distributed to other lords of the Bina Legion based on merit. The remaining land will be brought to the internal affairs meeting of Handanar City. This kind of meeting is more like a land auction for noble lords. The conditions are very high. Not all nobles have the right to purchase. The first point is that you need to have a lord army. Otherwise you will not be able to defend the land that has just been developed. Soil of. In addition, the ranks of nobles are subject to certain restrictions. For example, a baron, even if he has a strong army and sufficient property, can only own a small town before being promoted to a viscount or earl. In fact, the land Cerdak currently owns is very inconsistent with the title he owns. He is currently only a third-class earl, but now he is a plain lord. And he also has large territories in other planes. This situation is very unreasonable. But these lands are all Serdak's own. What was developed by the Lord's army can be justified according to the Green Empire's 433 land distribution law. Now that Serdak's meritorious service on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain was enough for him to be promoted to Marquis, this matter would not be criticized. There are many noble lords in the Bena province who hold heavy troops but are unwilling to send troops to participate in plain wars. After the war is won, they spend a large amount of magic crystals to buy territory. These lords are often not short of money. The threshold for carving up territory through this kind of fighting was set for them. If you want to upgrade your title, it's relatively simple. The normal method is to form a lord's army, and then lead the lord's army to participate in plain wars. If you gain enough merit, you can be promoted. There are also abnormal methods, but they are very expensive. Noble lords can purchase unidentified black magic crystals. These black magic crystals can only be obtained from the Dark Legion of the Abyss forces. Each black magic crystal represents the death of a Dark Legion soldier. The currently known Dark Legion including Nakma Legion, Nibra Legion, Faceless Men Legion, and Evil Ghost Legion. Of course, Duke Newman also wanted to use this allocation of the territory of Cornburg County to earn back the huge expenditure of the Bena army in the Warsaw Plain for 8 years. The fruits of victory are often very sweet, and the huge profits of war were fully reflected in this battle. Now the Bena Legion has completely turned around in just a few months. Many heavy armored infantry regiments in Handanar County are currently preparing to return to Bena province. The noble lords of Handanar County gathered in the Parliament Hall, and everyone was talking about it. The noise made the place look like a vegetable market. Duke Newman rubbed his forehead helplessly. Cornburg County's cake had been divided 3 days ago. This time, the Bena Legion can return to the Green Empire with dignity. Duke Newman is about to return to the province of Bena. He has been very busy recently and has been dealing with various things. So he doesn't want to sit in the Parliament Hall and waste time with these noble lords. However, the noble lords in the Parliament Hall are all in high spirits. Many of them have obtained the ideal territory in Cornburg County. Of course, there are also some who have not obtained good territory. Everyone is sitting here to discuss what should be done in the future. How to govern Cornburg County. These autonomous powers will eventually be handed over to the noble lords of Handanar County. And Duke Newman only needs to control Cornburg's administrative appointment power. The Bena Legion is also going home. Stationed in Cornburg County will be the noble lords' legions with territories. However, the topic that everyone is currently discussing is not on this. This makes Duke Newman a little upset and constantly reminds everyone to return to the original topic. But the original intention of these noble lords was to direct the topic to the east and west reinforcement defense zones. The Eastern Route Army is guarding the Naroda Gorge, where the Evil Ghost Army has not yet been completely eliminated. The noble lords of Handanar County are unwilling to fight with this Evil Ghost Army, so they hope that the main force of the Bena army will return. When entering Handanar City, we can destroy this Evil Ghost Army at the same time, so as not to be unable to deal with it later. In addition, this group of noble lords also hope that after the Evil Ghost Army in Naroda Canyon is cleared, Duke Newman will also put Naroda Fortress up for auction. That fortress was built as a military stronghold. When the war subsides, as long as some immigrants are moved there, it will become a very good town with almost no need for any further construction. Duke Newman has been refusing to let go on this matter. The main reason is that the Naroda Fortress originally promised benefits to Marquis Edmund Arnold. Otherwise, why would he lead an army of 100,000 to the Warsaw Plain at this time? There are so many private armies of lords in Handanar City, but no lord is willing to send troops to garrison and Naroda Fortress. Now it's time to divide the cake. The noble lords in the city stretched out their paws, obviously looking a little ugly while eating. In addition, the lords of Handanar County also raised one thing. That is, the Western Route Army has now attacked Mayun Ridge and successfully opened the south gate of Mayun Ridge. This means that Bena's army can drive straight through the south gate and enter the Moyonling Highlands to start a new round of fighting. These noble lords had no idea about attacking the Moyonling Pass and garrisoning the Gander Mountains. But if a large territory is divided up in Mayun Ridge, these noble lords simply want to sharpen their heads and get in. Who doesn't know that the Evil Ghost Legion in Moyonling has been frightened by the Eastern Route Army and has now shrunk to the largest base of the Evil Ghost Legion? Now the southern part of the Moyonling Highlands is full of adventure groups hunting evil ghosts. According to the information everyone has received from the adventure group, evil spirits are rarely encountered in the large areas of the Highlands. At this time, as long as you lead the Lord's army to the high ground, the land will be picked up for nothing. I don't know what happened to the Eastern Route Army. Currently, a large number of Eastern Route Army are gathered in the Dak Valley. The Surdak commander even built a wall on the north side of the valley, and ordered the troops to garrison in the valley. You are not allowed to step even half a step into the Moyonling Highlands. Currently, the activities in the Moyonling Highlands are all adventure groups. After hearing such news, the noble lords of Handanar County were once again excited. How long will it take for such a good thing to happen? Since the Eastern Route Army is unwilling to send troops to attack the Moyonling Highlands, we are willing. Therefore, at this meeting, at least 20 noble lords took the initiative to apply to Duke Newman to join the Eastern Route Army and enter the Moyonling Highlands as independent reinforcements to participate in the battle there. This is what makes Duke Newman a little annoyed. But he has no way to refuse directly. Because once they refuse, these noble lords are really likely to refuse to participate in all future wars organized by the Bena Legion. Unidentified black magic crystals can now be seen everywhere in Handanar City, many of which flowed in from the battlefield in Mayun Ridge, where a large number of adventure groups hunted evil spirits in the highlands. Almost 70% of the adventure groups in Handanar City have gone to Moyonling to pan for gold. It is said that there are countless adventure groups that have become successful because of this. Many powerful adventure groups hunt evil spirits there, and even arrived at the rare magic pattern construct. Such news reached Handanar City. How could these noble lords endure it? The matter of sending troops to Mayun Ridge has been discussed in the Parliament Hall for 3 days. As more and more noble lords expressed their strong willingness to fight to Duke Newman, Duke Newman's originally unswerving attitude of not sending more reinforcements finally relaxed. As this group of noble lords made concessions and agreed to reinforce the Lord's army in Moyonling Highlands and accept the unified command of Soldak, Duke Newman stamped his seal on the declaration of expedition. For a time, the entire city of Handanar was cheering. The people began to look forward to news of another victory from the Moyonling Highlands. And the noble lords are looking forward to the taste of the first bite of cake. Duke Newman is making final preparations to return to the province of Bena. Chapter 1513, Evil Ghost Commandery. After the resolution of the House of Representatives was finalized, the noble lords quickly formed a reinforcement army in Handanar City, and set off from Handanar City into the vast meadow. Only then did they learn that a group of small lords on the big meadow had secretly organized a guard team, under the care of the Western Route Army. This guard team actually cleaned up the remnants of the evil spirits wandering around in the big meadow, and the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge is now all trapped on the high ground. And not a single evil ghost can cross the Gander Mountains. The reinforcements decided to rush to the forest camp as quickly as possible. The evil ghost led the headless horsemen to break through the city gate, and led a group of evil ghost warriors into the military camp behind the wall of Beishan Pass. As a result, the battle situation at Beishan Pass instantly reversed, and the battlefield immediately became more chaotic. Black flames ignited on the headless horseman's body, and he was surrounded by 6 crystal shields. After rushing in from the city gate, the cyan sword in his hand swept out. The aboriginal warriors crowded in the street fell in pieces. And then the tribe's second-level warriors jumped out one after another. But under the powerful power of the evil ghost leader, no one could stop the headless horseman. The evil ghost warriors who followed passed through the city gate and fought with the aboriginal warriors on the north side of the city wall. The city gate on the north side of the city wall suddenly became a river of blood. There was an evil spirit leader standing in front, and the rest of the evil spirit warriors rushed in like crazy. On the sacrificial altar not far away, the great witches were still blessing the aboriginal warriors with God's blessings. When the evil ghost leader saw the great witch on the altar, he immediately led a group of evil ghost warriors to charge towards the altar. The chiefs of each tribe came forward with their strong men to stop the evil spirit leader. Although these aboriginal warriors resisted bravely, they were still defeated by the evil spirit leader with thunderous force. Seeing that the gate under the city wall was breached, all the conscripted knights in the West Route Army camp immediately went into battle, while the Ant cavalry stayed in the camp, ready to withdraw from the battlefield at any time with the medical team, Selena and others. 5 druids came from the cave of the giant ghost pattern soldier ants, bringing nearly 7,000 giant ghost pattern soldier ants. These ghost-striped soldier ants have been living at the foot of the mountain on the west side of Beishan Pass, where there are caves dug by a large number of ghost-striped red ants. Surdak was worried that there would be a conflict between the natives of the Agrod tribe and the Red Ant Army, which was a giant ghost-patterned army of soldier ants that had been stationed outside the camp. At this moment, giant soldier ants came in from the west. Their single-wheel size was not as good as that of the evil ghost warriors, but their strength was not inferior to these evil ghosts. Densely packed ghost-patterned soldier ants appeared on the battlefield. with countless limbs and huge fangs, immediately attracted the attention of the evil ghost warrior. These giant ghost-striped soldier ants are also a type of all-terrain combat unit. The battlefield is almost crowded with warriors from the Agrod tribe. They climb up the side walls of the city wall and swarm into the battlefield overwhelmingly, as a large number of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants join the battlefield. The battle between the evil ghost warriors immediately became extremely fierce. Those indigenous warriors, who were not afraid of death, kept rushing up. The advantage of the evil ghost warriors was very weak. The giant ghost-patterned soldiers, the ants, were even less afraid of death. The soldier ants had no idea of evading or blocking. They relied on their hard armor to resist the swords in the hands of the evil ghost warriors. They did not dodge or dodge, opening their huge fangs and trying their best to kill these evil ghost warriors at the cost of injury. With the addition of these giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, the pressure on the aboriginal warriors on the battlefield was immediately relieved. They found that fighting with these ghost-patterned soldier ants, they could actually ignore the attacks of most of the evil ghost warriors. The only thing that couldn't stop him was the headless horseman who had been charging forward. The black flames and crystal shield on his body blocked almost all the attacks of the strong men. The green sword in his hand could split all shields. This was the first time that Serdek met a dark knight with rank 3 strength on the battlefield. He did not expect that the leader of the evil ghost army would be such a headless knight. Moreover, its sense of smell on the battlefield is also particularly keen. Not only did it break through the city gate in one fell swoop, it also discovered that the sacrifice altar was the core of the Agrod tribe alliance. As long as it launched a charge towards the sacrifice altar, it would definitely affect the interests of all the Agrod clan. Warrior Serdek stood at the top of the city, preparing to summon the Red Dragon Izer. The Red Dragon Izer is a level 6 monster, belonging to the same level of power as the Headless Knight. Moreover, Izer belongs to the Dragon Clan, and the blood of the Dragon Clan naturally suppresses all opponents of the same level. But he hesitated the moment he raised his hand, and the Headless Horseman rushed into the rear military camp. This kind of melee doesn't matter to the Red Dragon Izer. Summoning it is just a matter of 2 breaths of dragon breath. But this kind of group spell covering a large area will also instantly melt the aboriginal warriors on the battlefield. So we still have to find a way to lure this evil leader away. Only by drawing him away from the battlefield can the situation here be reversed. Thinking of this, Serdek jumped off the city wall without hesitation, and took the magic pattern war horse from the hands of a construct knight below the city. Serdek, who got on the war horse, immediately used the power in his body through the magic pattern construct, loaded into the body of the magic pattern war horse. The halo at the feet of the magic patterned war horse lit up, and the strengthened magic patterns on its front legs also emitted cyan magic light. The magic marked war horse instantly felt the power of Serdek, and after neighing, driven by Serdek, it chased towards the headless horseman. Before that, he had actually sensed the murderous intention of the evil ghost commander and was prepared to deal with it. However, Serdek never expected that after the evil ghost commander broke through the city gate, he changed his mind and turned towards the altar of sacrifice attacks. Just in front of the altar, a familiar figure rode a black-horned elk out of the crowd. As the aboriginal warriors cast admiring glances at her, Soldek discovered that the person turned out to be Delia. This guy was obviously injured just yesterday. Although the injuries were not fatal, the penetrating injuries to his shoulders and thighs could not be healed quickly in a day. But at this time, she was actually wearing a thick, full coverage armor and holding a sharp spear in her hand. Serdek was a little confused as to how she could recover from her injuries in just one day. And looking at her energetic look, it's hard to believe that she was still better than last night. The headless horseman didn't notice Delia at first, but then a meticulous ancestral shadow appeared behind Delia. A high-level power spread out from the shadow, and its aura actually made all the ancestral shadows appear. The head knight's fighting spirit fluctuated. Its eyes instantly fell on Delia. The green sword in its hand was pointed at Delia from a distance, and it chopped down the aboriginal warriors, blocking his body one by one, and approached Delia step by step. The feeling of being stared at by the third turned dark knight was not pleasant. Delia's face instantly turned pale as paper, and the black-horned elk under her body shivered in fear and backed away repeatedly. Delia mustered up her courage at this moment and threw the spear in her hand towards the headless horseman in the distance. The shadow behind him made the same move. Under the combined efforts of Delia and the ancestor shadow, the spear turned into a white light and flew towards the headless horseman who was charging forward. The headless horseman did not stop, but instead accelerated its running speed. It ignored the aboriginal warriors in front of it and used its strong body to knock away the aboriginal warriors in front of it. It grasped the blue sword tightly with both hands and jumped with all its might. The green sword drew a streak of white light in midair, accurately cutting the spear into 2 pieces. Delia held the reins of the black-horned elk with one hand and turned around in front of the summoning altar. The surrounding aboriginal warriors moved out to make way. The black-horned elk let out a trembling cry. And then, driven by Delia, it flew towards the east of the camp. The headless horseman immediately chased Delia. The black-horned elk was probably so frightened that it almost used all its strength to run eastward. It spread out its 4 hooves and jumped more than 10 meters every time it ran forward. The evil ghost leader seemed to have forgotten the sacrifice altar and chased Delia. The battlefield on this side of the city wall plunged into a sea of fire on the south side. A group of evil ghost warriors invaded the northern military camp and fought in a melee with the aboriginal soldiers and the knights of the Western Route Army. When Surdak saw the evil general chasing Delia, he immediately drove his horse to follow. Surdak also chased out a group of construct knights. However, after Surdak rushed out of the camp, he immediately stopped this group of construct knights and asked them to return to the battlefield at Beishan Pass and join the aboriginal warriors from the evil ghost warriors, who rushed into the camp through the city gate rushed back. If those evil ghost warriors cannot be stopped, they will have to fight to the bitter end at the gate of the city and wait for nightfall. After giving these instructions, Surdak chased in the direction of the evil ghost leader. To deal with this powerful evil leader, Surdak found that no one in the army could defeat it, and the only way was to summon the red dragon Iser. The wolf knight Tego and the 2-headed ogre Guladum saw Surdak leaving the camp on the city wall and chasing the headless horseman. They also wanted to rush over to help, but they were killed by 2 people who climbed on the city wall. The evil general is entangled and unable to escape. In the military camp under the city, dozens of second-level warriors from the aboriginal tribe jumped out and quickly suppressed the evil spirits that rushed in. Surdak looked at the snow-capped peaks getting closer and closer in front of him. The gravel under his feet became increasingly difficult to walk on. Every time the magic-patterned war horse took a step forward, it would fall on a large rock. On the other hand, Delia's black-horned elk was very good at climbing over the mountains. It walked swiftly at the foot of the gravel-strewn mountain and climbed halfway up the mountain where the gravel was piled up. The headless horseman chased after Delia, his legs falling into the debris. In the middle of the stone, every time you chase forward, it takes twice as much effort. After the headless horseman rushed out of the camp, he actually felt a little regretful. But every time he stopped and hesitated, Delia would turn around and throw a spear at him. That spear was full of threats, so the headless horseman had to concentrate on dealing with it every time. Seeing Delia wandering in the distance, the headless horseman was furious and chased after her. Surdak chased the 2 of them hard, but the magic-marked war horse was obviously not suitable for this kind of rocky terrain, and they fell far behind. Delia squinted her eyes. Her face was as pale as paper, and she almost used all her strength every time she threw the spear. She was recovering from her injuries, and even though she had Wudishian's blessing on her body, her physical strength still declined sharply during such a high-intensity attack. Seeing that she was getting farther and farther away from the battlefield, Delia prayed silently in her heart, hoping that the great witches in the tribe could complete the sacrifice ceremony quickly. She also knew that the headless horseman behind her had strength far beyond theirs, the range that can be dealt with. She just wants to lure this headless horseman away, as far away as possible. Try to leave enough time for the tribal camp to respond. But she also saw someone else following the headless horseman. She glanced at the Lord from afar, but she didn't expect that under such circumstances, he would follow him single-handedly. There is no guard around. I heard that he was not a rank 3 expert. Otherwise, he would not have let the headless horseman rush towards the sacrificial altar just now on the battlefield. Since he is not a strong person in the 3rd rank, he has no hope of winning in front of this headless horseman. Delia knew it very well. Seeing the headless horseman striding to catch up again, Delia touched the last 3 spears on her back and gave the black-horned elk a whip. The black-horned elk walked towards the mountainside of the snow peak again. The snow ridge here only has unmelted snow on 1/3 of the peak, and there is no vegetation on the rest of the mountain. The exposed mountain is constantly broken under the action of weathering, and most of the huge rocks they all rolled down to the foot of the mountain, leaving only some small gravel piled halfway up the mountain. The further you go up the mountain, especially halfway up the mountain, the harder it becomes. If you step on it, it will slide down the mountain together with countless gravels. The black-horned elk has been active in the Moyinling area all year round. It is very familiar with the mountain topography here and knows where the piles of gravel will not slide down and roll. It can jump back and forth on the steep mountain, so run far ahead. Even the headless horseman couldn't catch it. Serdak's magic-patterned war horse was unable to climb the mountain, and stopped when it reached the foot of the mountain. Just when Serdak was about to climb up the mountain on foot, the magician Basil rode a magic harpoon and drove him from behind. Come up, Commander Serdak. Come up quickly. I will take you to chase him. Basil levitated the magic harpoon beside Serdak. Without any hesitation, Serdak jumped on the handle of Basil's magic harpoon. Basil skillfully pulled the steering wheel on the magic handle. The floating device on the magic handle lit up with magic lines, and a powerful thrust pushed the two people into the sky. The magician Basil pointed at the jagged rocks on the top of this snow-capped mountain and the iceberg almost hanging in midair and said, Commander Serdak, as long as we can lead that big guy halfway up the mountain, I have a way to bring him to the top of the mountain. The iceberg exploded and let the ice and snow completely bury him. Chapter 15:14 Chase on the Snowy Peak. The mountains at the northern foot of Moyun Ridge stretch for hundreds of miles, and most of the peaks have glaciers that never melt all year round. Only the tops of these snowy peaks have snow. Halfway down the mountainside is a rock wall that is peeled off after weathering. There are countless fine stones piled under the rock wall. This kind of mountain peak has an obvious feature. There is no vegetation on the mountaintop, which can only be seen halfway down the mountainside. Once you get some moss, there will be patches of lush wild grass at the foot of the mountain. This kind of mountain is full of cliffs from the middle up, while the slope of the lower part of the mountain is relatively gentle. The only thing that needs attention is the gravel that looks like quicksand. No matter where they are piled up, they look flat. In fact, there are many dangers hidden in the slopes. These gravel slopes have critical values. It is very likely that any stone dropped from the mountain can cause a landslide. The black-horned elk are like dancers on the tip of a knife, flying on the gravel. Even if the stones slide down the mountain, they will leave the area immediately. In these mountains, there is simply no hunter that can catch them. Serdak saw that the ice cliff on the peak looked like a huge hat, although it was definitely an excellent blasting point. Once the snow peak collapsed, corresponding problems would follow. This is the closest place to the North Pass. A snow-capped peak is only a few miles away from Beishan Pass. Once a man-made avalanche triggers the collapse of the peak glacier, it will inevitably bury the entire North Pass. Currently, there are 200,000 warriors from the Igrod tribe gathered in the North Mountain Pass, as well as more than 10,000 elite cavalry troops from Lord Serdak's army. No matter what the reason is, Serdak will not allow the snow peak to collapse, which will threaten their safety. The headless horseman seemed to have noticed the magician Basil at this time. He suddenly picked up a stone from the ground, twisted his body, and threw it towards the magician Basil in an instant. The stone was wrapped in a layer of black flames and appeared in the sky. Draw a straight black line in the middle. Basil rode up from the bottom of the mountain riding a magic harpoon. He deliberately kept a distance from the headless horseman, but he still underestimated the distance at which the headless horseman could throw stones. The stone flew towards Basil as if a magician had hit it head-on. It is true that the magic harpoon is very flexible in the air, but it is not so flexible when trying to change direction while galloping. At this moment, Basil was seen hitting the rocks. Basil quickly tore open a magic shield scroll, and a light yellow light shield covered the entire magic shield. The next second, the stone was mounted on the light shield. Black flames exploded, and the light shield was completely shattered. The stone's stamina did not dissipate, and it still hit Basil. At this time, a shield stretched out from behind Basil and blocked Basil's chest. The sharp-edged stone was the size of a coconut. It hit the gold-decorated shield and formed a huge collision force. The shield instantly shattered after hitting it, and stone fragments scattered all over the sky. Although Serdak was well prepared, his right arm was still numb from the huge force, and his golden shield couldn't help but shuddered backwards. Basil felt as if someone had punched him hard in the chest, and he almost fainted without taking a breath. The magic harpoon paused slightly while flying in the sky, and then fell headfirst from the sky. The magician Basil was so frightened that his hair exploded. He frantically input mana into the magic pot with both hands, and desperately raised the steering wheel. This caused the magic harpoon to appear in an exaggerated large V-shaped flight path in the air. During this process, Serdak just grabbed Basil's magic robe and planned to catch the magic harpoon completely when it fell. In an instant, he jumped off the magic pot with Basil to prevent Basil from falling to death on the rocks on the mountainside. Seeing that Basil regained control of the magic handle, Serdak breathed out softly. Basil raised the flying height of the magic harpoon to nearly 300 meters. once again widening the distance from the headless horseman, and did not dare to approach recklessly. Basil breathed in the cold wind from high altitude. His forehead was covered with sweat. If Soldak hadn't propped up a shield from behind in time, maybe he would be no different from the exploded stone at this moment. And his upper body would probably be the same. His body was bruised and bloody after being hit by rocks. The seemingly random throws of the headless horseman are absolutely unbearable for a magician of Basil's level. Fortunately, Cerdak was sitting behind him. Basil just thought about it briefly, and felt the hairs on his spine stand up. It turns out that for a weak magician, the distance between life and death is actually so close. In the distance, Delia also saw the headless horseman throwing stones. She was riding on the black-horned elk, and all the muscles in her body became tense. Without any hesitation, she rode the black-horned elk and jumped behind a huge rock that failed to roll down to the foot of the mountain. She used the huge rock as a cover to temporarily avoid the evil ghost leader behind. Delia never thought that the range of the headless horseman's throwing stones would be much farther than her throwing spears, and he chased all the way and would rather give up the battlefield at Beishan Pass. Which is a bit scary. For this kind of herbivorous monster, the black-horned elk is born with the ability to sense danger. It can feel that the headless evil spirit leader behind it is extremely powerful, so it has been running desperately along the way. And it also ran under the high cliffs of the mountains that it was most familiar with. It still wants to continue jumping on the high cliff. But in Delia's view, after the black-horned elk jumps on the rock wall, it will undoubtedly be the most conspicuous target in the eyes of the evil spirit leader. It even only needs to chase it to the bottom of the cliff, and then throw stones at the rock wall. And there is a high probability that the black-horned elk will be knocked down together with her. After taking a look at the headless horseman following behind her, Delia decided not to continue climbing. Instead, she rode a black-horned elk along the mountainside and ran towards the depths of the northern foothills. The mountains here are piled with gravels that have collapsed from the rock walls. The stones get smaller as they go up. If one accidentally steps on them, the entire thigh may be swallowed by the flowing stones. The black-horned elk can have kept flashing and jumping on it, as fast as a whirlwind. If the headless horseman wants to catch up, he must first overcome the gravel that may collapse at any time. Delia had seen the headless horseman slide down the mountain with the gravel flow several times. Every time it could break free from the gravel flow and continue to catch up. I saw the black-horned elk leading Delia running north along the collapsed line of the rock wall halfway up the mountain. The headless horseman chased behind it with great difficulty and embarrassment. If it hadn't been for its tyrannical strength, I'm afraid it wouldn't have known it was being attacked. How many times has it been swallowed up by the rock slide? Cerdak was a little confused as to why the headless horseman had to chase after Delia. Cerdak, who was sitting on the magic platform, could not help but shrink his neck when facing the biting cold wind in the sky. He looked back at the battlefield at Beishan Pass. The melee in the aboriginal camp north of the city wall seemed to have subsided. Only there are battle scenes on the city walls and city gate openings. Cerdak breathed a sigh of relief, and then ordered Basil to fly forward in a detour no matter what, to catch up with Delia, who was running away. When the evil leader first laid eyes on Delia, he felt that the aura on her body was very special. But what really caught the attention of the evil ghost leader was when Delia showed her power. At that time, a figure that was very familiar to her appeared behind her. Just seeing the shadow of that person, the headless horseman felt his whole body trembling. It was a kind of fear hidden in his bones. The phantom glared angrily, and made the same move as Delia. At that moment, the evil spirit commander's whole body stiffened, and he even felt like he was about to die. But the spear that came over was just an ordinary spear. He jumped and split the spear into two pieces. Then the phantom disappeared instantly behind the female warrior. But the breath from the female warrior's body made it somewhat familiar. It followed closely behind the female warrior all the way, watching her riding a black-horned elk up the mountains on the east side, and then pursued her without hesitation. I've been looking for you all these years. Back then, you would rather not become a god, but also maintain your own humanity. You once had power that rivaled the gods. Now I need your bloodline inheritance to repair my incomplete body. The headless horseman finally broke free from the debris flow. He shook off the debris hanging on his body, and took long strides to follow Delia in the direction where she ran away. It longs for greater power. It doesn't care where those powers come from. In its eyes, Delia only has the shadow of the Nephilim during the original Sin War. She possesses the power of the Nephilim bloodline, but her power has not yet awakened. In the eyes of the headless horseman, she is like an extremely delicious tonic. Its value is far higher than anything on the Beishan Pass battlefield. That's why it pursues him without hesitation. Delia always believed that she could lure the evil ghost commander away from the battlefield at Beishan Pass, because the spear in her hand threatened the evil ghost commander. So it was so hostile to her. But now I discovered that it was not the case at all. So now Delia simply wants to introduce the evil spirit leader into the mountains at the northern foot. It is best to let it get lost in the mountains. And it is best to never come out. The wind whistled in her ears, and the snowy scene in her sight turned from light to thick. Delia even felt the chill transmitted by the heavy armor on her body, which was about to freeze her into an ice cube. The terrain here is getting higher and higher, and a layer of frost has condensed on the place where the black-horned elk steps. The situation in the mountains here is very complicated. When there is sunshine during the day, the snow that falls will melt quickly. But once the sun sets at night, the biting north wind seems to condense everything. So the places where the sun does not shine are filled with ice and snow. Some moss can be seen in some places. Some devil antelopes can also be seen here. But they have become extremely alert during the hunting process of the evil ghost hunters. As long as they sense the slightest movement, even if a stone slides down the mountain, they will instantly scatter in all directions. However, they run extremely fast, so they can still be seen deep in the snowy peaks. Chapter 15:15 That crisp sound. Serdek had been trying to summon the red dragon Iser to help along the way. And among Serdek's companions, only the red dragon Iser seemed to be able to rival the headless horseman in terms of strength. However, the headless horseman ran all the way on the snowy peak. It seemed that there was no one else in his eyes. He was just staring at Delia and chasing after her. This prevented Serdek from finding a good opportunity to summon Iser. You must know that with the mental power that Serdek now possesses, Israel can only stay in the Warsaw Plain for a short quarter of an hour. At most, Israel can only spray dragon breath twice. In such a short period of time, it is difficult to inflict serious damage to the evil demon leader. If such precious time is spent on the chase, maybe Israel can still if you don't initiate any exploits against the headless horseman. You may be expelled by the power of the laws of this plane. So Serdek has been waiting for the best time. In his opinion, it would be great if the evil ghost leader could target him, so that Delia could escape from the dangerous area. For Serdek, the threat of the evil demon leader is not that great. This confidence comes not only from the fact that he wears the epic Sheptiston cloth armor and gold shield, but also from the fact that there is a powerful creature hidden behind him, the succubus Aphrodite, who can open the door to the void at any time. Serdek believed that whenever he encountered danger, Aphrodite would immediately pass through the void gate and pull him to the city of Helensa. This is also the confidence that Serdek dares to chase the evil ghost leader alone. In his opinion, the worst situation is to leave the evil ghost leader among the snow peaks of the mountains. And he will take the opportunity to rush back to the battlefield at Beishan Pass and lead 200,000 aborigines to completely defeat the evil ghost army there. Serdek, who has a giant red ant army, a constructed knights, and an ant cavalry regiment, is still full of confidence for this war. The only variable is the emergence of an evil ghost leader who transcends levels. This level of suppression by level and power does have a great impact on the battlefield. However, Serdek does not have all his cards. As long as the battle lasts until dark, Selena can let the goddess of the night descend. Once the fog of war is turned on, the evil ghost army will only be massacred. Of course, leading the evil ghost leader away is the best option at the moment. Serdek couldn't understand why a legion leader could leave the battlefield so easily. When he thought about this, he suddenly realized with a little embarrassment that he actually did the same thing. The magician Basil wanted to blow up the snowy peak and bury the evil leader under the ice and snow. He even carried a few black powder barrels in his magic belt bag. And the snowy peaks here looked like they were about to collapse at any time. As the rocks on the mountain walls gradually weathered and collapsed, a large amount of debris piled up at the foot of the mountain. But at the top of the mountain, the glacier continues to grow. Not only have these glaciers not collapsed, they seem to be growing every year. In this way, a strange phenomenon occurs. The peaks above the head are like wearing a hat of ice and snow. Under the hat, there is a very thin neck. Below, there are a large number of overlapping gentle slopes of the mountains. Or these the gentle slopes continue together. And then higher mountains appeared in the mountains at the northern foot. There are many cases where these snow peaks are closely connected. But there are also some snow peaks that are isolated and look like comatose mushrooms. The magician Basil is very clear about Serdek's worries. Serdek is worried that detonating the snow peak here will affect the battlefield on the North Mountain Pass. The defensive fortifications built with such painstaking efforts may be completely useless after the snow peak collapses. Maybe the collapsed ice and snow may bury the indigenous warriors. So Serdek suggested flying a little further inside. And Basil still agreed. The rocks thrown by the evil ghost commander just now almost scared Basil out of his wits. So his flying height was still a bit high at this time. Looking down at Delia, who was running forward halfway up the mountain. She was almost as big as a matchbox. When the black-horned elk, whose legs are far stronger than the magic-patterned war horse, runs wildly on the flat ground, the headless horseman behind it will gradually approach at a speed visible to the naked eye. But once the black-horned elk climbs a hillside of more than 30 degrees, its advantage in running on the mountain will quickly explode. Running on the hillside is already very difficult for the evil ghost leader. If he steps into the broken ground again, in a rocky flow, one can often escape with a super long jump. The black-horned elk kept running wildly to the north, and the evil ghost leader was chasing him farther and farther. What the magician Basil didn't expect was that when the headless horseman watched Delia galloping in front of her on a black-horned elk, and when it was hopeless for him to pursue her with his legs, he actually blew a whistle. The copper whistle was more like being held in the headless horseman's hand, and it made a sharp and piercing sound on its own. Then the heavy sound of horse hooves came from the ground. After nearly 1,000 meters, Basil could still hear the sound of horse hooves crushing stones on the hillside, and even the sound of debris from the mountain wall rolling downwards. Clatter sound. The first person to sense something strange was Serdek. He discovered that right where the sound of horse hooves sounded, black mist was slowly condensing around him. Those black mist condensed into black air masses, and these air masses surrounded each other and kept rolling. Then the black air condensed much more, and the head of a nightmare war horse actually formed inside it. Then the predecessor of the nightmare war horse appeared in the black mist. Finally, the nightmare war horse composed of black mist jumped out of the black mist. The nightmare war horse landed on the hillside, and its running steps were still filled with thick fog. But then, the nightmare war horse's head and front hooves became extremely solid. The full armor on the nightmare horse also reflected dark light in the sunlight. When the nightmare war horse caught up with the headless horseman, the evil leader jumped onto his horse, and the neighing of the war horse resounded throughout the valley. Delia was so frightened that she couldn't help but look back. With the nightmare horse, the headless horseman's running speed increased instantly. Now the black-horned elk no longer had any speed advantage, and the distance between the two sides continued to shrink. The magicians Basil and Serdek simultaneously saw an iceberg with a snowy peak protruding like an eagle's beak in front of him. Among the many snow peaks, this snow peak is the most conspicuous, and it seems that the distance is just right. If Basil can fly up at the fastest speed, it is still possible to blow up part of the iceberg. Over there, Basil shouted, staring at the biting cold wind. Serdek immediately understood what he meant. He hid behind Basil, so it was easier to speak. So he said, "We'd better inform Delia." As he spoke, Serdek felt as if his mouth was filled with cold wind. Basil then increased his flying speed again. The magic airship and the magic airship have certain similarities in some places. Both actually have floating devices. However, the floating devices on the magic airship are often more than 16 groups of super large magic pattern devices. However, in the magic airship on the magic handle, only to maintain the stability of the magic handle, 2 sets of pocket floating devices are installed on the magic handle. But there are some differences between the two. The magic airship needs to rise into the wind layer, and then the hurricane in the wind layer inflates the 5-masted sail to push the magic airship forward. The flying speed of the magic harpoon depends entirely on the magician's magic output. When Basil loses his magic power slightly, the magic harpoon flies slowly. But this kind of flight can continue to fly very far, because Basil's body as the magic pool will not be exhausted. But if you want the magic weapon to speed up in the air, then you need to increase the mana output. Once this kind of mana output exceeds a certain critical value, the growth rate and mana loss are completely disproportionate. If Basil wants to speed up the magic weapon, he will definitely consume a lot of his own mana. Naturally, you can't think too much at this time. So Basil drove at full speed and chased Delia in front. Less than 15 meters away from Delia, Serdek shouted above Delia's head, "Delia, lead it over there!" Delia raised her head and happened to see the direction of Serdek's finger. This time, without any hesitation, he rode the black-antlered elk toward the snowy peak. Basil took out 2 magic crystals from his arms and placed them on the extra gem base of the magic pot. And then a string of magic glow appeared at the end of the magic pot. The flying speed of the magic harpoon immediately surged, and it instantly rushed to the front. When he got close to the iceberg on the peak, Serdek realized how cold it was here, and the glaciers on the peak seemed to be connected as one. This kind of ice, that had not melted for thousands of years, was much stronger than ordinary ice and snow. And there isn't even any place to stand on the summit. Cerdak could only rely on Basil's superb flying skills, and wield the sword of Kerwin to dig a blasting point under the ice and snow cliffs on the peak. At this time, the black-horned elk kept running towards the steep mountain wall. The headless horseman followed closely behind, chasing the black-horned elk under the mountain wall. When he saw the black-horned elk jumping up the mountain wall, the headless horseman immediately dismounted and picked up a rock. And without hesitation, he headed towards the black-horned elk climbing up the mountain wall. Smash it! Even when the black-horned elk was jumping between the mountain walls, it noticed the rocks flying in the distance. It jumped forward quickly, and the rocks hit the mountain wall behind it. In an instant, large pieces of weathered rock broke away and broke into rocks of different sizes, rolling down the mountain wall. Delia's face was somewhat pale. In the biting cold wind, she raised her head and looked at Cerdak at the top of the mountain again, praying that his plan would succeed this time. Like plateau goats, the black-horned elk carried Delia across the cliffs and jumped from bump to bump, quickly escaping to the other side of the cliff. At this time, the evil spirit commander, who was standing under the cliff, heard four bursting sounds coming from the top of the mountain, followed by the crisp sound of ice breaking, which was like a rolling thunder. The headless horseman standing below stopped in confusion, and turned his eyes on his shoulders to look at the top of the snow-capped mountains. Chapter 15:16 Under the Ice Peak. Basil only carried 5 explosive barrels in his magic waist bag. Under the towering glacier like a mushroom head, the 5 black powder barrels were so small. Both Cerdak and Basil were worried that even if they detonated the gunpowder barrels, they would not be able to cause the glacier on the mountain to collapse. So Cerdak took out more than 40 black powder barrels from his backpack one after another. With the increasingly skilled cooperation of the two, they installed all these powder barrels at the stress points between the glacier and the mountain peak. Although Cerdak is not a professional explosives expert, he has been using these black powder barrels for almost 5 years. When black gunpowder was created, it was originally used to open up the river downstream of the river bend in Wall Village. Later, it was obtained from the White Forest Plain to resist the ghost-marked soldier ants. Now that these black powders have been gradually improved, their power is at least several times greater than before. Looking at the densely packed leads, Basil controlled the magic pot to float in midair. Cerdak, who was sitting behind him, faced the fierce north wind and handed the leads to him and said, "Basil, light the fuse." Basil stretched out a hand, and a blazing flame slowly rose in his palm. The moment the flame touched the fuse suddenly burned. The magician Basil quickly held the helm of the magic harpoon with both hands and flew towards the outside of the glacier at full speed. 15 seconds later, the first gunpowder barrel buried in the crevice of the glacier exploded, followed by a series of explosions. Cerdak turned back and looked at the giant umbrella-like ice peak behind him. It didn't have any impact on the ice peak. Its solidity was much stronger than Cerdak expected. Just when Cerdak felt that the detonation of the glacier might have failed, he felt a little frustrated and wanted to let the magician fly down to see how Delia was doing on the mountainside. There was an earthquake on the glacier, the sound of breaking through the peaks. Ka-cha-cha. The sound was like a sharp ice knife being inserted into Cerdak's chest, and Cerdak's body was constantly shaking with the cracking sound. The situation of the magician Basil in front was actually not much better. He was unable to steady the helm of the magic harpoon and let the magic harpoon fly back and forth in the sky. Basil was so frightened that he shouted "Ah!" The moment the glacier collapsed, almost half of the iceberg was slowly sliding downward. This is when the mountain peak is collapsing, and the entire mountain and the mountain range are trembling slightly. As the ice peak slid down, the ice at the front kept hitting the rocks. These crisp rocks began to peel off and break under the impact of the iceberg. Countless rocks were mixed with the ice chips at the front, and the ice peak slid down. The speed also increased dramatically, starting very slowly. And then when the ice peak completely separated from the mountain, the ice peak instantly accelerated its sliding speed. The huge glacier began to gradually disintegrate as it slid downwards. Not only the part where the front end collided with the mountain wall, but the entire ice peak began to undergo large-scale collapse. A large amount of ice chips and mist rose from all the cracked places. Basil was riding on the handle of the magic cauldron, thinking that he had flown far enough. But a gap opened in an ice peak nearly 100 meters away from him, and a stream of ice and snow debris flew out like a blow dart. The violent airflow mixed with countless ice fragments hit the two people, instantly covering them with broken ice. If Cerdak hadn't propped up the golden shield in time, Basil's hands and face would have been destroyed. He was cut to pieces in the ice chips. Even if there was a gold-decorated shield blocking it, some ice chips would inevitably fly over after the impact, leaving a small wound on Basil's hand. Seeing the ice shards in the sky swallowing up the magic handle, the magician Basil almost tried his best to stabilize the flight direction of the magic handle. The cold current coming from the direction of the glacier almost froze the two of them. Basil endured the cold and severe pain, rode the magic harpoon through the broken ice, and rushed into the sky. At this time, he heard Cerdak behind him say, "Let's fly down and see Delia." The sound of the ice peak sliding and breaking was so loud that Basil couldn't hear clearly what was said next. "Got it." Basil agreed vaguely and controlled the magic harpoon to fly halfway up the mountain. The two of them soon surpassed the line of ice and snow rushing downwards. Countless ice blocks and gravel rolled together and rolled downwards. Everything they passed seemed to be wrapped up and rushed towards the foot of the mountain. A large amount of splashing ice chips and snow mist spread out, covering a large area nearby. And at the same time, this area was also expanding. In order to avoid the snow and fog, Basil flew the magic weapon in the air as thrillingly as a roller coaster. "There are too many ice chips! We must fly to the front!" Basil shouted, and controlled the magic harpoon to suddenly accelerate. Cerdak sat behind Basil, and had been observing the collapse of the ice peak in front of him. This was even more spectacular than the avalanche on the dangerous peak. This time, an ice peak hundreds of meters high collapsed. Although it is only half of the ice peak continues to break as it slides down, and a large number of rocks are carried along the way. The collapse area has covered the entire southern part of the mountain. This calving zone may have rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. It was originally only about 500 meters horizontally, but there were 3 large-scale calvings along the ice peak. Then the width of the ice and rock flow suddenly increased to more than 3 kilometers. And the ice and snow line rushing forward happened to be where Delia and the evil ghost leader were. Judging from the current speed, Delia must ride a black-horned elk and run northward to possibly avoid this avalanche. "We seem to have gone too far this time, and we must rush over to remind Delia now," Cerdak shouted loudly in Basil's ear despite the wind and snow. Basil immediately looked around for Delia's location and murmured to himself, "Hope she'll be okay." When Basil flew out of the snow and fog again, Cerdak immediately saw Delia, pointed in the direction and shouted, "Look over there! Come closer!" The magician Basil did not dare to neglect, and immediately put mana into the magic handle. A stream of magic flame spurted out from the tail of the handle, and the magic handle led the two of them towards Delia. Delia ran north along the dividing line between the rubble flow and the cliff halfway up the mountain, which was already deep into the mountains at the northern foot. She originally wanted to use the speed of the black-horned elk to lead the evil spirit leader around in circles on the hillside in this area, and then take the opportunity to get rid of him and return to the camp at the North Pass. I believe that the Beishan Pass campground will be ready by then. What Delia didn't expect was that just when she was thinking about how to lead the Headless Horseman in circles in the northern mountains, a series of explosions came from above her head, and then the entire mountain shook. If Delia was standing on the mountainside, she would be shaking violently, and would be unable to stand up. But after all, the black-horned elk is a monster with 4 legs on the ground, and it is very familiar with this snowy mountain. At this moment, the black-horned elk can still continue to fly north with its super jumping power, probably feeling the danger after the ice peak collapsed. The Headless Horseman started to run faster after making bursts of cracking sounds on the top of the mountain. It did not run with all its strength before. At this time, it used a lot of power in its body to summon the Nightmare Horse, and its running speed suddenly accelerated. Halfway up the mountain, it seemed that the debris flow was no longer able to slow it down. Running, the horse ran desperately, chasing behind the black-horned elk that kept jumping back and forth between the mountains. The distance between the two began to close quickly as the ice peak collapsed. Cerdak and Basil emerged from the snow and fog and soon noticed the Headless Horseman, who was speeding up. Delia couldn't run out of the area where the ice peak collapsed, and she would be overtaken by the Headless Horseman coming from behind. The black horse's 4 hooves were burning with black flames from the abyss, and even its eyes were full of danger. A strong black flame erupted. Delia also noticed the Headless Horseman riding the Nightmare Horse behind her, and a look of despair appeared on her face. The magician Basil hesitated. Even if he and Cerdak rushed down together to face this evil leader, Basil knew clearly that the 3 of them had no chance of winning. The powerful pressure from the third turn Grandmaster was a kind of suppression at the purest level. The angle of the magic weapon's downward flight has changed slightly. Cerdak shouted decisively, "Basil, you go rescue Delia. I will hold the Headless Horseman down later. You rescue Delia and fly away from here. Don't worry about me. Serdek spoke these words very quickly. Basil's magic harpoon flew towards Delia again, and the magician Basil asked with some worry. Lord Serdek, what should you do? Serdek said quickly. I have my own way. Obey the order. The magician Basil immediately popped up his chest like a conditioned reflex and replied loudly. Yes, sir. This was the first thing he learned in the Western Route Army. Obey. The Headless Horseman riding the Nightmare Horse chases Delia. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters are getting closer and closer. Just when he was still nearly 50 meters away from Delia, the Headless Horseman waved his cyan sword, and the Nightmare Horse neighed. Then the Nightmare War Horse began to charge towards Delia. Although it was completely black, even the armor attached to it was black. But at the moment of charging, a white light appeared on both the Headless Horseman and the Nightmare War Horse. The blue sword in the Headless Horseman's hand seemed to cut a hole in the air at this moment. It was a cyan space crack, and groups of arcs and space storms overflowed from the crack, spreading outward from the tip of the Headless Horseman's sword. The long sword in its hand has made the space in this area extremely unstable. The space cracks it opened are still cracking little by little. The Nightmare War Horse has reached the back of the Black-Horned Elk. During this period, the Nightmare War Horse's forehead, the upper armor, has a protruding metal horn. When the Black-Horned Elk is running, it suddenly shakes its head, and the sharp metal horn is sharp as a knife stabs the Black-Horned Elk in the buttocks. A huge wound appeared on the right hind leg of the Black-Horned Elk. It immediately became unstable and rolled to the right. Delia was riding on the elk, and when the Black-Horned Elk rolled forward, she nimbly jumped out of the Black-Horned Elk and crashed into a raised rock in some embarrassment. The Black-Horned Elk fell out and did not stand up again. The Black-Horned Elk was also covered in bruises from the fall, and its vertebrae hit the rocks. It looked like it was curled up and lying on the ground dying. The Black-Horned Elk screamed at Delia, as if urging Delia to escape quickly. The evil ghost leader rode a Nightmare Horse and rushed to Delia's side. He waved the blue sword in his hand and struck Delia on the shoulder. Delia leaned against a rock wall with her back, grabbing an ironwood spear with both hands and quickly parried. She knew very well how severe the sword of the Headless Horseman was, so she did not hesitate at all when fighting. A statue appeared behind her. The shadow of the ancestor is just that Wudishian's outline appears a little blurry when printed on the stone wall. However, Delia's hands were instantly injected with 2 rays of light, and the entire spear lit up. Delia raised the spear above her head, hoping to receive the slash from the evil spirit leader. At the same time, Basil flew over from behind the Headless Horseman with Serdek. The moment the blue long sword struck down, it opened a half-meter deep crack in the stone wall behind Delia. The moment the sword blade came into contact with the war spear, there was only a slight delay before the ironwood war spear split into 2 halves. The sword blade fell on Delia's head. At this time, the stream of ice and rocks rushing towards them was less than 20 meters above their heads. When the ice and rock flow came over, the entire hillside was shaking violently. Delia couldn't avoid the Headless Horseman's sword and even closed her eyes. At this time, Serdek jumped straight from behind Basil. The sword of Kerwin in his hand burst out with strong holy light, and the shadow of an archangel behind him also dropped a prayer on him. Body. The sword light of Kerwin's sword suddenly rose to more than 2 meters. Serdek adjusted his posture slightly in the air and stabbed towards the bare neck of the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman felt the danger from above. He twisted and raised his right hand, trying to resist Serdek's sword with his left arm guard. The green sword in his right hand was still slashing down unswervingly. The shadow of the ancestor behind Delia suddenly turned into a light shield, covering Delia's entire body starting from the top of her head. The stone wall behind Delia also cracked. The moment the gravel cracked, Delia subconsciously took half a step back. She even turned her face to the side. The green sword struck down, and the light shield shattered. But the blade just passed her face and only cut off a few strands of brown hair beside her ears. Then the green sword once again cut a wound that was more than a foot long on her left arm against her left shoulder. Serdek fell from the sky, and the sword of Kerwin struck the Headless Horseman's arm. The sword of Kerwin could not embed into the black arm at all. Instead, a recoil force surged out of the arm, knocking Serdek away. Bounce. Serdek fell onto the gravel beside him. A fireball flew out at an extremely weird angle and exploded in front of the Headless Horseman. Basil controlled the magic shackle and flew past Delia against the rock wall with exquisite flying skills. The magician stretched out an arm, put it on Delia's uninjured arm, and instantly pulled her onto the magic cauldron. The next second, the magic weapon flew out like an arrow. Chapter 15-17 Ice Burial. Serdek was half kneeling on the gravel-filled hillside, seeing the rushing flow of ice and rocks about to fall from his head, and the diffused snow and fog filling every inch of the hillside. Faced with the powerful pressure of the Headless Horseman, the only thing he could do was to raise the golden shield with difficulty and draw the rune words of ancient oath on his chest. At the same time, Delia climbed onto the magical handle with Basil's help. She only felt that her body was being swallowed by the snow and mist, as if she was about to be frozen, and even her movements became slow. Every time she breathed, a large amount of ice slag rushed into her lungs, making her feel as if her upper body was being frozen. It was the same. The coldness almost penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The magician Basil was also livid from the cold in the snow and fog, and he controlled the magic handle extremely stiffly. The next moment, the floating device of the magic handle trembled violently. Fortunately, the propulsion device at the tail of the handle did not malfunction at the critical moment. With the continuous injection of mana, a huge thrust allowed the magic handle to carry the two people. Snow and fog. The Headless Horseman stood in the snow and fog. The extreme cold had obviously affected it, but it completely ignored the rushing snow and fog and stood firmly in place. The flow of ice and rocks above our heads is already close at hand, and now it's too late to avoid it. He stared at Serdek, who was squatting on the ground not far away. The green sword in his hand was stretched out and slashed towards Serdek. It did not avoid the ice and rock flow at this time, and it obviously had enough confidence. Serdek's heart suddenly felt cold, but when he saw the long sword struck down by the Headless Horseman, he could only grit his teeth and raise the gold-decorated shield in his hand, preparing to catch the blow forcefully. After all, he has the strength of a third-level master. Serdek recited the rune language and then showed his power. The ancient oath caused the Naga sea pattern to appear on the surface of the golden shield, the silver cross pattern of the holy shield, and the large cross pattern of the blessing shield. The three overlapped together, making it look particularly messy. The phantom of the archangel spreading its wings became extremely solid. It exuded divine light and held Serdek in its arms with its wings, making it look like it was protected by layers of protection. The Headless Horseman slashed down with one sword. The shields were broken layer by layer. Finally, the cyan sword struck the gold-decorated shield before stopping. At this critical moment, the sword of Kerwin in Serdek's left hand also blocked the cyan sword blade. Serdek used the sword and shield to parry the headless sword at the same time. The knight struck down this sword. It's a pity that even so, Serdek still couldn't completely block the huge momentum transmitted by the blue sword. The huge force hit the shield, and the gold-decorated shield hit Serdek hard on the chest. Fortunately, he was wearing epic armor like Shaptistan cloth, and the magic patterns that appeared on the armor were completely blocked. A sharp blow from the Headless Horseman. Serdek only felt a push like a sea wave rushing over him. He couldn't resist at this moment, and his body was pushed by the huge force and fell down the hillside, facing the surging ice and stone flow. The evil ghost leader did not escape. Just a second before an ice block hit the Headless Horseman, the Headless Horseman was actually covered with a layer of black armor. The next moment, the collapsing glacier wrapped around the giant rock like an earth dragon, completely devouring the evil ghost leader. The figure of the evil general completely disappeared into the ice and stone flow. This was the last sight of the Headless Horseman as Serdek fell down the hillside. Serdek, who could no longer hold his body steady at this time, looked up at the stream of ice and rocks coming towards him and was unable to avoid it. He silently said Aphrodite, just as a piece of ice with a diameter of 1 meter hit his chest. A door to the void opened behind him. Serdek was unable to hold up the gold-decorated shield at this moment. Ice as heavy as a stone fell on Serdek. The Skeptristan cloth armor erupted with a layer of golden light shield for the second time, followed by a huge impact. Then he pushed him into the gate of void. Aphrodite sat in the yard, looking speechlessly at the messy backyard. Although this small courtyard is not big, it is a rare place to enjoy the cool air in summer, especially when the dense branches and leaves of the ivy completely cover the corridors and pavilions. On a piece of grass that is not too big, it is covered by Aphrodite placed a wicker chair. Before that, the wicker chair had been placed on the terrace on the top floor of the rental house. She has made this small courtyard very comfortable, and her daughter Vivian can even run around chasing a kobold. Just now, Serdek, wearing epic armor, flew out of the void gate in a state of embarrassment, followed by some ice cubes mixed with gravel. Serdek fell into a wall of rose flowers covered with thorns, and the stones and ice almost buried most of her wall. If Aphrodite hadn't closed the void gate in time, more ice stones would have poured out. Benson, the gardener who was weeding next door, was so frightened that he dropped the flower shears in his hand. He squatted on the ladder and was stunned. The painter who was painting the roof almost fell from the side of the cigarette. Fortunately, a safety rope was tied to him, and he was suspended on the slope of the roof in time. Aphrodite's yard was filled with ice stones, which made the place a lot cooler. She did not rush to rescue Soldak, who was buried under the ice pile, but waited for him to push a few ice blocks from inside and crawl out in great embarrassment. Looking at Serdak's face covered with dirt, he was lying weakly on the grass, and the sword and shield in his hand were casually discarded aside. He did not receive the treatment that an epic weapon should receive at all. Aphrodite then stood up from the wicker chair, held up her skirt, walked over to Soldak and squatted down. Serdak lay on his back on the grass, looking at the blue sky, white clouds and roofs. Knowing that he had escaped this disaster with the help of Aphrodite, he exhaled all the cold air in his lungs, then closed his eyes and let his body relax completely. Aphrodite held half of his cheek with one hand, brought his head closer and said, "I find that you are getting bolder and bolder. If you go by the hierarchy of the Green Empire, that evil ghost leader should be a third-turn Grandmaster. Do you think you have the strength to challenge a third-turn Grandmaster?" Serdak opened his eyes, and when he grinned, he probably touched the wound, and his expression was a little painful. It suddenly ran out of the evil ghost army. "What can I do?" Serdak said casually. He paused, secretly glanced at Aphrodite's face, and then said, "Originally, I wanted to call Israel for help, but Basil said that it could be buried with an avalanche. So we tried it. Who would have thought that the avalanche was a bit big this time? I also rescued the aboriginal female warrior from being buried in the ice and stone flow. But I didn't expect that headless horseman to target me." His tone was pretending to be relaxed. And then he added, "Fortunately, I ran fast." I don't know whether this sentence was talking about Basil and Delia, or about himself. Delia let go of her hand and washed her hands in the basin on top of the stone pillar, and then said to Soldak, "You should thank the goddess of luck. Not every time the void gate opens at the right time. You won't have such good luck every time." Serdak climbed up from the lawn with difficulty. Regardless of how dirty he was, he first gave Aphrodite a big hug, then pressed his forehead against hers and said softly, "Okay, I know you, it will definitely work." Aphrodite's expression finally changed. Looking at the mess in the courtyard, she complained, "What should we do now? The yard is full of ice, and it's really troublesome to find someone to clean it up." Unexpectedly, the gardener who was pruning the green plants in the garden next door climbed up the ladder, poked his head out of the wall, and said to Aphrodite, "Madam, if you want to clean up this garbage, we are willing to help you and finally repair the lawn and flower wall here for you." Serdak knew that Aphrodite had murderous intentions at this moment, but then she changed her mind. He said to the somewhat unruly gardener Benson, "Then finish these things before night, and remember to recover exactly the same as in the morning." "I will, madam," Gardener Benson said happily. What the gardener didn't know was that just now, he had actually walked a circle on the edge of life and death. Seeing the gardener happily carrying the ladder and leaving from the back garden next door, Serdak stood next to the stone pillar and washed his face with the water in the stone basin. He felt full of strength again, and then said to Aphrodite, "Can I go back now?" Aphrodite glanced at the direction of the door and suggested to Serdak, "Actually, we have time to eat something first. At least we have to wait until the collapsing glacier stabilizes, so that the open void gate will not be reburied by ice and rocks. And I heard that the pies in the pie shop opposite are very good." "Good." Serdak then remembered that he didn't even have time to eat lunch. Hearing Aphrodite say this, he felt that he was really hungry. "That's great. We haven't had lunch together for a long time." The waiter from the Golden Oak Pie Shop carried the plate across the street, and when he arrived at the door of Aphrodite's house, he found that the nanny had been waiting here early. "Just bring the plates back before we close the store," the waiter said to the young nanny, and when he turned to leave, he glanced hard at the nanny's bulging chest. The young nanny was hired by Aphrodite in the winter to take care of her daughter Vivian. At first, the nanny thought that Aphrodite was no different from other single ladies in the city. She was just a bitch. A very wealthy single woman with an illegitimate daughter. Later, after getting along for a long time, I discovered that the hostess was actually an amazing magician, and she owned an extremely huge industry. She was usually in awe of Aphrodite, and would feel more relaxed only when she was taking care of Vivian alone. When she was holding Vivian upstairs, she saw Soldak suddenly appearing on the lawn in the backyard. She was startled by Soldak at first, but now she acted very cautiously. Soldak was sitting on a wicker chair in the yard. He was wearing metal armor, so he held Vivian very carefully. Vivian stared at Soldak with a pair of big blue eyes, and occasionally smiled at him, and her two round white hands always tried to scratch Soldak's face. Bundle. Seeing his daughter Vivian, Soldak's face showed a trace of tenderness. The beautiful daughter was still so young, and her eyes were full of curiosity about Soldak, probably because he felt this kind of family affection that was thicker than water. He began to miss when in Ruth's city. Aphrodite sat quietly aside, smiling as Soldak put Vivian to sleep with his own hands. My daughter was sleeping in her arms, and the nanny who was standing nearby came over. Soldak sat in front of the small table, took out a piece of pie from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Aphrodite didn't seem to want to eat it. She picked up a cup of tea and talked to Soldak, who was sitting opposite, talking about things in the Aboriginal tribe, probably because he had been worried about the situation on the Bashan Pass battlefield. Soldak seemed a little absent-minded. The two talked about some topics about Delia, and Soldak also talked casually, also talking about the factors that awaken the power of the Nephilim. Aphrodite told Soldak that every female demon actually has the ability to awaken the Nephilim. Aphrodite soon found out the reason why the Headless Horseman was chasing Delia. It should be the ancestral blessing that attracted the evil ghost leader. This high-level blessing power often gives birth to a trace of the ancestor's breath. The Headless Horseman should be a strong man who has lived in the dark land of the abyss for a long time. He is probably also a big lord in the evil ghost army. He just lost his head in a certain battle and lost all his memories. But it happened that it had met the warriors of the Agrod tribe on the battlefield, and now it acted based on instinct. So it lost its mind and chased the aboriginal female warrior all the way. It is very strong. It has lived for so long and will not die easily. You have to be careful when you go back. Okay, it's almost time, Aphrodite said. Soldak heard Aphrodite say this and immediately stood up. A gate to the void appeared in front of him. New. After saying this, Soldak strode through the void gate, and the next second, he stood on top of the collapsing iceberg. There were pieces of ice and stone everywhere. The flow of ice and rocks rushing down from the peak has almost filled the foot of the mountain. The place where Soldak is standing now should be halfway up the mountain. The original terrain has been completely buried. The snow and fog have dissipated, and although the temperature here is extremely low, at least a gentle slope has been formed. Soldak scanned the spot for a week, trying to find the evil spirit leader who was buried in the ice and snow. Unfortunately, the surrounding area was completely white, with some frost-covered stones occasionally exposed. Soldak saw a huge bulge of ice, ran over quickly, and rushed to the boulder in one stride. Not long after, Basil flew over from the sky with Delia. Chapter 15:18 Israel's Sorrow. Basil thought that the ice and snow had completely buried the evil spirit leader, and his face was filled with the joy of victory. The wound on Delia's arm has been bandaged with a hemostatic bandage. But her face. The two looked at Soldak and looked around, as if looking for where he crawled out from. I flew over here just now and didn't even see you, Basil said with a smile. As soon as we flew up, we saw the ice and stone flow swallowing you and the evil general. Then the whole area was filled with ice debris. It was so white that it was impossible to tell where you were buried. Originally, we wanted to find a place to dig, but when we started digging, we discovered that the ice and rocks were piled together, making it impossible to dig. Fortunately, you were able to get out of the snowdrift safely, Basil chattered. As he was talking, he suddenly stopped because he discovered a problem. Not only was Soldak uninjured, it seemed that there were not even ice chips on his body. Moreover, Soldak's face was rosy, and he still had a faint aroma of fried meat. In this icy and snowy environment, even though the aroma of meat patties mixed with basil leaves is only a little bit, it can spread far. Soldak was looking up at the top of the mountain. The sunlight was not dazzling, but a corner of the mountain peak collapsed. A piece of blue rock covered with frost appeared at the break of the mountain peak. Below was a flow of collapsed ice and rocks, all the way down to Soldak. People's feet. Delia saw that Soldak was still alive, walked to Soldak, and said to him very seriously, "Thanks." It could be seen that she was not in a good mood. After saying her thanks to Soldak, she squatted aside, brushed away the snow foam on the ice piles, and looked at the ice cubes piled together quietly. Occasionally there are a few rocks mixed in. Those ice cubes reflected a pretty, slightly tired face. Basil looked back and then asked in a low voice to Serdek. "What's up with her?" Serdek leaned into Basil's ear and said casually, "Maybe he is missing the black-horned elk." The magician Basil nodded quickly, acted as if it were natural, and responded, "Yes, I also raised a crystal-eating rat before. Once, it was eaten by a mutated flying snake during an exploration mission. I was very sad at the time." Then he showed a sad look on his face, walked to Delia, stopped, stood there, and said to Delia in an experienced tone, "Delia, I'm so sorry that your partner died. He's a nice black-antlered elk." Delia looked at Basil speechlessly, with a helpless expression that almost made her roll her eyes. Then he pointed his finger to the ground and said softly, "I'm not missing the pine branches. I just feel there is a sound here. Listen to it." Basil was a little embarrassed, but he leaned down and listened, and then pulled his magic cone hat to cover it up. By the time he was about to call Serdek, the trembling sound had already caused strong tremors under everyone's feet. The shaking of the earth became more and more intense, until a snowdrift more than 20 meters away suddenly exploded, and the evil ghost leader jumped up from inside. The black armor was particularly eye-catching in the eyes of several people. The breath of the powerful third-level master spread quickly, and Serdek suddenly felt as if someone had punched him in the chest, and it was difficult to breathe for a while. Unexpectedly, the evil spirit leader actually crawled out of the ice and snow tomb. Although it was in a very embarrassed state, its body did not appear to have any damage. At most, there was a 2-fist-sized dent in the black armor outside the left thigh bone. The bone spurs and some joints were also broken. Its body was covered with a layer of frost and snow, and the black flames originally wrapped around it were almost extinguished. This headless horseman is much taller than the evil general. His huge body stands on the snow and looks like a thick wall from a distance. The shiny bone armor is covered with black runes. These runes have a frosted texture, so their shapes can be shown on the shiny black armor. However, there was no longer the nightmare horse beside it. At this time, the headless horseman also obviously noticed Serdek and the others, and turned his body in the direction of Serdek. "Basil, take Delia and leave quickly. I'll go and hold the evil demon leader in check." Serdek wanted Basil to take Delia and leave first, and he had a way to escape. He could call Aphrodite earlier this time, ask her to open the void gate earlier, and then hide in the city of Helensa. If it's done this time, maybe I can catch up on Aphrodite's bed for a while. Although I am a little worried about the situation over at Bashan Pass. It is getting dark soon. As long as Selena is here, no matter what kind of disadvantage the battlefield over there is at, as the goddess of darkness descends with a ray of consciousness, the situation will also change, can be completely flipped back. Perhaps we can wait until night and lure the evil spirit leader back to see if it can see through the fog of war. Serdek drew out the sword of Kerwin, picked up the gold-decorated shield, and assumed a fighting stance. This epic weapon emissary of Zakaram is really strong. The all-out blow before the evil ghost command left no trace on the surface of the shield, and the pattern of the dragon's claws grasping the lightning was also extremely clear. On top, although the sword and shield are both epic weapons, the feeling given to Serdek is very different. Serdek knew very well that this epic shield was of much higher quality than the sword of Kerwin. When the magician Basil heard what Serdek said, he immediately took out the magic handle, and with the infusion of mana, he immediately rode up. But neither of them expected that Delia took out the last spear behind her, stood side by side with Serdek, stared at the evil demon leader with a pair of amber cat eyes, and said with a serious face, "There are no deserters or cowards in Egrod. I would rather die than live with the crime of deserting in this life. I will find a chance to escape later." Serdek immediately explained to Delia, "I can help. I have the protection of my ancestors, so don't underestimate me." Delia said angrily. She felt that Serdek looked down on her a little. For the native people of Egrod, having this kind of misunderstanding is not a good thing, and they might even turn against each other in the future. Serdek immediately changed his mind, thought for a while and said, "Okay, let's first try to see what kind of strength this evil leader has." After saying this, Serdek immediately drew a magic pattern array on the snow, as low-frequency dragon language appeared in his throat. The magic pattern array began to glow with blue light. The headless horseman not far away heard Serdek singing, and he moved towards Serdek suspiciously. He even stopped at this moment and stayed in place for a few seconds. It wasn't until a summoning door appeared in front of Serdek that the headless horseman rushed towards this side. At this time, a dark red dragon head poked its head out of the summoning door. The flame-like dragon scales on its body had the luster of red crystal, Its breath contained a strong smell of sulfur. After a sleepy glance, it heard a familiar voice shouted from behind. "Iser! Come out and help me!" The red dragon Iser immediately fell asleep, waiting for his eyes, as big as millstones, to burst out of the summoning door. Even if it retracts its dragon wings, its size is much larger than that of the evil ghost commander. Israel found that the surrounding area was covered with ice and snow, and complained to Serdek again. "Dak, why do you always choose to fight in such a cold place?" Then it saw the evil ghost leader rushing over, and it quickly spread out its more than 10 meters long dragon wings, flapped it twice, and then kicked its powerful hind legs hard, and its heavy body rose into the air. A young red dragon appeared in front of the headless horseman, immediately forcing it to stop. Under Iser's body, there were two people, Soldak and Delia, and the magician Basil had already flown into the sky on a magic harpoon. Serdek waved his hand to Iser, telling it to look at the enemy in front. Only then did Israel notice the headless horseman. The red dragon shook its huge head and let out a high-pitched dragon roar, which immediately made the floating body rise a few heights. Apparently Israel found that the person opposite him was not easy to mess with. There was no nonsense at all, and there was no waiting. When the red dragon saw the headless horseman, it was as if he had seen his lifelong enemy. His abdomen swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he made the same chanting sound as Serdek just now. Countless runes appeared on the red dragon's belly. Waves of heat hit his face, and the ice and snow under his feet began to melt. This time, even Delia looked at Serdek with a surprised look. Wudishian's body appeared again behind Delia. The headless horseman saw Wudishian's shadow, and immediately felt that the shadow had the aura in its memory. Its eyes were fixed on Delia's body. Moving forward, the steps he took suddenly became extremely firm. At this time, Delia could truly feel the pressure of the third-turn Grandmaster. Increased heartbeat, shortness of breath, and even inability to gather strength. As Delia closed her eyes, she crossed her hands on her chest and placed them on her shoulders, chanting the language of prayer. Ancestor of the Agrodi clan, Lord Wudixian with a demigod body, son of grandmother Lilith and Inaris, I have your bloodline. I am your successor. I follow in your footsteps. I am a follower, a temple guard, and your humble servant. Please bless me and make me strong. This was the first time for Serdek to hear this kind of prayer in the indigenous language. Delia spoke very quickly, and her expression was very pious. Just when Serdek was doubting the use of this kind of prayer, he saw that the phantom behind Delia seemed to have been injected with a soul. He seemed a little confused, and looked at his empty body casually, and looked at Delia standing in front of it. "My children, I am always with you." The sound could actually reach Serdek's ears. Then he saw Wudishian's shadow instantly cast on Delia's body. The shadow began to condense, and soon became one with her. The headless horseman saw some changes in Delia, and actually quickened his pace. But at this moment, Iser, floating in midair, had already adjusted its flight posture. It didn't even dive, but directly pointed its head towards the headless horseman dozens of meters away, and sprayed out a stream of hot dragon's breath. The bone flames first sprayed on the hillside full of ice and rocks. The hot dragon's breath almost melted the hillside quickly, creating a deep groove. The ice cubes formed countless steams that spread all around, and the headless horseman is at the center of this dragon's breath. At the same time, Serdek also showed the archangel behind him. But this time, the archangel's shadow did not protect him with his wings, but held a holy sword in his hand, assuming the same stance as Serdek. Posture, staring eagerly at the headless horseman in the dragon's breath. The rolling heat wave possessed by the dragon's breath made it impossible for Soldak and Delia to get close. However, Serdek still saw the headless knight holding a crystal shield through the flames. It actually put on a standard defensive posture, with the protection of the crystal shield. Its body did not melt in the dragon's breath, although the bone armor all over his body has turned red. Some edges and corners have also turned into ashes and flown into the sky. But the headless horseman survived the dragon's breath. When Israel had completely exhaled the large mouthful of dragon's breath, the headless knight hiding behind the crystal shield suddenly threw the cyan sword in his hand at the moment when the dragon's breath dissipated. Yisel, who was floating in the air, originally wanted to condense a breath of dragon's breath to completely turn the headless horseman into ashes. Its body was as red as charcoal fire. The red dragon Israel had never fought against the headless horseman before, and had no idea what killing move it had. The thrown cyan sword seemed to draw a spiral in the air, and Israel felt it at this moment. When danger came, it tried to flap its dragon wings to avoid the thrown sword. It's a pity that the red dragon is still too big. Even though its body has already rushed high into the sky, the green longsword still has an afterimage, rolling and piercing the root of the dragon wing on the right side of Iser. The second dragon breath, condensed by Yssel, completely dissipated, and then a miserable dragon roar resounded through the sky. This sword hurt the red dragon, and Cerdak even had warm dragon blood raining down from the sky like raindrops. Every drop of dragon blood falling on his body would give him a strong burning sensation. Soldak wanted to raise his gold-decorated shield to block the dripping dragon blood, but Delia beside him suddenly pushed the shield aside, allowing the two of them to stand directly under Iser. Cerdak looked up to the sky. He wanted to know how injured Iser was, but he only saw a faint summoning door appear in midair. And then Iser got injured and disappeared in an instant. The headless horseman, covered in charred black, walked out of the dragon's breath. Delia, the only one who merged with Wudixian, transformed into a sage. Two bright lights shot out from her eyes, and her right tibia was placed across the knee of her left leg. She stood on one leg with her hands raised above her head. At this time, a circular magic pattern seemed to appear under Delia's feet. In the center of the circle, she rushed towards the headless horseman. Her body was wrapped in a white light shield, and her outstretched palm slapped the headless horseman's left leg hard. Chapter 15-19 Temple. The crystal shield in the ghost commander's hand was burned by Yissel's dragon breath until only the hexagonal frame remained, and its entire body was burned black, with black smoke rising from all sides. The indestructible blue sword of the headless horseman was taken away by Israel, and now it is barehanded. However, due to the tall body of the headless horseman, Delia's palm could only hit its thigh, borrowing powerful power from the shadow of her ancestor Wudixian. Delia only felt that her palm was like a machete. The energy wrapped around her palm and slapped it on the thigh of the headless horseman. The originally dented black leg armor suddenly collapsed open. The bone armor is wrapped with dark red tendons with clear fibers. The headless horseman's right leg was cut off by Delia's palm, and his huge body suddenly fell to the right. He also clenched his right hand into a fist and hit Delia's left collarbone hard. With a crisp sound of bone cracking, Delia flew away from the headless horseman like a kite with its string broken. Go out. Although most of the bone armor on the headless horseman's right leg had collapsed, he did not fall completely, and his body tilted to the right. Immediately afterwards, dense bone spurs sprouted from the knee joint and bone joint of his right leg. These bone spurs were mixed together like twists and reformed a bone armor, and then the body stood upright. In the sky, a series of fireballs came down and exploded on the headless horseman. The fire flickered and enveloped the headless horseman's entire body. The magician Basil flew across the sky on his magic cauldron and raised a fist in excitement. At this time, Cerdak also rushed in front of the headless horseman, waved the gold-decorated shield in his hand, and slammed into the headless horseman's lower abdomen, just in time to see the flames around the headless horseman subside. It held a coconut-sized stone in its hand and threw it at Basil, who was flying rapidly in the sky. The shield hit the lower abdomen of the headless horseman, and the headless horseman's body shook slightly. The thrown stones immediately lost their accuracy and whizzed past Basil's right side. Basil was so frightened that he quickly pulled the magic pot. The steering wheel of the handle makes the magic handle fly high. The headless horseman was struck stiffly by Cerdak's shield. The phantom of the archangel behind Cerdak was holding a holy sword and slashing at the headless horseman. The headless horseman quickly raised the crystal shield with only its frame left to block. The archangel was just a shadow, and the holy sword was naturally also a shadow. The sword that struck the headless horseman was actually just a mental shock caused by Soldak's power, which could not be resisted at all. The shadow of the holy sword penetrated the headless horseman's body from its neck, and the headless horseman's body became stiff again. At this time, Cerdak, who was standing in front of the headless horseman, was holding the sword of Kerwin, and a blazing holy light erupted. The moment he withdrew the shield, the sword of Kerwin penetrated upwards from his lower body. Inside its body, the epic sword exuding the power of holy light was quite sharp, and it pierced the bone armor of the headless horseman very easily. But when the sword of Kerwin penetrated inside again, the bone spurs growing from the broken bone armor locked the blade of the sword of Kerwin. Although these bone spurs broke under the holy light, Cerdak's sword could not penetrate very deep. The archangel shadow behind him turned into countless light groups and dissipated after releasing all its power. Only then did the headless horseman notice Cerdak beneath him, and then stretched out his hand to grab Cerdak's head. The big hand seemed to hold an umbrella above Cerdak's head. Cerdak could decisively pulled out the sword of Kerwin and rolled sideways. The headless horseman's right leg, which was like a stone pillar, whipped towards him silently. Serdek had no choice but to hold up his shield to block the dense bone spurs on his right leg. But his body fell and flew away with the impact of his right leg. Serdek was unable to withstand the huge impact. His body flew more than 20 meters away, and his back hit a raised ice block, immediately causing a network of cracks in the ice block. Then dark magic lines lit up from the headless horseman's arm, and just as it stretched out its hand towards Serdek, in an instant, a cluster of black bone vines appeared on the ice and snow ground, rolling continuously to reach the place where Serdek fell. Serdek wanted to struggle to stand up, but countless bone spurs had already surged up. Those bone vines immediately bound Serdek's feet and dragged him towards the headless horseman. Serdek struggled to break away, only to realize that these bone vines were extremely tough. He slashed the bone spurs with the sword of Kerwin in his hand, although countless black bone spurs broke in response. More bone spurs poured out and destroyed the bone spurs. His legs were tightly entwined. Those bone vines even wanted to wrap around his entire body, and Serdek could only use all his strength to chop off the spurs that grew out. Delia recovered a little, and now rushed up from the side. Her left arm hung down weakly, and while the headless horseman was focused on Serdek, she rushed up from behind the headless horseman. Her body was extremely flexible, and her feet stepped on several bulges on the headless horseman's body. He jumped several meters high, and then stabbed half of the broken spear into the empty neck of the headless horseman. A stream of thick purple blood sprang out from the headless horseman's neck, which this time gave the headless horseman a taste of pain. The headless horseman turned around and grabbed Delia, just as Delia was twisting in midair to avoid the big hand stretched out by the headless horseman. A bone spur as sharp as a spear grew out of the headless horseman's hand, and it pierced into Delia's body, which was almost twisted into a twist. Delia was like a koi fish in midair. Her body folded in half, narrowly avoiding the bone spurs coming from her. The next moment, he was hit hard on the chest by the headless horseman's other fist. Delia fell to the snow in embarrassment, while the headless horseman was chasing Delia. Serdek finally broke free from the cluster of bone spurs, and he was dragged to the headless horseman's side by the vine-like bone spurs. A runic word came from Serdek's throat. This time the headless horseman finally heard the dragon language recited by Serdek clearly. At this time, he was hitting Delia with his fist. Just as the headless horseman hit Delia, the sword of Kerwin in Serdek's hand burst out with blazing holy light, and the sword struck the headless horseman's ankle. For the headless horseman's ankle, which was much thicker than an adult's thigh, Serdek put all his strength into it, chanting holy thunder at his mouth. When the long sword fell, a thunder fell from the sky and struck the headless knight on the head. The headless horseman let out an angry growl. Using the dual power of holy light and holy thunder, Serdek's charged sword finally cut off the headless horseman's right foot. Before the headless horseman's broken tibia could grow soft bone spurs, Serdek reached out and grabbed the big black foot wrapped in jet black bone armor, and decisively threw the headless horseman's right foot into the magic waste bag. The headless horseman punched him, and Serdek blocked it with his shield. The huge iron fist hit the gold-decorated shield, making a loud bang. Serdek half-crouched on the ice and snow ground, feeling that the huge momentum almost shattered all the bones in his body. The momentum caused by the iron fist was transmitted to the ice-covered ground through his boots and knees, and Serdek's body stuck to the bottom of the pit in an extremely twisted posture. The headless horseman raised its elbow high, and a bright and sharp bone spur protruded from the elbow. Its body tilted slightly, and it stabbed Serdek's chest with the bone spur on its elbow. At this moment, Serdek seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force field. No matter how hard his body struggled, even if the life magic pattern continuously provided him with the power of the earth, he could not break free from this ice pit. Serdek wanted to call Aphrodite to open the gate of the void, but found that the spiritual connection with Aphrodite was also interrupted, and the symbiosis contract seemed to have expired. A kind of despair before death emerged spontaneously. Serdek recalled the experiences of the past few years in his mind, and pictures passed before his eyes. But before the black bone spur could open a bloody hole in his chest, a huge fireball exploded on the headless horseman's back. It was a bit embarrassing. The headless horseman stood up angrily, found an ice cube nearby, and threw it at Basil, who was riding on the handle of the magic cauldron. Ice cubes are relatively light, but when thrown from the hands of the headless horseman, they are extremely powerful. Basil failed to dodge the fast ice this time, or it was more like he rode a magic pot and hit it on his own initiative. The ice hit the magic pot and shattered immediately. And Basil immediately he fell off the magic handle and rolled onto the snowy slope. Serdek still wanted to struggle to crawl out of the pit, but the pressure on his body never disappeared. Just when he felt that the headless horseman was about to kill him, Delia rushed up again. He actually stretched out a hand toward Serdek, who was lying in the snow pit, grabbed Serdek's collar with one hand, and dragged Serdek out of the ice pit with force. When the headless horseman turned around, Delia pulled Serdek and ran up the northern hillside. Serdek escaped from the ice pit, and his body suddenly couldn't feel the gravity field. The two of them were obviously no match for the headless horseman. They stepped on the hard snow and ran quickly towards the edge of the ice and stone floe. The headless horseman ignored the magician, who fell on the snowy slope. Instead, he limped one leg and kept chasing after Delia and Serdek. Its right foot was put into a magic waste bag by Serdek. The bone armor seemed unable to help it reshape one foot, so it could only run on the snow with one foot missing. I was probably still a little uncomfortable at first. It was difficult for my body to maintain balance when running, and my speed was a bit slow. I was left far behind by Delia and Serdek. But as he ran, the headless horseman had adapted to running without feet. His running speed gradually increased, and he was soon chasing him from behind along the hillside. Without the suppression of the headless horseman at the level of power, Serdek ran out of the area of the ice and stone floe, fled on the mountainside covered with gravel, and once again felt the spiritual connection with Aphrodite. He relied on the void gate to allow him to escape at any time. So he took the initiative to stop and said to Delia again, "Ilya, you continue walking north. I will lead it farther away." Serdek felt that with Aphrodite around, he would never be in danger. But Delia got the wrong idea and felt that Serdek was prepared to sacrifice himself to protect her. Delia's amber eyes flashed with emotion. She hesitated for a moment, looked at the scenery around her, then bit her lip and said, "Follow me. I know a safe place." After saying that, she grabbed Serdek's arm with her only movable hand. The shadow of her ancestor Wudixian on her body continued to fade and was about to disappear. However, she still burst out with strong physical strength and pulled her by force. With Serdek running wildly on the rocky mountainside, Delia seems to have been to this mountainous area and is very familiar with the roads here. The roads she chooses are always walking on the edges of gravel that may slide at any time. The headless horseman at the back can obviously come up the most, but it is lame on one leg. If it accidentally steps into the gravel will carry the headless horseman down for more than 10 meters. At this time, even if it's okay to struggle, on the contrary, the more you struggle, the further you slide. The headless horseman needs to charge up every time to jump out of the rubble. What made Serdek slightly relieved was that the headless horseman never summoned his nightmare horse during the chase. Although Delia's left arm was injured, it did not seem to affect her running on the mountain road. The two thighs are extremely powerful every time they take a step, and the jumps are very rhythmic. Serdek was following Delia's rhythm in running. Delia turned around two peaks and ran to the side peak of a canyon. The two of them were breathing heavily and thinking about something along the glacier snow line on the peak. Climb to higher ice peaks. The glaciers on the peak here are almost connected into one body. After climbing the ice peak, what appears to Serdek is more like another world. I don't know how long the entire glacier has existed. Delia took Serdek to the top of a snow peak. Here she stopped and knelt down in the ice and snow on the peak. And in this icy and snowy environment, he clasped his hands together, then closed his eyes and prayed to the sky. Serdek was standing aside stupidly at this time, and the headless horseman was already far behind. As Delia continued to chant spells, a huge magic pattern appeared on the ice under Delia's feet. Those simple magic patterns looked a bit like the indigenous characters of the Agrodi clan. With a prayer as soon as the sentence was sung, Serdek found that the glacier in front of him had changed its original appearance. A majestic ruined palace appeared in Serdek's eyes. Chapter 15:20 Mural. The wind was very strong on the top of the mountain, and the blowing snow particles hit my face extremely painfully. Every time he took a breath, he felt like he could inhale some ice chips into his lungs. Serdek felt like coughing when he breathed. If it weren't for the Shaptastem cloth armor he was wearing, he might have been punched to death by the evil spirit leader when he was lying in the ice pit. Delia is the temple guardian of the Agrod clan, and Serdek knows this. However, he never thought that the temple of the Agrod clan would be hidden in the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge, let alone that the temple would be hidden on the top of the mountains in the form of a dislocated space. He stood blankly outside the temple, watching Delia step through the folding space door that looked like a huge mirror. The so-called misaligned space, in layman's terms, means that two or more spaces overlap in the same space. This spatial overlap cannot be understood in terms of 3 dimensions. It is more like the starting point or end point of a 4-dimensional world. In other words, this is the Warsaw Plain. And the secrets of this plain are hidden among the mountains at the northern foot of Moyun Ridge. This is a world of ice and snow. All the buildings are hidden on the top of the ice peak. Everywhere you look, there are broken bricks and tiles. A dilapidated scene. It was slightly different from what Serdak had imagined. Seeing that Delia had already stepped in, Serdak quickly followed. Just as he entered the world in the mirror, the mirror-like door disappeared out of thin air. At this time, the Headless Horseman was still a few hundred meters away. He had seen the mirage-like building complex just a moment ago, and could even feel the source of power that he had longed for. But as the snow peaked, the last 2 people disappeared one after another, and the mysterious construction industry disappeared with them. The evil ghost leader limped after him, and stood at the place where the footprints of Bingfeng and the 2 disappeared. It tried to feel the power fluctuations here. Then he sat down on this ice peak, and let the snow particles fall on him. He first smoothed out all the gaps and sheltered places, making the footprints here gradually lighter, and then disappeared. This is an extremely magnificent holy light cathedral, located on the top of this mountain. In this dimension, the huge glaciers on the peaks of the mountains do not exist at all. There are only exposed black rocks. This temple happens to be built on the top of this peak. Serdak was standing outside the church door at this time. The stone steps on the mountain stretched from the door of the cathedral to the west of the mountain. However, these stone steps were very seriously damaged. Almost half of the stone steps were broken, crashed into shell-like fragments. On both sides of the entrance to the Holy Light Cathedral are 2 giant statues of angels that are 100 meters high. The 2-winged angel on the left is holding a ribbon in his hand, surrounded by countless flowers at his feet, while the angel on the right is holding his hands tightly. A huge scroll. The archangel's head is looking up to the sky, standing on the steps at the entrance of the temple. Soldak was very shocked when he saw the skyscraper-like angel Colossus. But on the right side of the angel Colossus, he could only see the back of its head. Could it be that he wanted to see it? To see the full picture of this angel statue, you still need to fly high into the sky to look down at it? Serdak cursed in his heart. The 2 giant angel statues are covered with mottled cracks, and even the giant stone platforms at their feet are also covered in mottled cracks. And many of the foundation stones have begun to collapse. The angel Colossus can only be seen in its entirety. For example, the right arm of the angel on the left is broken, and most of the wings of the angel on the right are broken. The rubble is piled at the foot of the statue, making the 2 stone platforms look like it's a ruin. Serdak was a little amazed at how the original builders erected this 100-meter-high giant statue on the top of the peak. Although his power is the shadow of an angel, he actually doesn't know much about angels. He only knows that some angels can still be seen in the Silver City. Stone statues do not have the coercion of a strong man, but magnificent buildings inevitably have a shocking aura. Standing in front of the dilapidated temple, Serdak could not help but feel a little agitated, and he did not even feel the accelerated healing of his injuries immediately. It was obviously not the first time for Delia to come here. She stood on the steps and saw Serdak looking up at the angel statue. So she walked back a few steps and followed Serdak's gaze. When she saw him looking at Oriel, the angel of hope, explained to him, "That's the Archangel Oriel. The ribbon she's holding in her hand is the cord of hope Emish. I heard that the healing power of the holy light comes from this artifact." Serdak couldn't help but stretch out his hand, and a ball of holy light appeared in his palm. The soft holy light was like a candle flame. But at this moment, in Serdak's hand, this ball of holy light actually emanated with dazzling flames. Serdak's originally somewhat collapsed chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye under the irradiation of this ball of holy light. He was shocked by this powerful healing power. Then he felt that his breathing became much easier, and the chest congestion and pain disappeared. Soldak glanced at Delia's unnaturally drooping left arm. Although the wound on the arm had been wrapped with a hemostatic bandage, it looked like Delia couldn't use her left arm at all. Moreover, the collarbone near her left shoulder seemed to be shattered. I really don't understand how she could still walk so fast on a steep hillside full of gravel with such a serious injury. Serdak placed the dazzling holy light next to Delia's left arm. Under the irradiation of the holy light, Delia's eyes began to change significantly. She stood there obediently and let Serdak use the holy light to linger on her left arm and shoulder for a while. Then he directly pressed his right hand on her injured area, and then patted it gently. And finally, I felt like trying to move my left arm. At this time, she did not forget to introduce the giant angel statue opposite to Soldak. That's the Archangel Israel. The scroll he's holding is to Lucifer. The scroll of destiny. It's said that he can see some visions of the future from the scroll of destiny. Cerdak listened carefully to Delia's story. The two walked into the temple gate along the stone steps. This is a row of arches. The central arch has completely collapsed, and the arches on the left and right sides only have some broken walls. Delia took Cerdak with her. A hidden path passed through the middle of the ruins. The rubble here seemed to have been cleared by someone. I haven't been here for a long time. Ever since the evil ghost army occupied Mayan Ridge, there has been an evil ghost army stationed at Beishan Pass, which is the only way to the temple. If you want to sneak under the nose of the evil ghost army, it wasn't easy in the past. Those guys' eyes could still see the surrounding scenery clearly even at night. Delia sighed as she walked. The two walked through the broken door and walked into the vestibule of the cathedral. This was a vast garden-shaped courtyard. Originally, there should have been a huge pool and a group of statues in the middle of the courtyard. And there were countless stone carvings and gardening around it. But now, the pool seems to have completely dried up. Almost all the statues have only some bases left. At most only 2 feet or a thigh. And the rest has become rubble. As for the green plants, they were completely withered, with only some dead branches covering the broken walls. Several big trees in the courtyard seemed to have been knocked down. Only 2 dead trees with dry trunks more than 5 meters high were still preserved. Even the branches could not be seen in the rest. The main trunks of those 2 trees were still intact. There are some marks of cuts with knives and axes. Maybe the wood is too hard, and no one can take it away. Seeing that Cerdak was looking a little carefully, Delia stood aside and smiled awkwardly. It's usually difficult to get fire-making materials here. It's better here in the temple. But we have to walk on an icy road on the way back to the tribe. Every time we come here, we bring some fire-making materials when we return. These 2 trees are very special. Just pick up a branch and use it as a torch. The elders said that these 2 trees were left to us by our ancestors to make torches. I remember there were 2 sections of dead branches here when I was young. Cerdak walked over and patted the tree trunk that was almost petrified. The material as hard as gold and stone was not comparable to ironwood. The 2 trees in the courtyard were actually not very big. At least bigger than Sir. The ones Duck had seen were much smaller. That's right. Although Cerdak didn't know many plants, he had seen exactly this kind of big tree. This kind of big tree is also very famous. And it can grow very big. The largest trunk can turn into a mountain. There is such a world tree in the Dark Worm Valley. And what Delia called the torch material happened to be the branches of these 2 completely dead world tree saplings. This is a magic material that many magicians in the Green Empire seek. It is an excellent base material for making advanced wands. But here it turns out to be just a torch in the hands of the guardians of the Egrod clan's temple. This kind of wood is very expensive in the Green Empire. It's only so long. Cerdak gestured with his hand to make a foot-long gesture, then stretched out his little finger, waved it in front of Delia, and then said, It's only as thick as your little finger at most. And you can probably exchange it for a piece of magic crystal. In recent times, the warriors and the knights often use their private weapons to exchange some magic materials and magic crystals with the indigenous people. Therefore, most of the indigenous people, including Delia, now understand that those who do not have what kind of purchasing power does the punched magic crystal have. 5 magic crystals can be exchanged for a very exquisite magic secret sword. Delia looked at the 2 bare tree trunks standing in the courtyard in a daze, thinking about how many magic crystals her predecessors and previous temple guardians had burned over the years. Delia thought that it was the lack of contact with the outside world and the serious lag in information that would cause these precious materials to be seriously lost. But things are finally getting better now. While the Egrod clan is on the verge of extinction step by step, a great wizard who has received some inspiration from Telusur finally steps forward, gathers all the tribes together, and builds a walled city. Fight against powerful enemies together. His prophecies were fulfilled one by one. Delia glanced at Cerdak secretly, and then led him through the sloping courtyard. The temple is divided into the main hall of the cathedral, the disciplinary hall on the west side, and the library on the east side. However, almost all of these buildings have collapsed, especially the library on the east side. Except for stone slabs and a broken wall, it was almost covered in moss. However, the 4 stone pillars at the entrance to the punishment hall are still there, and there are emblems engraved on the triangular stone slabs with iron-spiked whips and blood-stained crosses with chains. The cathedral in the main hall looks like a small castle, but the roof has completely collapsed, and only the surrounding walls remain, enclosing the space inside. If you want to take a look inside, unless you can fly into the sky, you have to step on the gravel and enter through the main entrance. The main hall here is relatively well preserved, but it is quite dangerous here and may collapse at any time, Delia said to Serdek. There is still a long distance between the main hall and the vestibule of the Holy Light Cathedral. Delia and Serdek climbed several long stone steps before arriving at the entrance of the main hall. After passing through 6 broken and collapsed arches, walking further inside turned out to be an open-air corridor. There were no broken stones on this road. Serdek raised his head and glanced at the open-air roof. Knowing that the temple guardians must have removed the broken stones here, cleaned up. The stone pavement underfoot is relatively smooth, although moss grows in the gaps between many stone slabs, or some rocks are covered with dry moss. Serdek could see the figures of some angels on the columns in these corridors. Going inside, he saw some broken walls on both sides of the corridors, and there seemed to be some colorless murals left on these walls, although those murals have lost their color. Judging from the lines and the difference between gray and white, the scenes in the paintings are still lifelike. Delia stopped in front of these murals. She squinted her eyes and looked at the paintings on the wall, pursed her lips and said nothing. Serdek also stopped and looked at the murals on the wall. Although this section of the wall always collapsed intermittently, Serdek still saw that these murals seemed to be coherent. There are no murals on the dilapidated walls, and Serdek will not be too entangled. He keeps reading as if he were reading a comic strip. The murals on this wall mainly describe a story, because 2 pieces of the wall in front collapsed. Serdek started looking at the third mural. The third mural tells the story of a great battle between angels and demons. On the battlefield filled with corpses, there were countless angels with their wings spread in the sky, and the ground was burning with black flames everywhere. Demons with all kinds of ugly bodies. The fourth picture tells the story of angels and demons who are tired of war, discussing peace. They gather in a room, and there are even some food and drinks on the dining table lit with countless candles. Although the wall of the 5th painting was somewhat broken, Serdek still saw half of the broken painting. From it can be judged that these angels and demons took away a world stone and used this world stone to create a world, a place of refuge. Chapter 15:21 The Stone of the World. This corridor is not long. There are 8 walls between the 9 marble columns, except for half of the walls that collapsed. The other murals are well preserved. Delia walked beside Serdek and continued to tell him about the following murals. The 6th painting is the birth of the first Nephilim in Sanctuary. They have the blood of angels and evil spirits, so they have both the power of light and darkness. The 7th picture shows the black magician summoning demons, and the sanctuary is discovered by demons from the H.L. world. The demons want to open a connecting channel and enter the human world. The 8th painting shows the rise of the tritheism quietly on that continent. In order to resist the tritheism, a prophet founded the Holy Light Cathedral. This temple was built during this period. The mural ended here. Serdek stood in front of the 6th mural and was speechless for a long time. It is this mural that explains the origin of the Nephilim bloodline. Serdek discovered that the plain of Warsaw might have once been part of a main plain. Later, after that world fell apart, the broken world that finally survived became a small plain. Most of the walls behind the cloister have collapsed, so the back part of the main hall appears to be extremely empty, and there is no obstruction above the head. Although there are still tall walls, dilapidation is still the main color of this temple. Delia did not continue walking inside, because the part of the church inside was just piles of rubble, as well as countless collapsed stone pillars and statues. This corridor seems to be the best preserved place here, probably because the walls here are supported by a row of stone pillars, and none of the collapsed stones from the temple roof hit the corridor. Delia sat cross-legged under the wall, meditating like a magician. The aura of holy light here is very strong, and there is a faint holy light on her face. Are you the temple guardian of this generation? After Serdek entered this area, he discovered that the dozen or so most secret nodes in his body, which he could not light up no matter what, were all lit up when he entered the temple just now. Those nodes formed a vast starry sky, which was a star field hidden in his body. These nodes could draw the power of holy light from around the body. This is how the power of holy light in Serdek's body was obtained. Every time he exhausted the power of holy light, the nodes in his body would continuously absorb the power of holy light from the outside. Full power reserve. Delia sat on the ground, opened her amber eyes, and looked up at Serdek, and said to him, Elder Ambrose told me that our Egrot clan is the guardian of this temple. It's just that the place is dilapidated, so all the clan members are not aware of the secrets here. With so many people from the Agrodi tribe, Haven't you tried to repair this place? How could it not be? It's just that during the repair process, the damage was accelerated. It is said that before the repair, the main hall of the main hall still existed. And there were even 2 confession rooms at the back. But now all the rooms are in ruins, Delia said with a wry smile. She casually picked up a broken statue arm, and Surdak could feel the temple's ground shaking slightly. When she casually put the stone arm down, the temple miraculously returned to calm. Let's hide here, and wait until our bodies recover before we go out. Maybe the evil spirit leader will have left by then. Surdak wanted to go out and see if the headless horseman was gone. After entering the temple, the connection between him and Aphrodite was cut off again. The rich holy light here not only makes his holy light technique unprecedentedly powerful, but even the recent impact on the sea of spiritual consciousness is being repaired quickly. He even has an intuition that he can wear the spiritual magic in the temple without time limit. The magical armor in the sea. So he simply sat down. It feels like his body is like an empty bottle floating in the endless void. And there are countless connected nodes floating in the bottle. The rich power of holy light exudes a faint light in these nodes, making him look like a big 2 kilowatt light bulb. He even felt that the nodes behind his back were gathering together, like 2 folded wings. So there were angels and demons among my ancestors? At this time, Surdak couldn't concentrate and could only think randomly in his heart. Unable to bring himself into a meditative state, Surdak opened his eyes. I happened to see Delia on the side checking the injury on her left shoulder and clavicle with a weird look on her face. She knew that the collarbone was broken here, but she didn't pay much attention to when the injury here healed. Ordinarily, even with Wudishian's blessing, the injury shouldn't have healed so quickly. Do all the young people in your tribe have the blood power of the Nephilim? Surdak asked curiously. Delia shook her head and said calmly, not everyone can obtain the Nephilim bloodline. Only a few young people. The great wizards need to select successors from these people, and they will become the next great wizards. The remaining young people will receive key training from the tribe, and usually become a warrior in your tribe. Surdak nodded and continued. I know that the warriors in our tribe are equivalent to the second-level warriors in our empire. But what are they called above the warriors? The awakened power in the body will become a tribal warrior. Only through rigorous training can one become the most powerful sage. After finishing speaking, Aliyah stood up from the stone slab, randomly picked up a stone and threw it, which immediately caused a slight vibration in the temple. Delia did not say that Elder Ambrobi believed that she would be the person with the best chance of becoming a venerable in the Edrog clan this generation. But there was a trace of pride hidden in her eyes. Surdak slapped his forehead, feeling that his mind was confused. He still had some doubts about the origin of life. So he told Delia the history he knew. I don't know much about the history described here. What is recorded in the library of the Green Empire is a completely different story. The history I know is, thousands of years ago, humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, and other races lived on the Roland continent. There may be dragons, angels, and titans. Sorry, I'm not a historian, so I can't tell these details clearly. However, with the first demonic invasion of Roland continent, each race began to resist these demons alone. Later, everyone joined together to form a powerful alliance army. At that time, the alliance army even included the Dragon Knight Legion and the Angel Legion, and the Titan Legion. After the alliance army defeated the demons, they engaged in a melee for a long time. Surdak paused for a moment after speaking, and continued after seeing that Aliyah had listened very seriously. During this period, most of the dragons chose to leave the Roland continent. They went to a plane that no one could find, and sealed all the plane gates. Angel has returned to the Silver City, and has been fighting with the coalition forces against the demons that invaded from the H.L. world. The goblins were cursed by the gods because of their blasphemy. The entire goblin civilization ceased to exist. The titans they created were also annihilated in the dust of this history. The Green Empire has only 800 years of history. It is said that the Green Empire was founded by 5 heroes. Surdak said a lot. Delia is only a native of the Warsaw Plain, and naturally does not understand the history of the Roland continent. Out of respect for the temple, and as the guardian of the temple, she reluctantly explained to Surdak. Probably the history recorded in this temple is a little longer. Longer? Surdak scratched his head. Delia said. Afterwards, the two of them had a tacit understanding not to discuss this anymore. At this time, Surdak looked around and happened to see a very tall stone moss deep in the main hall. It looked like it had collapsed for a long time. Moss had grown up and died in some stone crevices, as if it was covered with a layer of stone. Soil. Serdek felt that the aura of holy light over there was stronger. So he asked casually, "What's over there?" Delia took a look and then said, "That is the deepest part of the temple. There is a stone platform on it, but no one can climb to the top. I have tried it, and I can only climb up to 20 meters away from the stone platform. I haven't seen anything on the stage on the steps." Serdek was a little curious, so he walked towards the stone barrier. There were stones scattered everywhere due to collapse. Climbing up on those huge stones was not too difficult for Serdek. It's difficult. Just pay attention to your feet, and don't twist your feet by stretching into the cracks in the rocks. However, the moss on these stones has dried up, and there will always be layers of ash flying up when you step on them. Delia followed Serdek and told him that every temple guardian would try to climb this stone barrier once. But it became more and more difficult the higher you climbed. This stone platform is actually less than 30 meters high. When Delia climbed halfway up, her face seemed to have turned red. It could be seen that she seemed to have encountered inexplicable resistance, and it became very difficult to go up again. However, Serdek didn't feel anything and kept climbing up at a constant speed. Seeing that Serdek kept distancing himself from her, the surprise in Delia's eyes became more and more obvious. There was clearly a force resisting her body and keeping her out. Now that she was injured, it was difficult to climb up only halfway. Looking at Serdek again, he climbed to the highest point of the stone barrier without even realizing it. Serdek looked back at Delia hesitantly and saw Delia casting an encouraging look. Then he walked to the stone platform. Serdek stood on the stone platform and found that most of the ruins of the temple could be seen clearly from here. The high platform here should have been there originally, but a large number of stones collapsed from the top of the temple and buried the stone steps here. The area of this high platform is not too large, only less than 100 square meters. The surface of the stone platform has been weathered and broken and has become uneven. Serdek discovered that the stone platform should be a pentagon, and there should be statues in each corner. However, there are only 3 places where statues can be seen among the rocks: the base of the statue, and the part above the calf of the statue rolled down to no one knows where. In front of one of the statues that still had legs, there was a 1-meter round platform that looked like it was carved from marble. There was a stone basin on the platform. Because the weathering was so severe, Serdek couldn't tell whether it was a basin or some other water container. What surprised Serdek the most was that it was actually filled with clean water. There is still a half-thumb-sized crystal fragment floating on the water, which is what continuously exudes the power of holy light that is so rich that it is almost substantial. The holy light was so rich that it was constantly squeezing into Serdek's body, and the nodes in his body became brighter and brighter under the infusion of the rich holy light. Just as countless nodes in his body emitted dazzling light, his body actually began to become transparent. Those holy lights seemed to be washing, purifying and dispelling the last bit of darkness in his body. He approached the stone basin step by step, staring at the spar that continuously radiated the power of holy light. Serdek felt that the crystal that was only the size of a fingernail was probably the source of holy light power, or something. He stood in front of the stone basin and reached out to hold the crystal in his hand. The spar was like a transparent ice crystal, disappearing from Serdek's hand in the next second, as if it melted into water and evaporated instantly. Serdek even looked at his right hand with some confusion. At the same time, the crystal fragment appeared in his spiritual sea of consciousness, and the crystal fragment in the spiritual consciousness sea was much larger than what he saw outside, several meters high, and more like an obelisk suspended in the center of the spiritual consciousness sea. A trace of the power of the world's laws emanated from this stone tablet. Serdek only touched it a little, and he felt as if his head had been hit hard by a craftsman's hammer. And then he woke up. Although he had a splitting headache, the scene before him really shocked him. The entire temple was shaking violently. Boom! Just a few hundred meters away to his left, a wall that was more than 70 meters high suddenly collapsed at the edge of the temple, and a large number of scattered stones rolled down to the bottom of the mountain. The entire temple began to collapse, and huge earthquakes came from under his feet. Serdek even became a little unsteady. At this time, the rich aura of holy light on this stone platform no longer existed. Delia ran up from below in a panic. She first glanced around and found Serdek standing in front of the stone basin. Shouted to him, "This place is about to collapse. Let's get out of here quickly." Serdek had also woken up and quickly followed Delia down the stone platform. She looked at the crumbling temple, from initial sluggishness to later panic. Now she had calmed down, and then remembered some words that Elder Amberby had said. When he turned to look at Serdek, his face became strange. But he didn't say anything. Cerdak thought she was blaming him for touching some things in the temple that he shouldn't have touched, causing the entire temple to collapse. And he felt a little apologetic in his heart. He was still thinking of saying something sorry. But Delia ran very fast, and he had no chance to say anything, so he could only run outside closely behind her. Chapter 1522, Plain Laws. The collapse started from the wall around the temple. This part of the wall was at the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain. Countless masonry fell to the bottom of the cliff. There were also a large number of cracks in the stone-paved ground in the front courtyard. Some cracks were even as wide as 2 meters. At the edge of the courtyard, they even rolled down the cliff together with the wall. The entire temple was shaken by huge earthquakes. Some towering pillars continued to fall. A large number of stone walls that originally maintained the style of the castle were falling down this time. Even in the space at the edge of the temple, some twisted space cracks appeared. They were like wounds torn open by sharp blades. These cracks not only split the sky, but also broke open stones when they encountered them. Many stones were covered with cloth, covered with dry moss. Flames began to light up at this time, and puffs of black smoke came out. Large and small stones continued to fall from the sky. Cerdak held up the gold-decorated shield on his right hand to help Delia and himself, who were running in front, block the falling gravel. Even the wall of the corridor, which seemed to be relatively solid, began to collapse. Under such violent vibrations, the two men's running movements were all out of shape, and they could only stumble forward all the way. When he ran to the front courtyard, Cerdak looked up and saw the mirror-like light mask that he had just entered the temple. The headless horseman standing on the top of the ice peak is also standing in front of the mirror-like entrance to the temple. Cerdak and Delia stopped in the empty courtyard. Unexpectedly, the headless horseman did not leave, and because the space here was collapsing, the hidden entrance to the temple was actually revealed. The headless horseman is blocking the door. If the two of them run out at this time, there will inevitably be a battle. But this headless horseman has the strength of a third-turn grandmaster. Even if Cerdak and Delia join forces, they can't defeat it. At this time, Delia touched her back. The war spears on her back had long been empty, and now she didn't even have any handy weapons. Although Widishian's blessing is still there, the power blessing of ancestral possession has long ended, and the injuries on his body have almost healed. The Warcraft leather armor has become tattered, and the sleeve on the left side has been completely torn, left behind like some scraps of leather. The leather armor on the chest also smashed a big hole, and there were several big gashes on the thighs. The leather skirt could no longer wrap around her left buttocks, but when the pants were cut, they only reached her thighs, revealing a section of her fair buttocks. It's just that she turned a blind eye to all this. Among the falling stones, she saw half of the angel statue hitting the stone platform at the edge of the pool. A stone spear in the angel statue's hand flew out with a whoosh. Just in time, it was inserted into the ground 10 meters away in front of her. Delia's eyes passed over the stone spear, and she didn't notice anything different about it. After a second, her eyes returned to the spear. Why can a stone spear pierce the granite slab and stand there firmly? She walked over as if feeling something, and pulled out half of the stone spear stuck in the ground. When I pulled out the stone spear and held it in my hand, I could feel that the stone spear was a little hot to the touch, and there were actually some vague magic patterns on the surface, and it felt heavy in my hand. With Delia's arm strength, she was still a bit reluctant to use this stone spear, but she didn't have any weapons at hand, so she grabbed it in her hand. The power of holy light in Cerdak's body was more abundant than before. If Israel hadn't left the Warsaw Plain injured, he would have summoned the Red Dragon again to help fight. Now, the first thing Cerdak thought of was Count Fornak's ghost army. However, this is the ruins of the Holy Light Cathedral, and the power of the Holy Light is so abundant that it almost condenses into water. Cerdak feels that if those ghosts really come out of the bloody door, they will probably melt into the rich holy light in an instant. The light shield, which was originally as flat as a mirror, rippled like death ripples. The floor of the temple's vestibule began to collapse in large areas, and even the feet of the two men began to collapse. Cerdak was blocked by a falling boulder and almost fell into a crack in the ground that was constantly cracking. He was wearing heavy armor, and his body was extremely heavy. He stretched out his hands to support the edge of the crack, but as the rocks on the edge of the crack continued to collapse, his body also fell downwards along with the gravel. Fortunately, Delia reacted quickly. When she jumped forward, she suddenly turned back like a jungle cheetah, and stretched out her hand towards the falling Cerdak, just catching the edge of his shield. Cerdak happened to step on the edge of a collapsed rock and climbed up dangerously. The two of them ran as fast as they could along the way they came. Seeing the headless horseman waiting outside the door of space, they had to rush forward bravely at this time. The cold wind and snow particles from the peak blew against its black bone armor, and a thin layer of ice formed on the edges of the gaps in the armor, making it even more difficult to move. The headless horseman searched around the glacier peak and found no whereabouts of Surdak and Delia. He originally planned to leave the glacier peak. Just when it was about to leave, there was a violent vibration on the ice peak, and then a space door, as smooth as a mirror, appeared where the footprints disappeared. The headless horseman limped up and first touched the smooth mirror with his big hand covered with bone spurs. A huge repulsive force suddenly passed through his fingers, pushing his body away for more than 20 meters. Fortunately, it took precautions and did not fall down on the snowy slope. It was just a little embarrassed. It can feel that the entire gate is filled with a kind of space law, which is the original force that builds this plane. If these laws can be cracked, the constraints of this plane will become less and less. But obviously that this powerful force is filled with a lot of divine power, and it comes from the abyss full of dark power. The Evil Ghost Legion, one of the 4 Dark Legions. If you want to break the power of light, it is impossible to do it with its current ability. Then it passed through the mirror-like space gate and saw that the world inside was collapsing. This time the headless horseman chose to take a few steps back. It was waiting for the 2 prey to run out of it, and its 5 fingers slowly stretched out black bone spurs. The edges of those bone spurs were as sharp as daggers. The moment Surdak got out of the huge mirror, the headless horseman raised his big hand with 5 bone spurs and stabbed hard at Surdak's head. Soldak had been prepared for a long time. The moment before he got out of the door of space, he raised the shield in his hand. The holy silver cross pattern of the holy shield on the shield completely covered the original pattern. Dragon claws and lightning. Now the power of holy light in Surdak's body seems to have undergone a qualitative change. The moment the power of holy light in the nodes was released, the nodes in his body lit up one after another, making his body like a ball of dazzling light at that moment. At this moment, he chose to merge with the archangel behind him. The archangel shadow quickly disappeared without even being fully revealed. A pair of angel wings woven from holy light appeared behind Soldak. The gold-decorated shield in his hand was illuminated by a faint golden light. The headless horseman stabbed the black bone towards him. As expected, the headless horseman struck with the first blow. Stabbed on the shield, the huge impact almost knocked Surdak back into the space gate. The silver light erupting from the sacred shield almost blocked most of the power. But when the remaining impact force was transmitted to Surdak, his body still shook violently, like a sledgehammer hitting the shield hard. He put on a defensive posture to neutralize the final impact, then raised the sword of Kerwin and stabbed the headless horseman in the abdomen. The headless horseman raised his thick thigh and pushed it hard against Surdak's chest. Black flames burned on his knees, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly increase. Surdak took a quick breath, stepped sideways, and hit the headless knight's knee with the gold-decorated shield in his hand. His body reacted, and the sword of Kerwin that was thrust out naturally failed. A dark halo of light also spread outward under the headless horseman's feet, forming a gravity field with a diameter of 5 meters on the ice peak. Surdak found that the closer he got to it, the heavier his body became. He was wearing heavy armor, and was even more seriously affected by the headless horseman's gravity field. 2 consecutive counterattacks after blocking were resolved by the headless horseman. But the bone spurs in the headless horseman's hands were extremely threatening. The headless horseman's 2 consecutive powerful thrusts drove him to the edge of the ice cliff. The cold wind blowing up from the bottom of the cliff made all the hairs on Surdak's body stand up. If he took 2 more steps back, he would fall off the cliff. Fortunately, the message from Aphrodite was sensed in the sea of spiritual consciousness at this time, so Soldak had enough confidence to face the headless horseman. When he held up his shield to block the bone spurs, he was still trying to use Ku, the sword of Erwin Strikes Back. Seeing that Surdak was in danger, Delia chased after her from behind. She held a stone spear in her hand, jumped up from behind the headless horseman, held the stone spear high in her hand, and used all her strength to go down. Prick! Surdak had half his foot on the edge of the ice cliff. The 5 bone spurs in the headless horseman's hand could be forced to fall off the cliff if they were embroidered with golden shields. It knew Delia was catching up from behind. However, it didn't want to stop at such a good opportunity, so it could only resist with the hard bone armor on its back. The bone spurs hit the gold-decorated shield, and Surdak's body fell down the cliff like a kite with a broken string. The stone spear in Delia's hand also stabbed down hard. At this time, the headless horseman had no time to dodge. He only tried his best to twist his waist to avoid the vital points of the body. Its body was covered with sharp bone spurs, and Delia could not stab it. The headless horseman's chest and abdomen could only be used to pierce the good leg on the left side of the headless horseman with the stone spear. I thought that if the stone spear was pierced into the tough bone armor of the leg, the entire stone spear would break into pieces of stone. But he didn't expect that the stone spear pierced the left leg of the headless horseman, easily breaking through the bone armor and piercing the headless horseman's left leg. Black flame surged all over the headless horseman's body, and he grabbed Delia's shoulders angrily. His right leg, which had lost its foot, whipped towards Delia fiercely. Even the black flames on his legs carried the sound of fierce wind. Delia's body was very soft. She ducked sideways to avoid the headless horseman's hands and pulled out the stone spear. Then her body jumped up lightly and avoided the headless horseman's right knee. However, she only noticed the movements of the headless horseman's limbs, and did not notice the 6 bone spurs that suddenly grew out of the headless horseman's ribs. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, the bone spur was about to pass through Delia's chest. A golden shield appeared in front of Delia, and then Serdak's body was also revealed. Serdak stood in front of Delia, as if he appeared out of thin air. Even Delia was stunned. She had just seen Serdak fall off the cliff. So why did he suddenly appear in front of her? She shook her head vigorously, thinking she was dazzled. Of course, Delia didn't know that the gate to the void that Aphrodite helped Serdak open could be as precise as a short-distance time and space transfer. Serdak swung the sword of Kerwin and took the opportunity to cut off the 6 bone spurs of the headless horseman. The headless horseman became furious. Countless magic lines appeared on the bone armor on his legs, and these magic lines quickly spread to his feet. A gray halo appeared under the headless horseman's feet, and the 10 times gravity of the gravity field instantly caused Serdak to fall heavily onto the ice peak. In the previous battle, Serdak was punched into an ice pit by the headless horseman. He couldn't get up for a long time. This time, he only felt that even breathing was a little difficult. At this time, the obelisk formed by the crystal in the sea of spiritual consciousness lit up with a magic rune. As this simple rune lit up, Serdak found that he became relaxed. And the headless knight, I don't know what happened to the gravity field, but it didn't have any effect on me. I don't know how it happened, but I knew in my heart that this was the law of gravity. Something that I knew in my heart but couldn't express in words. Then some laws about space and time entered his mind. He saw the headless horseman raising one foot and stepping heavily on his chest. His eyes were fixed on the big black foot, thinking to himself, "Slow down, slow down." The next moment, Serdak felt that the speed of the headless horseman's foot had really slowed down. He turned his head with difficulty to look around, but even the movement of his own eyes became extremely slow. The movements are also like playing in slow motion. Serdak tried his best to move his body away, but every time he increased his speed, the bones in his body would feel painful and cracking. This is the burden that the body needs to bear after its own speed exceeds the limit. Serdak pushed his feet hard on the ice, and his body suddenly slid out toward the top of his head. The sword of Kerwin in his hand did not forget to stab the headless horseman in the sole of his foot. No matter how dull Serdak was, he knew what was going on at this moment. It wasn't that the headless horseman's gravity field disappeared and his movement slowed down, but that he had unknowingly mastered the laws of gravity and laws of space of this plane. As his vision went dark, Serdak was shocked to find that his mental power had dried up in an instant. Serdak blinked hard, resisting the strong dizziness coming from his brain, and watched his body slide a few meters away on the ice, just avoiding the headless horseman's stampede. The next moment, the battlefield in Serdak's eyes returned to normal, and the headless horseman quickly caught up. Even if he was several meters away from the headless horseman, he could still feel his body weighing down. The nodes in his body emitted strong holy light, and the wings woven with holy light behind him had become fragmented. Chapter 15:23 Shadow of Solar Island. Glaciers stretching for dozens of kilometers are hidden in this snowy peak, and the ice walls of the opposite peaks reflect dazzling light. Seeing that Serdak was running away as slippery as a loach under his feet, the headless horseman immediately chased after Serdak. It could no longer care about Delia behind it, because it was on Serdak. I smelled a very terrible smell. The headless horseman stretched out his hand and touched his left leg. There was a blood hole the size of an egg on his leg, and his hand was covered with purple blood. The black flame attached to the leg was already dying, and the entire right foot below the ankle of the right leg was gone. The sole of the left foot was pierced by Serdak with the sword of Kerwin, and the sharp sword edge scratched the calf bone armor, make it a little unstable. Serdak also cut off 6 ribs of the headless horseman, leaving several bloody holes in his chest. Obviously, he saw the headless horseman limping closer, and his movements were obviously very slow. But Cerdak was lying on the snow at this time, unable to move even half a step away. The headless horseman staggered over and kicked the golden shield from Soldak's hand. A sharp bone spur grew out of its right ankle that was missing its foot. When it walked, it looked like an iron drill inserted into the ice. But it didn't affect its normal walking. The headless horseman looked like a victorious general. His tall body stood in front of Cerdak, holding his helmet with one hand and lifting him up from the ground. I just felt that the scenery in front of me suddenly changed. And then I felt that all the weight was on my neck, and my cervical vertebrae might break at any time. But the helmet was stuck on his chin and could not be removed. So Soldak could only hang in the air. This time he saw the headless horseman clearly. Cerdak struggled hard in front of the nearly 5-meter-tall headless horseman, waving the Kerwin sword randomly. But the headless horseman grabbed the edge of the Kerwin sword. It didn't care that the blade scratched the palm of its hand, and pressed the sword of Kerwin to Soldak's neck. Cerdak exerted all his strength. His face turned red, and the arm holding the sword hilt trembled slightly. But the headless horseman is like a black mountain, completely suppressing Cerdak in terms of power. Cerdak's eyes were fully opened at this moment, and the sacred armor in the sea of spiritual consciousness appeared on his body. His whole body was exuding golden light, and a sacred light pillar fell from the sky, covering Cerdak in it. At this time, the sword of Kerwin in his hand burst out with intense, holy light. The headless horseman only felt that his body was covered by a beam of holy light, and the black flames on his body gradually extinguished. The blade of the sword that he was holding on to his body actually cut open the palm of his hand, leaving a long wound on his arm. The sword edge seemed to disappear suddenly in front of his eyes, and then suddenly appeared in his heart. With a dazzling holy light, the sword of Kerwin made a single-shaped wound on the chest of the headless horseman. Then Cerdak fell into a void door that suddenly opened behind him. At the same time, a huge eyeball appeared on the head of the headless horseman, and a black ray fell on the headless horseman's shoulder. That was the hypnotic magic cast by the succubus Aphrodite. Although this type of black magic had no effect on the headless horseman, the strong mental power rushed towards the headless horseman and successfully made his body stiff for a while. Delia took advantage of this opportunity and rushed up from behind the headless horseman. Her strong body leaped high like a female leopard, and the pattern of the stone spear in her hand actually lit up with a dazzling white light. At this moment, the headless horseman was also aware of the danger coming from behind. He twisted his body violently and forcibly got rid of the sluggishness caused by hypnosis, but still due to her huge size. Before her body could completely turn around, she saw Delia stabbing her with a stone spear. The stone spear emitted a strong white light at this moment, and Delia in the air let out a scream of terror. And then the stone spear stabbed the headless horseman in the back of the heart. The white light blooming on the stone spear came out from the headless horseman's chest, and the black bone breastplate began to crumble. The last bit of black flame on the headless horseman was melted by the streaks of white light, and even the flesh and blood all over his body was melting. Delia let go of the stone spear, turned her body in a circle in the air, and then landed firmly on the ground. She was also looking at the spear with a dazzling white light in surprise at this moment. Those white lights seemed to contain lightning that was constantly moving. The flesh and blood in the headless horseman's body melted very quickly, and the flesh and blood finally evaporated until only some fine gravel remained, along with the unmelted bone armor and a coconut-sized magic core scattered on the snow. At the same time, in the mirror leading to the folding space, the entire mountain peak under the temple completely collapsed. Then the light mirror actually started to burn. The speed of the flame spread was like a drop of ink falling into a pool. It spread continuously and then disappeared. Nothing was gone. Delia looked at the stone spear stuck in the ice, and watched in despair as the collapsed temple finally disappeared from sight. The rock patterns on the surface of the stone spear fell off little by little, and finally the round spear body made of thorium was revealed. The densely packed magic patterns on it also revealed dazzling magic patterns. The door to the void opened again, and Cerdak stepped out from the door. He slipped and fell to the ground, and the sword of Kerwin fell beside him. Cerdak still wanted to struggle to get up and continue fighting. After struggling for a while, he saw that the headless horseman was gone, leaving only a pile of wreckage. Instead, the stone spear was stuck on the ground, emitting a bright silver light. Although the power of holy light in his body was once again drained, his feeling this time was very different from before. "Did you kill the headless horseman?" Cerdak breathed a sigh of relief and asked Delia and Aphrodite weakly. Aphrodite flapped her transparent insect wings and hid behind her round evil eyes. When she saw that the battle here was over, She slipped into the void gate and disappeared without even looking back. Delia, on the other hand, seemed to have not seen Aphrodite. Standing there blankly. There were too many incredible things she encountered today, and they were too much for her to digest. First, she was chased by a headless horseman. Then, there was a big avalanche on the snow-capped mountains. And then Lord Cerdak summoned a red dragon. Finally, in order to avoid the pursuit of the headless horseman, she took the risk and took Lord Cerdak with her. After escaping to the temple completely collapsed. The two escaped and had a hard battle with the headless horseman. The stone spear they picked up in the temple turned out to be an epic weapon. Killed the headless horseman in one moment. She turned a deaf ear to Cerdak's question. Stepped in front of the war spear whose body was exposed after the stone skin peeled off. And reached out to pull up the heavy war spear. Holding the spear handle, I felt a trace of thunder and lightning coming from the lines on the spear handle. Although my arm was a little numb. Overall it felt pretty good. Delia walked up to Cerdak with the war spear. Stretched out her hand to pull him up from the snow. And helped him pick up the golden shield and the sword of Kerwin. Then she came to the place where the headless horseman fell. Looking at the debris scattered on the ground. Of that set of black armor. Only the shoulder pads and one wrist guard were still intact. The other parts of the shoulder pads had been reduced to ashes and fragments along with the headless horseman. Delia used her war spear to pick out the magic core from the ashes. This should be said to be the most precious thing left by the headless horseman. The magic core on the 6th level magic beast can definitely unlock high-level magic crystals. And this is also a high-level black magic crystal. In addition to its actual value. The merit points that can be exchanged for such a high-level black magic crystal can at least make Cerdak steady promotion to Marquis. Cerdak stared at Delia with an extremely curious look. You killed it? Although it was a bit unbelievable. With the facts before his eyes, Cerdak couldn't help but want to ask. He didn't expect the Temple Guardian to have such a powerful killing move. Thinking about it, it was really a wise move for him to form an alliance with the Egredite tribe. Thinking of this, he became more and more curious about how Delia defeated the headless horseman. He was just returned to the sea by Aphrodite at the most dangerous time. Helensa city. And then returned almost without stopping. Unexpectedly. I still missed the most thrilling moment. It's this war spear. I thought it was just a stone. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Delia regained some energy and handed the war spear in her hand to Cerdak. Cerdak reached out to take it. And countless arcs of electricity surged in the magic patterns on the surface of the silver war spear. As soon as his fingertips touched the war spear, countless arcs of electricity swarmed from the war spear. Cerdak he felt as if his chest had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. And his whole body was numb from those electric arcs. And his whole body was trembling on the spot. After being shocked severely, he did not dare to touch the war spear again. Delia stood there blankly, staring blankly at the silver war spear in her hand. It seems to only recognize you. Cerdak retracted his hand angrily, not daring to touch the war spear again. This is for you. Delia held the huge magic core in her hand and handed it to Cerdak, whose face was charred by the electricity. After Cerdak took it, he threw the heavy magic core twice in his hand and looked at Delia in confusion. He guessed that Delia might not know the value of the magic core. So he reminded, you defeated this headless horseman, and the spoils should be yours. This is more valuable than you think. Delia looked down at the silver war spear in her hand, lifted it up, and waved it in front of Cerdak, feeling a little proud. I have this. According to the rules of distribution of spoils between hunters during hunting, this magic core should be yours. Cerdak looked at the silly woman in front of him speechlessly. He felt that for such a big plain lord, if he really distributed the spoils like this, once word spread, it would probably become a joke to the entire Bina province. Equality and justice are the positive images that a plain lord should establish. There are so many territories in the Ganbu Plain and the Belan Plain. And now they are fighting in Moyun Ridge in the Warsaw Plain. In the future, this place will probably belong to themselves. There is really no need to make yourself look like a whole high-level magic crystal. How greedy for money. Thinking of this, Cerdak said to Delia, you originally brought this war spear from the temple. You don't need to share it with me at all. But this magic core, if I also have a share of the credit, I admit it, then each of us will have half. This way this magic core is of great use to me. So just give it to me, and I will convert the other half of the value of the magic core into ordinary magic crystals to compensate you. Okay. Delia agreed readily. Almost all of Cerdak's magic crystals are kept in his magic belt bag. When he took out a bag of magic crystals from his pocket and handed it to Delia, Delia hesitated and asked, I heard that you can use magic crystals to buy complete sets of magic equipment in the Empire. Are you talking about the magic pattern construct worn by the construct knight? Soldak looked at the tattered leather armor on Delia's body, and then looked away calmly. Seeing that Delia wanted a set of magic pattern constructs, Soldak said, This is easy to handle. In fact, this bag of magic crystals can be exchanged for the most basic magic pattern construct. I also have some here. A set of magic patterns. In fact, the price of the basic simple version of the standard magic pattern structure that Merchant Malacham bought from the Imperial capital was even less than 100 magic crystals. After saying that, Soldak took out a set of magic pattern constructs from the magic belt bag and placed the box in front of Delia. While opening the lid of the box, he continued to say to Delia, There is a complete set of magic pattern structure rewards on the merit exchange list of the West Root Army, but it requires a high level of military industry to redeem them. I can promise now that the merits obtained by the Aboriginal warriors in battle can be exchanged on the merit exchange list. Maybe after this war is over, there will be some warriors in your tribe who can wear this magic pattern structure. Delia didn't seem to hear what Cerdak was saying at all. She stared at the metal armors engraved with magic patterns, took out a helmet from the box, and tried to put it on her head. Just turning around, he took off the almost completely torn leather armor on his body, then put on the forged metal breastplate, and locked the buckle. Then came the shoulder armor, wrist guards, trouser armor, greaves, and combat boots, all of which were worn on the body. With the help of Cerdak, a magic crystal fragment was placed on the gem base. Seeing the magic lines lighting up on the magic pattern structure, Delia happily carried the war spear and walked down the ice peak happily. Along the way, he kept asking Soldak for specific details about the achievements of the Western Root Army. The two returned along the original path, and when they returned to the battlefield of ice and stone stream, they saw the magician Basil lying on the snow. It seemed that he had fallen badly. Not only did he break a leg, but he was also covered with a number of wounds. There were tiny wounds, and the magic handle was also damaged. He could only lie there and wait for rescue. Fortunately, he knew how to take care of himself better and actually put a blanket under him. Seeing that Cerdak and Delia had returned safely, she lay there excitedly, waving vigorously and shouting at them. Chapter 1524 The Hero Returns. The cold wind flowed into her body through the gaps in the metal armor, and Delia felt a little cold. The magic pattern structure made of plate armor forged with magic metal and engraved with runes is obviously not suitable for Delia. Her defense and magic resistance are good, and there is also a certain increase in strength and physical fitness. But it is not suitable for Delia. Very bulky. This type of magic pattern structure is very suitable for use by knights, but it is a bit cumbersome for hunters like Delia who are good at jungle combat. Cerdak didn't think about this carefully just now. Now it seems that she is more suitable for the magic pattern structure of light leather armor made of Warcraft skin. This kind of metal armor, especially when you can't wear a shirt, may feel quite bad when you wear it and get blown by the cold wind. However, Soldak did not have this kind of light leather armor in his hands for the time being, so he could only let Delia stand in the cold wind. Fortunately, when they rescued the magician Basil, they got a very thick wool blanket. After Delia put the blanket on her body, she felt much better. At least my face has some warmth. The ice and snow at the foot of the mountain began to melt, and the flowing snow water merged into the originally dry creek. Cerdak carried the magician Basil on his back and walked along a small stream that was not too wide. After walking out of the valley and climbing over a mountain ridge, he could see the battlefield at Beishan Pass. It was getting late, and even against the wind, it seemed that we could hear shouts of death in the distance. It looked like the battle at Kita Pass lasted for a full day. Basil was very curious that Cerdak and Delia actually worked together to kill an evil ghost leader, and asked for details along the way. Cerdak didn't say anything about the temple, just the general outline of the battle. Along the way, Cerdak treated Basil's injuries. The magician only had a broken leg, and he also had potions and hydrotherapy scrolls. He also knew some first aid skills and had already given himself, simple first aid treatment. So Cerdak's holy light technique can only speed up the healing of his injuries. Delia was very curious about Basil's magic. Every time he performed magic, she would stand aside and observe quietly. The three of them climbed over the last mountain ridge as fast as possible. The battlefield at Beishan Pass was still filled with a large number of evil spirits. Cerdak was a little impatient and couldn't help but quicken his pace and strode towards the North Pass under the mountain. The terrain of this hillside was gentle, but occasionally there were some moss-covered stones that required special attention. If you accidentally stepped on them, you would be in trouble. It's easy to sprain your foot. Delia walked at the back, her amber eyes reflecting Suldek's back. Under the setting sun, he walked on the mountains, and the shadow was stretched so long. His body is taller than that of the aboriginal warriors of the Agrodi clan. His majestic body is wearing thick armor. He always has an extra visual impact and brings people more sense of security and trust. He is brave yet wise, and his reason can always defeat greed. He can be regarded as a lord with excellent character. He bit his lip and took 2 quick steps to catch up. The shouts of killing in the distance have become extremely clear, and the roars of the evil ghost warriors can be heard on the city wall. All the evil ghost warriors who rushed in from the city gate hole have been cleared away, and the military camp on the north side of the city wall is again in the hands of the Western Route Army. The wounded who were withdrawn from the battlefield were lying in temporary medical tents. The aboriginal warriors were blessed with the blessed body, so even minor injuries did not affect the battle at all. And almost all the wounded who lost their combat effectiveness were injured. The seriously wounded man injured his arm and thigh. In the past, on the battlefields of the Agrod tribe, this type of wounded would be transported back to the tribe and recuperated on their own after being removed from the battlefield. At most, the dislocated bones would be realigned and a layer of herbal medicine applied to the wounds. Because of the blessing of the blessed body, the pain will be greatly reduced and the injury will heal quickly. The great witches in the tribe feel that there is no need for additional treatment, but there is an extra medical team on the West Route Army side. Broken bones will be reattached and fixed with splints. Finally, they will be carried to the medical tent on a stretcher and receive specialized care. Whether they are knights from the Western Route Army Cavalry Regiment or aboriginal warriors from the Agrod tribe, they will all receive the same treatment in the medical tent. Regarding the arrangement of the West Route Army Command Post, the elders and clan leaders of each tribe could not find any fault. Although the battle was extremely difficult, the soldiers had always adhered to the defense line. Occasionally, an evil ghost general led a group of evil ghosts to break through the defense line. Will also be cleared away in time by the soldiers in the rear camp. Many people died during the day, but the morale of the indigenous warriors was still high. The last batch of construct knights also withdrew from the city wall. The 5-meter wide city head was almost covered with sticky purple blood, and the walls were covered with corpses of evil ghost warriors. A group of aboriginal warriors, who had just been recruited from the city, were pulling these corpses down with long hooks, and then threw them all to the north of the city wall. The warriors waiting inside the city wall will use sharp axes to chop off the heads from the evil ghost corpses. Then these headless corpses will be distributed to the skinners, who will peel off the most valuable black-striped demon skin, leaving the remaining in addition to feeding the useless evil ghost corpses to the ghost-striped red ants. Most of the remaining corpses will be thrown into the pit for incineration. On the other side of the city wall, the evil ghost army, whose number had been reduced by a quarter, was still attacking the city wall. The evil ghost warriors lined up and rushed to the city wall. The evil ghost corpses piled up under the wall in the middle of the city wall formed a gentle slope. A large number of evil ghost warriors stepped on the corpses of their companions and rushed to the top of the city. At the top of the city at this moment, nearly 50 tribal warriors led their respective teams to fight alternately with these evil ghost warriors who rushed up. In the cavalry camp on the north side of the city wall, groups of ant cavalry and giant ghost pattern soldier ants formed a square formation. Everyone was quietly waiting for the moment when the sky turned completely dark. After dark, the cavalry regiment of the Western Route Army will sound the clarion call for counterattack. Since the city gate hole was completely blocked by stones, and countless evil ghost corpses were piled up on the south side of the city wall, the constructed knights could no longer enter the battlefield on the south side of the city wall through the city gate hole. Only the ant cavalry and the giant ghost pattern soldier ants that ignore any terrain can enter the battlefield at night. Andrew, Gulitum, and Wolf Nitego have all given up their war horses. They each chose a giant ghost pattern soldier ant, and stood on top of the giant ghost pattern soldier ant like Selena. The atmosphere in the Legion was a bit dull at the moment. Serdek has been away from the battlefield for almost a day, and so far, no news has come back. Even the magician Basil, who followed him, did not send any magic signal. The two-headed ogre regretted his decision in the morning. If he had known this, he would have followed him no matter what. Everyone, cheer up! Serdek will be fine. Believe me. Selena stood on top of a giant soldier ant and said to several other people. Andrew said with some guilt, "Now I can only hope that he will come back soon so as not to miss the most exciting battle on our side. You must know that we have been preparing for this battle for more than a month." Thinking about the headless horseman, who was full of powerful aura, everyone suddenly lost their confidence in victory. Selena frowned and said calmly, "The casualties of the aboriginal warriors of the Agrod tribe are almost the same as those of the evil ghost army. Our role in rushing to the battlefield this time is to block the charge of the evil ghost army. Kill these evil ghosts as much as possible, and win a fight for our allies. Take the rest of the night to get some rest." After hearing what Selena said, everyone cheered up again and responded, "I know. This battle plan had been planned a long time ago." But the plan did not include the unexpected situation of the headless horseman. However, the battle had reached this level, and it had to continue even if it was forced to go on. Now no matter which side loses, they will bear the consequences of defeat. As the druids blew their whistles, 7,000 giant ghost-patterned soldier ants left the cavalry camp in a mighty manner. They climbed up the steep wall from the north to the top of the city. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego were the first to rush forward, followed closely by the two-headed ogre Gulitham. The two brothers were sitting on a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant, which looked a little disharmonious. Fortunately, the ghost-patterned soldier ant was strong enough to carry the two-headed ogre to the city wall very smoothly. The three rank 2 experts boarded the city and quickly cleared a space at the city. They wanted to ensure Selena's absolute safety. And then one of the largest giant ghost-patterned soldier ants carried Selena up the city wall. The last ray of light was about to be swallowed up by darkness. At this moment, a green magic flare suddenly rose from the hillside northwest of the battlefield. The huge green fireball rushed into the sky and exploded into a ball of brilliant fireworks. When the soldiers of the cavalry regiment saw the magic flare, they cheered. On the night side, Andrew's eyesight was far inferior to that of Wolf Knight Tego, especially without the blessing of Surdak. So he quickly asked Tego, "Look what's going on over there." Before Wolf Knight Tego could answer Andrew's question, the surrounding ant riders had already started cheering. "Suldak! Suldak!" But then the cheers of these ant cavalry were suppressed by the louder cheers in indigenous languages. Except for the indigenous warriors fighting at the city head, the other hundreds of thousands of indigenous warriors were all shouting the same name. Delia! 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 Their shouts even made the aboriginal warriors at the head of the city excited. At this time, Selena also saw Suldak, who came back before dark. Seeing that he was still walking fast with a person on his back, she knew that he was probably fine. "Our lord has returned safely. He seems to be in good condition. I'm curious where he took that big guy." Wolf Knight Tego shouted excitedly. The two-headed ogre was in high spirits at this time and immediately responded, "You can ask Dak personally later. There's no rush. Friends, our performance time is up. Get ready to go." Andrew no longer even waited for Selena's fog of war, and jumped from the top of the ghostly patterned soldier ants to the city with the butcher's eye in his hand. Although the injuries on his body were not completely healed, they were still intact after Nika's attack. After treatment, the great shaman of the Agrod tribe blessed him with a blessed body, so it did not affect the battle. Selena's body has been wrapped in a thick black mist. As the unfamiliar spells are sounded, the mist quickly spreads in all directions, covering all the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants that have arrived at the city. At this time, the Western Route Army Cavalry Regiment blew the charge horn. As the fog of war rolled towards the south of the city wall, a large group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants cleared away the evil spirits at the top of the city and slowly climbed outside the city wall. The only unexpected thing is that the aboriginal warriors, who originally fought bloody battles at the top of the city, did not retreat because the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants occupied the top of the city. They saw with their own eyes under the fog of war on the top of the city. The evil spirits were running around like blind men. These dozens of aboriginal warriors led their respective combat teams and almost unanimously made a bold decision. They actually followed the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, stepped on the corpse of the evil ghost warrior in the middle of the city wall, and rushed to the battlefield to the south. Even when they saw the thick fog coming, the evil ghost warriors still maintained their offensive formation and charged towards the city wall. Just the next second, they crashed into the fog of war. What awaited them were the huge fangs of giant soldier ants. And then, there were aboriginal warriors and ant cavalrymen holding spears who struck behind. Making this fog of war, it formed a giant meat grinder, not counting the lives of the evil ghost warriors. Surdak ran to the edge of the North Mountain Pass camp, and a large number of aboriginal warriors surrounded him. Of course, these aboriginal warriors did not welcome him, but welcomed the safe return of their forest princess Delia. Cerdak could only carry the magician Basil on his back and try to get out of the crowd. He first threw the magician Basil into the medical tent, and then rushed towards the battlefield on the other side of the city wall. He had already seen the billowing black mist pouring out of the city, probably because of the extra obelisk in his body. At this moment, Cerdak looked at the billowing black fog pouring out of the city, and felt that the center of the fog was like a huge dark whirlpool, with a large number of the dark aura poured down from the night sky like a waterfall, and was then swept outward by the vortex. Right in the center of the vortex, Cerdak could clearly feel the faint divinity contained in Selena's body. That should be a trace of the goddess of night's divine thoughts coming to Selena's body. He didn't have such a powerful insight before, but this time after returning from the temple, he could not only feel some of the laws of this plane, but he could also sense divinity. Chapter 1525 Victory. This battle with the dark legions of evil spirits in the abyss. Because of the blessing of the goddess of night, the West Root army faced almost a one-sided massacre against the ordinary evil ghost warriors at night. Only those evil generals can still fight in the fog of war. But their number is relatively small after all. And as long as they enter the fog of war, they will receive extra care from the second-level powerhouses. Even if the evil generals led the evil warriors to form combat teams in the fog of war, due to the complete deprivation of perception and vision, they could only welcome the wave-like attacks of giant ghost-pattern soldier ants, unable to do anything. Organize effective resistance. Cerdak climbed onto the city wall and saw a group of aboriginal warriors carrying stretchers trotting all the way to the bottom of the city wall. The corpses of the aboriginal warriors who died in battle at the top of the city were piled together. Cerdak could see a huge pile of corpses almost every few steps he took. The crimson blood mixed with the purple blood of evil spirits and flowed into the city. Inside the stone gaps in the city wall, the city was filled with a strong smell of blood. It was completely dark. Under the cover of the fog of war, the Ant Cavalry Regiment had rushed to the battlefield south of the city wall. Only a few indigenous warriors were left on the city wall to clean the battlefield. Cerdak also stepped on the corpses of the evil ghost warriors to the southern battlefield. It may be that the indigenous warriors became jealous during this offensive and defensive battle. A group of indigenous warriors even moving forward with the fog of war. The number of evil ghost warriors owned by the evil ghost army outside the city is quite large. The fog of war cannot involve all the evil ghosts, and it is impossible to expand further south. Cerdak walked into the fog of war. The black mist rolling in front of him rolled and separated to both sides, and the black mist behind him continued to replenish it. The passage opened by the mist guided him to easily find Selena, who was standing on top of the giant ghost-pattern soldier ants, and beside her were 8 druids commanding the giant ghost-pattern soldier ants to fight. A beam of mist as black as thick ink fell from the dome of the night sky and rushed into the huge vortex formed around Selena's body. After Cerdak came closer, he saw Selena, who turned out to be a beautiful and unfamiliar face. She closed her eyes and raised her hands to the sky. The magic robe on her body was covered with black runes, and a black mist formed. The center of the large vortex is between her hands. A trace of dark power overflowed from her body, giving Cerdak the urge to worship her. Cerdak stopped on the spot. He did not continue to get closer to Selena. After a pause for a few seconds, he strode towards the battlefield ahead, with the sword of Kerwin in hand. In the beginning, temples were built all over the Green Empire because they were able to obtain the protection of the Statue of Liberty. The priests and combat priests in the temple are also an important part of the Imperial Army. Unfortunately, due to some unknown reasons, the believers of the Statue of Liberty evacuated in batches. In fact, the Imperial Army lacked the ability to continue fighting during this period. It is precisely because of this that the plane wars that broke out in various planes will be difficult to resolve. Lords large and small have lost one after another, so that a considerable number of lords have gone bankrupt because of the plane wars, and even had to sell their territories in the end, pay off debts owed. In the Green Empire, a large number of troops are in the hands of the lords, not to mention the Grand Dukes of the provinces. Even His Majesty the Emperor Charles does not have the power to ask the lords to send all the troops to the battlefield, as the last reinforcements of the Bena army on the Warsaw Plain. The East-West Route army can be said to be the last 2 chips Duke Newman invested in the Warsaw Plain. However, it was obvious that because Duke Newman chose to join forces with the Knights Alliance of the Western Province, Duke Ryan Bussman became seriously ill. After his death, all the agreements he signed with other Grand Dukes during his lifetime were invalidated. The heavy cavalry of the Knight Alliance entered the Warsaw Plain in large numbers, and the Bena Legion took the opportunity to capture the second county of the Warsaw Plain. The Western Route army, which performed the most eye-catchingly, passed through the Gander Mountains from the Forest Farm camp in the northernmost part of the Great Meadow and invaded Moyun Ridge in a large scale. The person who gave the greatest help to the Surdoxy Root army was actually the Goddess of the Night. It was the protection of the Goddess of the Night that allowed Serdak's Western Root army to march straight into Moyun Ridge and win consecutively, as a large number of indigenous warriors rushed into the fog of war to fight with the evil ghost warriors. Most of the evil ghost warriors who rushed into the fog of war never left alive, so that those waiting outside the fog did not dare to continue charging. Enter the fog of war. When the war lasted until midnight, a large number of evil warriors outside the fog of war retreated. At the beginning, there were only a small group of evil ghost warriors sneaking away from the battlefield. Later, there were groups of evil ghosts fleeing to the south of the Moyunling Highlands. The battlefield became extremely chaotic. The evil ghost warriors had no fighting spirit and were bitten crazily by a large group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants at the back. Many evil ghost warriors were bitten to death by this group of ghost-marked soldier ants during their escape. By the time a large number of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants were killed, it would be too late for the evil ghost warriors to organize an effective resistance. Selena's fog of war only stopped at the mountain range where the evil ghost army was stationed and stopped moving forward. As daybreak approached, almost no living ghosts could be seen on the battlefield here. A large number of ghost warriors fled south, and some ant cavalry and aboriginal warriors continued to pursue them. But Serdak's main force still stayed at Beishan Pass. There were a large number of corpses of ghost warriors on the battlefield here that needed to be cleaned up. At the same time, the aboriginal warriors of the Agrod tribe also suffered heavy casualties. Nearly 20,000 aboriginal warriors died on the battlefield alone, and nearly 30,000 more aboriginal warriors suffered varying degrees of injuries. Of course, due to the tight stretchers currently, only the seriously injured are eligible to wait quietly in the medical tent for Nika's treatment. The heads of evil spirits piled up in the camp, and the large pit dug out to burn the evil spirits was now almost full. Many aboriginal warriors who participated in the pursuit followed the example of the ant cavalry and brought the captured demon heads back to the camp. The entire Beishan Pass camp seemed extremely chaotic. Fortunately, the battle was won. As the sun rose, the sunlight dispelled the morning fog at Beishan Pass. The busy scene here became clearer. Even the canteen of the camp had risen. The smoke curled up. The first thing Serdak did when he returned to the camp was to set the bones of an aboriginal soldier with a broken arm in front of a stretcher in the medical room while listening to the secretary of the cavalry camp reporting the battle situation. Chief Logan walked in from the outside with excitement on his face. Soldak was fixing the splint on the arm of the aboriginal warrior who had been sutured. "Lord Serdak, those evil spirits have retreated. We are guarding the North Pass," he said to Serdak. Chapter 1526 Pension. Standing at the highest point of the mountain, you can see that the vast plateau south of the Baishanku battlefield is dotted with countless fleeing evil spirits. After these evil spirits were dispersed by the fog of war and lost the command of the evil generals, the entire army immediately turned into a ball of loose sand. The evil ghosts ran in panic on the ground covered with moss and weeds. The ant cavalry only divided into two armies to pursue the fleeing evil spirits, and these two ant cavalry hunting teams also brought druids and a large group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, in order to avoid a large number of casualties in the subsequent battle. After losing the protection of the fog of war, these ant cavalry actually have no fighting power at all. Even if they face ordinary evil warriors, it is difficult to win. If they encounter an evil general hidden in the fleeing team during the pursuit, they will probably all be killed. The army was annihilated. Therefore, the pursuit team was very careful to bring the druids, so that those giant ghost-patterned soldier ants could rush to the front. The number of troops invested in the Battle of Beishan Pass was too large, and the aboriginal warriors of the Agrod tribe began to rest in batches after entering the night. All aboriginal warriors will receive the blessings of the gods from the great witches before ascending the city wall. Warriors who have received the blessing of the blessed body have a strong recovery ability. As long as they are not killed on the spot due to any injuries, they have a high chance of surviving, because they had enough sacrifices. The Agrod tribe made this battle very bloody, probably because the Agrod clan has been preyed upon by evil spirits for so long. This fear has been suppressed in the hearts of these tribal warriors for too long. Once they can be vented, all the aboriginal warriors burst out with an extremely strong fighting spirit, as if they had finally overcome the fear in their hearts and faced the extremely powerful evil. The ghost warriors let out shouts of resistance. After the exciting battle on the city wall, a large number of evil ghost corpses were thrown into the burning pits. and many Aboriginal warriors had a belief in victory. In just one day and one night, the army of tens of thousands of evil spirits originally surrounding the city wall began to collapse. This group of Agrod tribe warriors were not even ready to pursue. Beneath the 10 sacrificial altars built behind the military camp, there is a low wall built with evil ghost heads. On the ground outside the altar, there are rows of dead Aboriginal warriors. There are many warriors. The corpse was very fragmented. Many parts could not be put together, but it was still placed on the field. The 10 great witches were dressed in colorful robes and had crests made of colorful feathers on their heads. Each of them held a large ebony bowl in his hand. These bowls were filled with thick purple blood. They dipped their fingers in the purple blood and poured it on them. This group of fallen aid militia fighters had simple symbols drawn on their foreheads, which looked a bit like eyes. It is said that only with the blood of the enemy can the souls of these dead warriors leave their bodies and enter the next reincarnation. The natives of the Agrod clan firmly believe that everyone will experience countless reincarnations of life and death. Many Aboriginal warriors gathered at the ceremony, and everyone watched silently outside the sacrificial altar as the great shamans painted blood symbols and silently recited the eulogy. Delia was also standing in the crowd. Of course, with her identity and status, she would stand at the front of the crowd. She was wearing a heavy armor with magic patterns, and she was carrying a war spear wrapped with linen strips behind her back. Almost every Aboriginal warrior looked at her. Every time, there will be admiration in his eyes. Chief Logan and a group of tribal chiefs were beside Delia. Many of these chiefs also participated in yesterday's battle on the city wall. Many of the chiefs were still injured and even lay among the corpses in front of them. There are 2 patriarchs of small tribes. In the Agrod tribe, the clan leader is not actually the one who holds the highest power. Those who hold the highest power are the tribal elders, and many of the elders are also great witches in the tribe. The clan leader is usually responsible for hunting and gathering food in the tribe, and also ensuring the safety of the tribe. During the war, the clan leader also led the warriors of the tribe to participate in the war. Yesterday, I fought with evil spirits at the top of the city during the day. Not only did I seize a large number of sacrifices, I also obtained an equal number of magic cores and some black-striped magic skins. Of course, these trophies, in addition to the sacrifices that need to be given to the great witches in the tribe, the clan leader has the power to distribute other trophies, such as these magic cores and black-striped magic skins. In the morning, Chief Logan summoned the chiefs of other tribes to discuss these trophies. According to the previous rules, these magic cores will probably be distributed to the clan leaders of each tribe according to the number of participants yesterday. And then the clan chiefs will distribute them to the best performing warriors in the tribe. The warriors will distribute the magic cores, polish the magic crystal, drill a hole in the middle, and turn it into a beautiful decoration that is tied to your hair. But now everyone knows that only complete magic crystals are more valuable, so there is basically no need to drill holes after polishing them. Chief Logan stood beside Delia but hesitated to speak. It wasn't until the ceremony came to an end that Delia looked away, turned to look at Chief Logan and asked, "Decided?" Chief Logan nodded slightly. He glanced sideways at the patriarchs behind him and saw that none of them expressed any objections before he said, "A total of 17,637 magic cores were collected on the battlefield during the day yesterday. We are going to take them all out. Of course, we originally planned to share these magic cores equally with Lord Surdak. After all, he provided us with all the weapons used by the soldiers in combat, armor, as well as materials including food and tents. Helped us build this wall. I have to say that with this wall, the war between us and the evil spirits has become much simpler." After Chief Logan said this, the other chiefs echoed. And their people also participated in the battle on the city wall yesterday. To be honest, I don't think those knights wearing magic armor are better than the warriors in our tribe. But they are much better than our warriors with magic armor. All the evil spirits that were killed were also thrown into the burning pit. A clan leader in the crowd immediately said, "It's hard to figure out this kind of thing. Didn't our soldiers follow their ant cavalry out of the city to fight last night? We didn't say we were going to divide the spoils." Chief Logan coughed slightly, and the surrounding area immediately became quiet. "I plan to give these magic cores to Lord Surdak. It is said that they can be exchanged for merits like those knights, and then exchanged for some rewards on the merit exchange list." After saying that, he looked at the ill-fitting plate armor on Delia again. This set of heavy plate armor is a bit bulky for Delia, and it is not women's. The breastplate does not fit well in some places, but there is no doubt that this set of armor provides a lot of benefits to the owner. It can also increase some strength and endurance, which is a good thing that the warriors of the Agrod tribe have never seen before. Can I change to this kind of magic armor like yours? Chief Logan asked. Although he didn't know that the name of this set of armor was Magic Pattern Structure, he did know that the most powerful army in the Green Empire were knights wearing this kind of magic armor. Delia thought for a moment, and then said, Are you talking about this style of magic pattern structure? It should be possible. Chief Logan opened his eyes wide and asked with surprise, Did Lord Soldak promise you? Delia nodded and said, Yesterday he did tell me that he would allow us to redeem the rewards on the merit list. It is said that there is this kind of magic pattern structure on it. When a group of patriarchs looked at Delia, their eyes were more or less different from before. Also, Lord Soldak is willing to bear the pensions of the fallen warriors of the Agrod clan, including compensation for the injured and disabled warriors, Delia said softly. Hearing what Delia said, a group of tribal leaders almost looked surprised. Many people did not understand what Delia said. When did the fallen warriors of the various tribes of the Agrod clan need compensation? They belong to the entire tribe, and their families also belong to the tribe. Everyone usually fishes for food from the same cauldron. If everyone dies, what else can be compensated? The so-called pension does not belong to the entire tribe. At this time, the great witches had completed the funeral ceremony and returned to their residence along the passage given by the crowd with tired faces. The clan leaders will be responsible for what happens next. According to the custom of the Agrod tribe, they need to bury these fallen Aboriginal warriors under big trees. However, this is located at the northern pass of the Moyinling Highlands, and there are no trees at all nearby. Even with so many people killed in the battle, it was impossible to transport them all to the foot of Moyinling Mountain. The clan leaders planned to find a sunny hillside to bury all the fallen soldiers, and then immediately sent people to find some saplings in the mountain road of Beishan Pass and transplant them. After hearing that there were many benefits after the war, these clan leaders seemed a little excited. Delia, come and tell everyone this news, Chief Logan said to Delia. Delia was a little hesitant to announce the news. After all, the Agrod tribe had never done this before. Chief Logan cast an encouraging look at her, and the other chiefs also looked at Delia with expectant eyes. Everyone expected her to speak out the good news. Delia strode to the front of a sacrificial altar, climbed the stone steps, and stood in a place where almost everyone could see it. When the warriors of the Agrod tribe saw Delia coming out of the crowd, they all started cheering again, and the shouts got louder and louder. Everyone, be quiet! Delia shouted from the steps. The surrounding Aboriginal warriors fell silent, and then the quiet atmosphere spread to the back of the team, and the entire area fell silent. I believe that even if I don't say it, everyone knows that in this battle against the evil spirits, our Agrod clan won a glorious victory. This victory is closely related to everyone present. It is because of you that we can achieve this victory. But the companions lying in front of us have paid their most precious lives for this war. We fell on this journey for the sake of our Edgerod clan's belief that we will never surrender. I would like to tell everyone very clearly that there will be brutal battles ahead. Only by driving the evil spirits back to their hometown can Agrod enjoy a peaceful life. So some people will still die because of this. Delia paused for a moment, and there was silence all around. Delia continued, In order to pay the highest respect to the warriors of Agrod, for every soldier who died and those who were injured and unable to participate in the battle, your children have the priority to inherit the set of weapons and armor you have. In recognition of your bravery, the warriors who performed the most outstandingly on the battlefield yesterday will receive rewards such as magic armor and weapons. Of course, these rewards are limited and can only be given to those warriors with the most outstanding performance. The Aboriginal warriors around the altar burst into cheers, like a sea wave almost simultaneously the next second after Delia finished speaking. Although they are all children of the tribe, no matter how selfless they are, they still hope that their children can live a better life in the future. Although everyone is ready to die in this war, if they can die and leaving something for their children in the end is really what these Aboriginal warriors hope for most. Delia then walked down the steps and said to the clan leaders, Lord Surdak still has pensions for the fallen warriors. In the end, each tribe needs to report the number of fallen warriors, and finally the compensation will be unified. Then she stepped out of the crowd regardless of what the clan leaders thought. Since winning the battle of the city wall, Surdak has been staying in the medical tent. Every time a wounded soldier covered with bandages is carried out from the tent, a stretcher will be carried in immediately. Almost all the stretchers that are allowed to line up outside Surdak's medical tent are signed by Zigna herself. Selected, it is worthy of treatment, and the injury is serious enough. The intensive treatment work for more than 10 consecutive hours made his hands tremble a little. But the power of the holy light in his body was sufficient. It seems that after the last few nodes were lit up in the temple, all the nodes in Serdak's body seemed to have become a whole. Even the holy light in the nodes was several times greater than before. At the same time, it was like there was something behind him. There is a certain bridge connecting the sky, and countless holy lights shine on him like a beam of light, providing him with a steady stream of holy light. He could probably condense a ball of light in the palm of his hand that would illuminate the entire room and would not go out for 24 hours. Another stretcher was carried out, and while there was no one else in the medical tent, Aphrodite poked her head out from the curtain in the corner of the tent, holding a cup of coffee with a strong fragrance in her hand, asked, "Would you like some coffee to refresh yourself?" Serdak didn't even bother to turn around. He took out a spiritual potion from his magic waste bag, then opened the cork with his mouth, and poured it into his stomach as soon as he raised his head. Chapter 1527. A letter. There were hurried footsteps outside the tent. In fact, the soldiers carrying the stretcher outside did not let Soldak wait. Soon, a wounded soldier covered in blood was carried in from the outside. This is an aboriginal warrior. Even though he received the blessing of the Great Witch before going to the battlefield, and even though the wounds all over his body are covered with hemostatic bandages, his condition is still very bad. He has fallen into a severe coma and cannot breathe. It also became very weak. The Warcraft leather armor originally worn on his body had been torn. Serdak could see that some were torn by evil spirits, and some were cut with a dagger to bandage the wounds. Serdak asked the soldiers to put him on the medical bed. When he turned sideways, he saw 11 fingernail-sized dots tattooed on the neck behind the aboriginal warrior's right ear. And then he knew that this was a tribal warrior. Whether his strength has reached the level of a second-level powerhouse is not mentioned for now. But being able to get 11 marks means that he has killed at least 11 evil ghosts. And he did it before this battle. This is unprecedented in any world. In the tribe, it can be regarded as an extremely outstanding record. Thinking about it, if he hadn't had outstanding military exploits, he wouldn't have been so seriously injured and still passed the level of Zigna. If he wanted to rescue such a seriously injured person, even Serdak would have to take a gamble. After untying the hemostatic bandage on his right arm, he discovered that his arm had been torn off by an evil spirit. The forearm connected to his right hand was gone, and even the upper arm was missing a tendon connected to the skin, exposing there were a lot of white bones. Because of the hemostatic bandage, the blood on the broken bones dried and stuck together, probably because he had lost a lot of blood. His face was as pale as paper, and even his lips had lost the last trace of blood. A belt tightened around his arm. Maybe it was the belt with the strong smell of blood that stopped the bleeding and allowed him to survive until now. There was also a half-foot-long transverse wound on his abdomen, just below the navel. Soldak estimated that the intestines were probably stuffed back, and a little bit was exposed. In addition, there were dozens of wounds, large and small, on his body. I really don't know how he survived until now. Many wounds have been stained with the black flames of evil spirits, and the wounds are glowing black. Seeing the aboriginal warrior, who was so seriously injured, Serdak frowned and put his hand on the artery in the neck. The pulse was weak, but it also made Serdak feel an extremely tenacious vitality in him. He took out the mithril dagger from his thigh, dispersed a ball of holy light, and let it surround his fingertips. Serdak touched the black-stained wounds with his hands, dispelling the black flames attached to them, and then used a sharp dagger to remove the carrion from the wound. In some places, the black demonic energy penetrated so deep that Serdak even had to dig a small pit. The two soldiers in charge of carrying the stretcher looked at Commander Soldak fearfully, and when they saw that he did not indicate that he wanted to carry the seriously wounded man out, they immediately ran out quickly, because a lot of rotten flesh was removed during the treatment. It became very troublesome for Serdak to suture the wound, especially when dealing with the extra broken bone in his right arm. Soldak even used a saw, just when Serdak was sawing the very hard big arm bone. The aboriginal warrior woke up from his sleep. He just opened his eyes a little, and after seeing Serdak, she gave him a very forced smile, and then passed out. Aphrodite walked out from the curtain with coffee and sat opposite the hospital bed, showing no reaction to the bloody scene in front of her. When Serdak needed help, he could reach out and hand him a suture needle or something. When Serdak began to suture the wound and his spirit could finally relax, Aphrodite asked curiously, "What happened?" She was referring to what Serdak encountered in the Snow Mountain Temple, when the spiritual connection between her and Serdak was severed. Serdak skillfully tied the sutures into a knot, then cut the sutures with a dagger. then put down the suture needle in his hand, picked up the bandage with hemostatic plaster on the side, rewrapped the broken arm, and then carefully injected with a touch of the power of the holy light. He untied the belt that was holding his upper arm with his hands. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the blood vessels in his arm were flowing back normally, regardless of the blood on his body. Serdek sat down on the chair next to him, stretched out his hand to press his stiff shoulders, and said to Aphrodite, "Delia and I walked into a temple at that time. The location of the temple should be a hidden space in this plain, overlapping with the snow-capped mountains. Delia opened the door leading there. We walked in, and it was a very dilapidated temple. We rested inside for a while, and I found a magical stone inside. But soon the space completely collapsed. What was it like for you in Helensa city?" Serdek asked Aphrodite. Aphrodite could tell whether Serdek was lying, seeing that he had nothing to hide from her. The corners of his rosy mouth turned up slightly, and he said, "I just feel that you entered a mysterious barrier, and I was blocked by the power of powerful laws. It should be that the plain laws there are higher than the laws of the void. So the gate to the void is blocked. So you should have been baptized by the holy light in the temple. And your body has completed the final transformation. Now I only feel that the holy light in your body is purer." The pupils of Serdek's eyes were filled with traces of the power of holy light. The state of overflowing holy light made it seem as if golden blood was flowing in his body. Aphrodite suddenly asked, "Do you think that one day, when you are emotionally excited, you can purify me directly on the bed?" Serdek glanced at Aphrodite speechlessly, and simply didn't know how to answer. Then Aphrodite seemed to have thought of something interesting and giggled again. Her laughter was always full of charm. "To be honest, I found that I can actually come into contact with a little bit of the laws of this plane." Serdek did not rush to call the soldiers to carry the aboriginal warrior out. He planned to sit on a chair and rest for a while. "Plain law?" Aphrodite was a little surprised, with a trace of curiosity in her purple eyes. "Yeah," Serdek confirmed, and then said, "Just like this." As he spoke, he waved his hand. When waving, he used his mental power to activate the power of law. When he waved his arm, he suddenly disappeared for a moment, as if he had completed a gap jump, and then appeared at the landing point location. Aphrodite's rosy mouth opened into an O shape, and combined with her expressive and beautiful face, she looked very attractive. "Normally, even if the power of holy light in your body is full, it is impossible to come into contact with the plain laws of the Warsaw plane. I guess this may have something to do with the stone you got." Aphrodite said this as he spoke. He was obviously lacking in confidence. "You don't even know?" Serdek glanced at Aphrodite and asked. Aphrodite rolled her eyes at him and whispered, "I'm just a little succubus. How can I know everything?" Then Aphrodite walked up behind Serdek, put her arms around his neck, and pressed her face against his face, making Serdek a little restless. Seeing an unconscious aboriginal warrior lying in front of him, Sir quickly pushed Aphrodite away, reorganized his mood, and then began to treat the next wounded person. The aboriginal warrior's injury was delayed for too long, and the remaining arm could not be recovered, so he had to amputate it. There was no other good way. This is the cruel side of war. Even the victorious party has to pay some price. During the next period of time, the Agrod tribe needs to take a good rest. In the battle at Bashan Pass, the number of casualties among the Agrod tribe soldiers exceeded 60,000. Fortunately, more than half of them were able to return to the battlefield after recovering from their injuries. Serdek's Western Route Army Knights will gradually evacuate from Bashan Pass in the next few days. The Knights will chase the evil ghost army fleeing south on the highlands, and will also take this opportunity to return to Mayun, the military camp on the south side of Lingnan. After all, the reason why he brought the cavalry regiment to Bashan Pass this time was to help the Agrod tribe capture this transportation thoroughfare and block the evil ghost army on the high ground of Mayun Ridge. Before the cavalry regiment left, under the leadership of Delia and Chief Logan, the tribes of Agrod agreed to hand over all the harvested black magic crystals and black-striped magic skins to Serdek, and use these black magic crystals to obtain. Serdek exchanged a lot of achievements in his hands. It was not until this time that the patriarchs of the Agrod tribe knew that they could exchange their merits for a large amount of supplies, as well as more exquisite weapons and armor, and even the magic armor worn by Princess Delia. So all the black magic crystals harvested on the battlefield fell into the hands of Lord Serdek. Of course, before these black magic crystals are warmed up in Serdek's hands, they have to be taken out. Serdek needs to use these black magic crystals to deliver them to the merchants in Helensa city, including paying the following: a deposit for a large batch of materials. After all, The 200,000 Aboriginal warriors of the Agrod tribe are at the Beishan Pass camp, and all logistical supplies must be provided by Serdek. This summer, merchants in Helensa city inexplicably got a large amount of unidentified black magic crystals in their hands. Not only can these black magic crystals be exchanged for gold coins, but if they are in the hands of nobles, they can also be exchanged for military merit, which can be used to get promoted. A title is a hard currency no matter where it is. These black magic crystals flowed into Helensa city, not only causing the nobles in the city to use their savings for many years to buy them, but also caused the nobles from the surrounding cities to go to Helensa city. And some nobles even passed through Pag. He traveled to the Los Mountains and the desolate land, and went to Helensa city just to buy a few unidentified black magic crystals. The city of Helensa has inexplicably become the commercial center in the northern part of the Bena province. This change was something that no one in Helensa expected. Many merchants and nobles poured into the city of Helensa, and the gold coins they brought flowed into the city. The whole city is changing amidst the noise. The mountain city, that originally seemed very compact, actually had some extra buildings inexplicably. Of course, the people of Helensa did not know that what supported the vitality of the entire city of Helensa was actually the war thousands of miles away on the Moyun Ridge in Handanar County, on the plain of Warsaw. Serdek has more and more orders to take out. The supply of materials for the West Route Army has always been in charge of the Bena military department. Only the materials needed by the Agrod Tribal Alliance army were purchased by Serdek, with a large sum of magic crystals, in order to fight against the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge. Serdek did not give any discount to the Agrod tribe in terms of material supply. Before leaving, Serdek left a large amount of supplies. The only thing Serdek is worried about is that the evil ghost army will come back later. If there is another evil leader with tens of thousands of evil ghost warriors to besiege Beishan Pass. Even if Beishan Pass lies across the city wall, the Agrod tribe's army may be defeated. Can't stop the evil spirit's attack. So before leaving, Serdek told Chief Logan that the first task of the Agrod tribe would be to continue to heighten the city wall. Now the foundation of the city wall is stable enough to continue to increase the height. The night before the cavalry regiment set off, a magician was sent from the garrison camp in the Dake Valley at the southern foot of Moyun Mountains to send a letter. In the letter, the half-elf archer Samira talked about the nobles of Handanar city. They led an army of 70,000 to the camp at the foot of Moyunling Mountain and submitted a petition to the West Route Army Command Post, hoping that Serdek would agree to their participation in the Battle of Moyunling Highlands. Serdek, who was sitting in the tent, saw the letter written by Samira brought by the magician Vernal, and could feel how angry Samira was when she wrote this letter. This kind of behavior of quietly staying back during the war, waiting until the situation is completely clear in the end, and the participating lords start to divide the cake, and then running out to occupy the territory, is actually not uncommon in the Green Empire. However, Serdek did not think that the evil ghost army currently trapped in Moyun Ridge had no strength to fight. He even felt that the next counterattack planned by the evil ghost legion would be even more fierce. In order to be able to cope with the next round of counterattack by the evil ghost legion, Serdek almost destroyed all the gains of the West Route army in the Warsaw Plain in the past half-year. Take it out and exchange it for a large amount of supplies to put on the battlefield. Now there is actually a Lord army jumping out to apply to Serdek to take the initiative to fight. This is exactly what Serdek wants. It is definitely a good thing to have cannon fodder running out to actively attract the attention of the evil ghost army. Moreover, Serdek also noticed that although the reinforcements mentioned in Samira's letter came from Handanar County, the Bena army did not participate in the war. This also indirectly showed that Duke Newman's attitude made it clear that he did not want to participate. The commander of the West Route army is Serdek. Whether to accept this batch of reinforcements or not, Serdek's opinion is crucial. Thinking of this, Serdek also had some complaints against Duke Newman. He had already made his demands clear to Duke Newman with his outstanding record. It was the Western Route army who opened the gate of Moyunling. This highland had already been placed on Serdek's dinner plate. Now someone was holding up the plate to share the food with Serdek. As the Duke of Bena Province, Duke Newman actually wanted to make mud inside. Since they want to come, let them come. Serdek sat in the tent and said to the magician Vernal, who was responsible for delivering the message. Then Serdek wrote a note to Samira, which said, "Open the door and let them in. If they want to fight on the Moyunling Highlands, then send them to the battlefield in the west of the Highlands." The magician Vernal took the stamped note and rode a magic harpoon back to the military camp in the Moyunling Valley overnight. The next morning, Serdek led the cavalry regiment from the Baishanka camp and marched southward along the canyons between the eastern mountains of the Moyunling Highlands. chasing the fleeing evil spirits along the way. Chapter 1528 Situation. In the central area of the Moyinling Highlands, the vast wilderness is covered with low shrubs and some sea buckthorn grass, giving the land an intertwined color of light yellow and dark red. The situation near Beishan Pass is not bad. In the central area of Moyinling Highlands, you will find the corpses of evil ghosts everywhere in the wilderness. Almost all of these evil ghosts have their heads chopped off, and the bone armor on their bodies will be in pieces. After the evil ghost dies, the flesh and blood in the body will quickly rot away. Even the vultures in the sky don't like to eat this flesh and blood with a hint of toxin. Those dead evil ghosts could only leave some hard bone armor on the high ground, but most of them were broken and incomplete. There are nearly 2,000 large and small adventure groups scattered all over the Moyinling Highlands. These adventure groups are concentrated in the east-central area of the Moyinling Highlands. At the same time, there are also countless evil ghost teams moving around here. Hunters, the two identities of prey and prey, are always interchanged between the adventure group and the evil ghost team. Many adventurers have heard that lone evil ghosts can be picked up everywhere in the Moyinling Highlands. Hunting an evil ghost warrior can be sold for at least 15 gold coins. They even spread the news back to Handanar City. Here, the adventure groups in the city rushed to the highlands of Moyinling to try their luck. Even the children in the slums of Handanar City now know that the evil spirits on the highlands of Moyinling are now half dead from hunger, and have been beaten by the Lord's army to the point where they are unable to fight back. Many adventure groups have made a fortune there. The climate here has a big temperature difference between day and night. During the day, you can be exposed to the scorching sun until you shed a layer of your skin. But when a north wind blows into the tent at night, you will deeply feel the chill that is so deep that you will feel the chill in your bones. Most of the vegetation on the highlands is low shrubs that are full of thorns and are resistant to both drought and cold. If thin leather boots step on the thorns, the soles of the boots will even be pierced. Only evil spirits, whose entire bodies are covered in bone armor, are not afraid of the vegetation here. Two demons with blood-stained upper bodies had just finished eating a human corpse that had been exposed to the sun for who knows how long. In fact, the corpse only had a rotten arm and a sternum, with all its internal organs removed. The carrion on the body had already been removed. It gave off a pungent stench, but it was still a rare meal for these two evil ghosts, who had been hungry for a long time. This little food was really too little for the two evil ghosts, who had been hungry for a long time. Even if they didn't eat, they still didn't feel their bodies' thirst for flesh and blood. However, after swallowing this half of the corpse, the two evil ghosts felt even hungrier. They scrambled to swallow the last piece of ribs, then poked their heads out of the bushes to look around. There was a sweet smell of blood in the wind, and the two evil ghosts' eyes looked greedy. The two evil ghosts moved towards the puddle outside the bushes in front of them. They walked out of the bushes full of thorns. Just in front of the puddle, dozens of meters away, lay a human warrior covered in blood. It looked like one of his legs was broken. He almost crawled to the edge of the pool, leaving a long trail of blood on the rough ground. It looked like he had crawled over from a very far away place. Seeing the lone human warrior, who looked like he had a broken leg, the two evil ghosts immediately set their sights on the injured human warrior. The two evil spirits didn't even communicate and rushed towards the pool at the fastest speed almost simultaneously. The evil ghost running at the front started to jump 20 meters away from the pool. Its two thick thighs seemed to be on springs. Its body leaned forward, and even a trace of saliva flowed from its open mouth. Although the evil ghost behind seemed very eager, it was 2 steps slower than the evil ghost in front. It's just that the body of the evil ghost warrior rushing in front seemed to have crashed into a ripple of water. While it was still in a daze, a huge magic array suddenly appeared at its feet. In the center of the formation, the head of a ground-cracking beast suddenly rushed out from the ground, and its mouth full of sharp teeth aimed at the lower body of the evil ghost warrior. The evil ghost warrior in front seemed to jump into the mouth of the magical monster. However, the lower body of the evil ghost warrior did not disappear. Instead, it was entangled with streaks of electric magic and was imprisoned in place for a while. The evil ghost warrior behind saw that the situation was not good and was so frightened that he immediately turned around and ran away. On the open grass surrounding the pool, more than 20 members of the adventure group appeared out of nowhere. A great swordsman who clearly looked like the leader of this adventure group made a gesture to surround him from both sides, and the members of the adventure group began to surround the second evil ghost warrior. In fact, if the ghost warriors were running wildly on the high ground, only the light cavalry would be able to catch up. However, there were 2 archers in this group of adventure group members, and they were ambushing beside the pool in advance. When they saw the evil ghost warrior trying to escape, The two archers had prepared arrows in advance. An exploding arrow hit the ghost warrior's left leg, and a ball of flame exploded. The ghost warrior was almost blown away while running with all his strength. The moment the evil ghost took off, he turned around and glanced at the archer with a fierce look. This adventurous group was ambushed by the pool and fully prepared. Almost as soon as the evil ghost warrior fell down, he was chased and slashed by two swordsmen who were chasing after him. The companions holding war spears behind him were already ready to respond. The strength and endurance of the evil warriors are far superior to those of human warriors. But the members of these adventure groups all have sophisticated equipment, and the enchanted swords in their hands can easily cut off the bone spurs on the evil warriors. In just the time it took to draw a cup of tea, the evil ghost had its arms cut off by two swordsmen. Its legs were blown off by explosive arrows. And finally its head was cut off by one of the adventure group members. And at the same time it was cut off, another swordsman stabbed him in the heart. The other devil warrior, who was trapped in the magic trap, saw the warrior lying by the pool pretending to be dead, and stood up with his sword and shield, his eyes almost falling out of his sockets. The two legs were clearly intact. The shield warrior rushed up and slapped the evil ghost warrior on the face with his shield. After getting rid of two evil spirits, the operation of trapping evil ghosts by the pool was successfully completed. The members of the adventure group, who were good at first aid, began to bandage the wounds of the members who were slightly injured in the battle. A member of the adventure group, who was good at skinning, was squatting on the ground and peeling off the black-striped demon's skin quickly. The members of the adventure group, who were on guard, stood on a raised rock. When they looked towards the east hillside, their eyes became a little dull. Flags appeared on the hillside in the distance. The construct knight carrying the flag appeared on the hillside on a war horse. And then a large number of construct knights appeared around him. Just when the members of the adventure group were in a daze, a large group of red monsters emerged from behind the constructed knights. They twisted into a torrent and rushed southward along the hillside. Some evil ghosts hiding in the bushes in the highlands probably also saw this constructed knights. They no longer cared about hiding their whereabouts, immediately jumped up from the bushes, and fled in the opposite direction as quickly as possible. Bright flags, sophisticated equipment, and a red wave behind them. Seeing the scenes of these knights running wildly on the highlands, everyone felt their hearts surging. The strong sense of security brought to the members of the adventure group by the powerful army galloping wildly on the plateau always filled people's hearts with pride and joy. "Captain, we are the Knights of the Western Route Army," the member of the adventure group, who was in charge of guarding, shouted. Other members of the adventure group also looked at the running army. The magician in the adventure group, who was cleaning up the magic traps, frowned and said, "Why did they suddenly appear here?" The leader of the adventure group looked at the north meaningfully before saying, "It seems that they have just returned from the north. Maybe we can go further north, and we may have unexpected gains." "Captain, we have to go north." After hearing the news, a member of the adventure group said with some worry, "Go and have a look. I have a hunch that I won't go wrong if I go this time," said the leader of the adventure group. Aphrodite felt that her life was completely messed up by this plain war. Looking at her daughter sleeping soundly in the nanny's arms, she really wanted to go back to the house she rented in Helensa. In the past year or so, she has been running back and forth between Helensa City and Pussy Mountain in the deserted land. She can't even remember how many times she ran. Fortunately, after the mountain road from Helensa City to Wall Village has been widened twice, it is much smoother than before. The magic caravan can also drive on it at will, and her magic caravan runs very smoothly. In addition to sofa seats, there is also a bed where you can lie down and rest. It is simply a small room that can be moved around at will. The road at Oak Ridge was very winding, and it was difficult for the magic caravan to speed up. The road condition of the cement road from War Village to Pudu Mountain is better. The terrain here is flat, and only trucks transporting sulfur or usually use this road. The road is well maintained, but that side is full of the volcanic ash makes the horse with the filter mask unable to run fast. The magic caravan carried Aphrodite all the way to the Paglos Pass. A sentry post had been built on the other side of the pass to keep an eye on the horse thieves and bandit groups circulating in the deserted land. However, since Wall Village became the largest free market near the desolate land, it seemed that the bandit groups in the desolate land suddenly disappeared. No robber would commit a crime near Wall Village without opening his eyes. Aphrodite returned to Pussy Mountain this time, and had to go to the carpenter's workshop to customize a batch of road signs when passing through Wall Village. It was an arm-thick 2-meter-tall log with a sharpened bottom. A wooden board capable of writing was fixed on the top. The words Lord Soldak were written on the target with paint, and attached below. Year, month, and day can be convenient for users to fill in the time at will. Serdek needed to nail these road signs in the vast eastern area of the Moyonling Highlands to prevent the lords of Handanar City from entering the Moyonling Highlands, and then running around to encircle the eastern area. If they want to enter Mayun Ridge, Serdek will not stop them. But if they want to enclose land on the highlands, then go west. Aphrodite came and left in a hurry, without even having a cup of tea. Mayor Bright stood in front of the dead tree next to the free market, watching the gorgeous magic caravan speeding towards Pussy Hill. Today's wall village is nearly 10 times larger than it was 6 years ago. The annual net income of the several workshops opened in the village is enough to support everyone in the village. However, in recent years, young people in the village have continued to go out, and even his son Charlie and nephew Luke are also working hard in Rith City. It is said that they have become the bosses of the largest construction company there. Mayor Bright was not familiar with Aphrodite, but Aphrodite had lived in Wall Village for some time. She always ran to a certain ridge every day and sat there all day long. She rarely had contact with the villagers, but these few times she had contact with the old village chief, especially when arranging orders for black powder and volcanic ash cement. The old village chief discovered that this girl, who wore a black robe and liked to cover her face with a mask, was actually quite good. She was usually very polite and had outstanding abilities. She was also favored by Duck. Trust. He actually wanted to chat with her more and find out how Dak was doing. He led the Lord Army to fight in a faraway plain. Chief Bright wanted to know where they had fought and how long it would take them to come back. Now I see the magic caravan raising a cloud of dust on the flat cement road and gradually disappearing into the Pussy Mountain where volcanic ash falls all year round. I can't help but feel a little disappointed. Aphrodite will not take care of the mood of the old village chief Bright at this time. She needs to reach Pussy Mountain as soon as possible. In fact, she didn't like the wilderness full of volcanic ash, even though the windows of the magic caravan were equipped with gauze curtains. Seeing the gloomy black clouds around her made her feel indescribably depressed. She is a succubus who likes the sun, and she doesn't want to go back to the lava pool to warm herself up now. Moreover, the nanny holding her daughter in the magic caravan was obviously frightened. The magic caravan ran so far in one breath, and it continued to run further and further into the distance. In the nanny's perception, this place can no longer be regarded as Helensa. She sat opposite Aphrodite, timidly holding the girl in her arms. Although she was extremely scared, she wisely did not show it. She even fed Vivian 2 breasts during the process, and also drank some herself. A little apple pie. There are some problems in the mine, and I need to deal with them personally. I am not sure about leaving Vivian in Helensa, so you may have to work hard these days. But we won't stay here for too long. It will take at most 2 days to return to Helensa City. Aphrodite had to comfort the nanny with words to prevent her from completely breaking down. The magic caravan didn't shake much when driving on the road, but the surrounding scenery began to become very monotonous, and the ground was covered with ashes as far as the eye could see. The sky was getting darker and darker. It was still morning, so it was difficult to see clearly the scenery 100 meters away. The nanny did not dare to question Aphrodite, and could only nod slightly. Seeing that the nanny's mood had calmed down, Aphrodite ignored her and lay on the soft bed in the magic caravan, casually flipping through a magic book. Chapter 1529, They're Coming. The sulfur mines along several lava rivers around the Pussy volcano have been mined by this group of kobold slaves. If they want to mine more sulfur, they need to climb higher. The closer they are to the crater, the more sulfur accumulates there. It's just that the crater is filled with smoke all year round. The poisonous smoke usually rushes into the sky and does not affect the kobold mining of sulfur mines. But when the wind blows, the poisonous smoke will follow the direction of the wind and spread in the crater. Often when the wind blows, some kobold slaves mining sulfur mines in the crater will be surrounded by thick smoke. In order to prevent the kobold slaves from falling into the poisonous smoke, Serdek requires every kobold who goes up the mountain to mine sulfur mines to carry a gas mask and goggles. In addition, there must be safety ropes and guide signs in the sulfur mining area to facilitate handling various emergencies. It is precisely because of these security measures that the number of kobold slaves in the Pudu Mountain sulfur mine rarely decreases. However, those female kobold slaves live a comfortable life and do not need to carry stones in the mine when they are pregnant, so they still have nutrition when they give birth. Under normal circumstances, they can drink chicken soup and pork chops almost every day, which makes many female kobolds like production machines. The cubs in their arms have just come out of lactation, and will soon become pregnant with the nth child. Moreover, Kobolds can almost always produce 3 to 4 children per litter. In just a few years, the number of kobold slaves in the Pussy Mountain sulfur mines increased from 800 to more than 4,000. Some young kobold slaves were sent to Charlie and Luke, working as a laborer in the first construction engineering team. Although it is harder there, you can get a salary. For the kobold slaves in the Pudu Mountain sulfur mine, mining sulfur every day is actually more like a life. After getting the work order from the supervisors every day, you can return to the work shed to rest after completing the designated mining tasks. You don't have to worry about what to eat, drink, or where to sleep every day. Everything is prepared directly by the mine. The environment here is very harsh, but the physical condition of the kobolds is very suitable for survival here. Seeing the magic caravan approaching in the distance, a kobold slave standing on a high wooden observation deck struggled to pull the rope in his hand, causing the big clock next to the work shed to ring continuously. All the kobold slaves who were resting in the work shed came out of the house one after another. They wanted to clean the open space in front of the mine and sprinkle some water to welcome the master here. The nanny followed Aphrodite with Vivian in her arms and carefully walked out of the carriage. Seeing several kobolds standing in front of several broken houses, she felt very confused at this moment. She had long heard that slave traders would sell some people to the mines, so she had already made the worst plan. Unexpectedly, what she saw and heard when she came here was even worse, and she actually had to live with kobolds. Thinking that her children might also be kobolds in the future, the nanny felt that her legs were weak, and she couldn't walk at all. Aphrodite actually had no intention of walking, and didn't even bother to take a look at the situation in the shed. Those supervisors are villagers from Wall Village, and Chief Bright is usually in charge of sulfur mining. She sat directly into the chair that had been prepared and tied with 2 horizontal bars, and then motioned for the nanny to sit in the chair at the back. Then a group of kobold slaves lifted up the chairs and walked towards the lava mine, halfway up the mountain with Aphrodite and the others, looking at the sky full of black clouds above her head, the ashes falling continuously in the air around her, the river of flames flowing not far away, and the black peaks reaching into the clouds. The nanny felt extremely confused at the moment. After entering the lava mine, Aphrodite asked the nanny to take her daughter to rest in the stone house opened in the mine, while she opened the door to the void in a place covered with ruby prisms. Only then did Soldak return the message from the Moiling Highlands to the Pudu Mountain lava mine. He mined some red crystals in the mine and put them in a bag. When passing through the cave, he actually saw a fat salamander crawling out from the depths of the cave, shaking its tail. Apparently, the number of salamanders deep in the cave had increased. If the space is larger than their survivability, some losers will always be eliminated. Surdak thought for a while, and finally gave up the plan of hunting. After all, the knights were resting in a mountain call in the middle of the highlands waiting for him, and he didn't know how long he would be delayed at the red dragon Iser side. Passing through the cracks in the rock, I walked into the treasure chamber again. I saw that the gold coins scattered around in the chamber were still shining brightly, and the entire cave was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Israel's huge head was lying on the high platform, looking very lethargic. Only when Surdak pushed the door open and walked in from the door of the treasure chamber, it lazily raised its eyelids and took a look, and then its heavy eyelids drooped. Israel moved his body and exposed his injured shoulder through the space door on the stone wall. There was still a blue long sword stuck on its dragon wings, but because the long sword pierced the scaly dragon wings from bottom to top, and the position was very awkward, Israel was unable to kill it alone. The cyan sword was drawn out. When Surdak saw the cyan sword, the wound on Iser's dragon wing was still bleeding. Judging from the marks around the wound, it was obvious that Israel had made many attempts to pull out the cyan sword, and the secondary damage to the wound was also relatively serious. It's a pity that those attempts were unsuccessful. Sorry. Soldak looked at Israel guiltily. What's there to be sorry for? Speaking of which, we also got this sword. The position where this sword stabbed me is really tricky. I can't do anything about it. Please help me pull it out quickly. Israel couldn't help but notice. Without looking at Surdak, he said lazily. Surdak tried to walk under its wings, and saw the cyan sword hanging above his head. He had to stand on tiptoe to barely reach it. There was a pool of semi-dry dragon blood on the stone slab. Thinking of being in the auction house, dragon blood is almost always sold by the drop, and the price is insane. When the blue sword was in the hands of the headless horseman, Surdak didn't think it was anything. Now that he saw it, he realized that it was really big. For Surdak, this sword was bigger than the swordsman Bena. The two-handed sword used is even larger. When holding the hilt of the sword, Serdek was burned by the black flames on the cyan sword, and his hand couldn't help shaking. Be careful. It's very sharp, Israel reminded Serdek. Serdek quickly pulled out the blue long sword. Fortunately, there were no barbs on the long sword. As soon as he pulled out the long sword, Yissel's wings stopped bleeding. He condensed a ball of holy light, raised his hands above his head, and let the holy light touch Izer's wound. The holy light quickly healed the injury of the red dragon Izer. Serdek originally planned to suture its wound, but when he saw the dragon scales on the edge of the wound, he immediately gave up this unrealistic idea. He did not have a suture needle sharp enough to pierce Izer. Dragon scales. Thinking of this, Serdek couldn't help but glance at the cyan sword lying at his feet. The edge of the sword here was also polished with a cyan spar that was similar to crystal. It was far sharper than Sir. The long swords that Dak had seen were polished from metal and had good hardness, rigidity and toughness. The blades were covered with fine magic lines. Unfortunately, it is a two-handed sword and is not suitable for Serdek to use. Yissel seemed to be more energetic. He turned to Serdek and asked, I'm still a little worried about you. It didn't do anything to you. Serdek held the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised the blue sword. This was a large sword that could easily pierce dragon scales. We killed it, Serdek said casually. Israel's huge eyes showed surprise and asked, You and the magician. And by the way, the indigenous girl? Yeah, Serdek admitted. Israel couldn't help but raise her head. The huge head was close to Serdek. Its mouth was full of the smell of sulfur, like an old smoker who didn't like to use mouthwash. Dak, you are a little stronger than I thought, Israel praised. Serdek inserted the cyan long sword on the pile of gold coins in the secret room. It was Israel's trophy. He knew that gold and silver jewelry had a strong attraction to dragons. This double-edged sword obviously also reached into the realm of treasures. If he dared to put this double-edged sword into the magic pouch in front of the red dragon Aesir might bite him in anger. Seeing Serdek inserting the cyan sword into the pile of gold coins and stacking them with the red and green jewelry crystals, Israel narrowed her eyes slightly and seemed to feel much better. Serdek asked it, Have you been staying here these days? It's quieter here. Suitable for recuperation. Israel became a little frustrated when he mentioned this. It seemed that this injury had a big impact on it. Maybe it was because it was quite confident in its dragon scales. Serdek squatted next to the half-dried dragon's blood, took out an empty bottle of spiritual potion, and used a silver spoon to carefully collect the dragon's blood on the ground into the bottle. Dak, hearing Israel's hesitant words, Serdek thought it was somewhat dissatisfied with his collection of dragon blood. Huh? Serdek agreed, put the silver spoon back into his pocket, and raised his head towards Israel. Unexpectedly, Israel didn't look at Serdek at all, but put his head close to a treasure box on the high platform. This box contained the dark gold dragon knight armor. Unfortunately, there is no knight part of the suit, only the dragon part. Do you think if I put on that suit of armor, I wouldn't be injured? Israel asked with some uncertainty. Serdek walked over, looked at the armor in the box, and said with some uncertainty, Maybe. How will you know if you don't try? The red dragon Izer sighed softly, and did not continue to discuss the matter. This accidental injury dealt a big blow to Israel's confidence, and it seems that it will not get better easily. Cheer up. It's normal to get injured during battle. I'll bring you a lot of snacks this time. Maybe you can make up for it by eating more. Serdek quickly took out a bag of red crystals, placed it in front of Israel, and comforted him. According to the information provided by the Magician Investigation Team, after the Evil Ghost Legion lost the battle at Beishan Pass, several Evil Ghost Legions distributed throughout the Moyonling Highlands moved closer to the base camp in the west. This time, the Evil Ghost Army gave up almost half of the Moyonling Highlands. The adventure groups scattered in the highlands of Moyonling want to hunt evil spirits. I am afraid that they can only find traces of the Evil Ghost Army in the western mountains. However, many of the defeated Evil Ghost soldiers, who had no way to escape from the Beishan Pass battlefield, are still distributed in the central area of the highlands. For the time being, these defeated Evil Ghost warriors are the primary targets for hunting by the adventure group. Although there were some fleeing Evil Ghost warriors scattered in the central area, Serdek did not let Andrew lead the Construct Knights to chase them around. The Constructed Knights, the Ant Cavalry Regiment, and the giant ghost pattern soldier Ants left the North Mountain Pass and headed south. Serdek's goal was very clear, which was to return to the Duck Canyon at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge as quickly as possible. Along the way, the task of Andrew and the Constructed Knights was to erect countless road signs along the central axis of the Moyonling Highlands. As long as there are landmarks, There are some road signs indicating that this place has been captured by Lord Soldek. At the same time, the unoccupied area is also clearly marked, which is a large area of land to the west of the Moyinling Highlands. These road signs will not have any impact on the adventure group. Whether they are there or not will not affect their hunting of evil spirits. These road signs were specially prepared by Serdek for the lords of Handanar County, who wanted to share the cake. In addition, Serdek hurriedly returned before the Lord army arrived in the Dak Valley. He also wanted to carefully mark the areas currently occupied by the Western Route Army on the real-life sand table at the command post. Even the map on the wall clearly marked the occupied areas with red lines. Since a city wall was built here in the Dark Valley, a large number of magic bed crossbows were set up on the city wall, and 200 catapults were placed behind the city wall. The army of evil ghosts never came to harass them again. The heavy armored infantry regiment has been repairing in the valley, and only the adventure group will enter the Moyinling Highland through the city gate. A lively market soon appeared in the valley camp. A large amount of supplies were transported from Handanar City to the military camp here. The reinforcements from the lords of Handanar City, who were originally asked to stand by at the foot of Moyinling Mountain, and did not follow the orders of the West Route Army headquarters, and stationed themselves in the camp at the foot of the mountain. On the third day after Serdek returned to the Duck Valley, a leading force of 30,000 reinforcements arrived in the Duck Valley along with supplies. This vanguard was actually led by 3 marquises. Soldak personally came to the southern entrance of the Dark Valley to greet him, only to discover that the 30,000 reinforcements were not all heavy armored infantry regiments. Since Handanar County has the largest grassland in the Warsaw Plain, the lords here have it belongs to my own ranch. So these 30,000 reinforcements are actually heavy armored infantry with war horses. Chapter 1530. The situation is tense. The battle flags of the Western Route Army were still planted on the high cliffs on both sides of the valley. Even if there were war horses carrying heavy armor, the reinforcements of 30,000 people arrived at the Dake Valley halfway up the southern foot of Moyun Mountain. It took a lot of effort. When passing through some dangerous passes, the officers in this reinforcement army discovered that in such a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, it was unknown how much the Western Route Army spent to capture it. Many officers were discussing in private. An infantry regiment of the West Route Army was repairing in the canyon military camp, which seemed not unreasonable. If the army that captured this mountain range were replaced by them, they might not be able to touch the edge of the canyon at all. After leaving the battlefield at the foot of Moyinling Mountain, the terrain here is no longer suitable for heavy cavalry charges. However, with the combat capabilities of heavy armored infantry, killing those evil ghost warriors is not something that can be done with just a few lives. Owned. If it could be done, Duke Newman's Bena army would have captured this place long ago. And there was no way they would wait until now. Among the mountains at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain, there are many fir trees that are 100 meters high. It is obviously not an easy task to open a mountain road. The dense woods are full of vines and shrubs. These plants themselves have thorns. The vines are soft and tough, and the slopes are very steep and difficult to climb. These 30,000 reinforcements followed the convoy transporting supplies all the way from the avenue. The heavy armored infantry equipped with war horses did not dare to ride on this mountain road even if they had horses, for fear of accidentally falling down the hillside. They walked slowly forward with the logistics convoy of the Bena Provincial Military Headquarters, starting from the military camp at the foot of the southern foothills of Moyun Mountain, and walked for 3 consecutive days before reaching the outside of the canyon halfway up the mountain. Arriving at this canyon was another scene. Many caravans came in and out of the south entrance of the canyon. Some merchants piled supplies on a gentle slope with no trees outside the valley. Adventure groups continued to enter the valley. The 3 noble lords were riding on black scale horses. These scale horses were also covered with a layer of thick armor. They stood at the front of the reinforcement team, looking full of aura. As the grand leader of the constructed swordsman group, Simon Jeffrey looked at the guards in Dark Valley, his mouth filled with a kind of pride unique to nobility. He was wearing a magic pattern construct made of Warcraft leather. He carried 2 golden storm swords behind his back, exuding nobility. Behind him were 1,500 constructed swordsmen. These 3 constructed swordsman regiments were pieced together by the lords, who participated in the reinforcement of the Moyinling battle this time. I heard that there were only 2 constructed knights regiments in Lord Serdak's Western Route Army. This time 3 groups of constructed swordsmen were brought in at once, and their combat power was much stronger than the original group of constructed knights of the West Route Army. Thinking of this, Marquis Simon, who was sitting on horseback, couldn't help but feel a little proud. He even looked forward to the expression on Lord Soldak's face when he came out of the valley to welcome him. Located in the middle of the three nobles is Marquis Valentine Heller. This marquis is wearing heavy armor and exudes a strong murderous aura. He looks like a general who has experienced hundreds of battles. He is the supreme commander of this reinforcements. This time he brought 70,000 reinforcements from Handanar city. But currently 40,000 reinforcements are still on standby in the military camp at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. Since he has not received a reply from Lord Soldak recently, it is hard for Marquis Heller to look good. And his eyes hidden behind his visor are also very cold. He felt that this young earl with great military exploits must be an arrogant person. Otherwise, how could he refuse the olive branch offered by all the noble lords in Handanar County? Maybe he has become accustomed to being a lone wolf over the years, and has overlooked the fact that only a pack of wolves can defeat a lion. This time he came here just to make Count Soldak understand the rules here. As for the Marquis Water Caesar on the far right, he always has a faint smile on his face. He is wearing a clean and neat aristocratic dress, and the tie of his shirt is dotted with lace. He is responsible for managing this support army. The supply of materials can be regarded as the logistics chief of this support army. When Soldak arrived, Marquis Caesar was observing the merchants at the entrance of the valley, and even briefly asked the guard responsible for reception how many caravans came in and out every day. Since the three nobles were all marquises, one rank higher than himself in the title, Soldak rushed directly to the entrance of the valley to greet them. After making some introductions, Soldak invited the three marquis to come to the command post to rest. Several officers from the logistics department behind him placed 30,000 reinforcements in an open space under the cliff on the west side of the valley. Originally, Soldak had planned to develop a residential area here, but it has not yet recruited enough carpenters, so it is just clearing out the vacant land. Although the 30,000 reinforcements came uninvited this time, they had an approval document from the Handanar County House of Representatives, and the approval document was signed by Duke Newman. Therefore, Soldak could not turn them away no matter what. And it was a matter of course to arrange military camps. Soldak's command post is a townhouse with no attic. Opposite is the wooden house of the medical team. In the past few days, the nurses in the medical team have hung washed hemostatic bandages all over the clothesline, causing the command post to become cluttered. Linen bandages were scattered all over the open space in front. There were no injured soldiers at the medical center. Outside a wooden house, dozens of injured adventurers lined up in a long line, quietly waiting for Nika's treatment. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries today. When Soldak passed by the wooden house, Signa, who was sitting at the door of the wooden house of the medical center, waved to him. The camp looks very peaceful, and there are even no people on the training ground. A group of knights crowded around the water tank in the camp to wash their horses. These horses were all the most ordinary ancient Bolin horses, and they seemed to have nothing special about them. When passing by the commercial street in the valley, the three marquis took a few glances from a distance. It was indeed very lively there, and near the commercial street was the campground of the adventure group. I heard that every adventurer wanted to enter it. You have to pay a high toll in the valley. Soldak walked into the command post. In addition to a huge wooden table with a real-life sand table in the hall, there was also a row of chairs that had just been moved in. The three marquises sat on chairs, and Soldak began to introduce the current situation in Moyun Ridge. The magicians made the sand table very beautifully, with small flags on it, almost filling the entire eastern area of the highlands. Our knights have just recently cleared out the evil spirits in the eastern part of the highlands. Currently, there are no traces of evil ghosts in the eastern region. Soldak patiently introduced the three chief officers of the reinforcements. Marquis Simon Jeffrey sat on the chair and squinted his eyes. This wooden chair should be a new one. There were some burrs on the back and cushion of the chair, making it not very comfortable to sit on. He recalled some of the information he had received and thought to himself, this was clearly the work of more than 20,000 adventurers. But it was shamelessly appropriated by the young earl in front of him. Thinking of this, he felt a little disdainful. He glanced at Soldak. Speaking of which, the Handanar County House of Representatives also heard that the war situation in Moyun Ridge was tense. So they transferred a group of troops from the noble lords in the city, mainly to stabilize the battlefield in Moyun Ridge. Le Marquis sat up straight and said to Soldak, so the current battlefield location of the Western Route Army is near the north-south central axis of Moyun Ridge? As the leader of the constructed swordsmen, Marquis Simon Jeffrey stood in front and asked Soldak. The constructed knights of the West Route Army are currently retreating to the Valley Barracks for repairs. The Evil Ghost Legion on the Moyonling Highlands has also retreated to the western region. The next battlefield will unfold here. As Soldak introduced, He drew a large circle on the map with a red pin. Does it mean that the Western Route Army is not currently guarding the Highland battlefield? Marquis Heller's eyes were sharp. Soldak grimaced, stared at Marquis Heller and asked, "So, Your Majesty, where do you think the battlefield in Moyinling is? Or maybe our West Route Army wants to drive away the evil spirits on the highlands of Moyinling? When you return to your hometown, do you have to stick to the high ground?" The atmosphere in the command post suddenly became tense. Marquis Water Caesar stood up at this time. He raised a hand gracefully, stood next to the sand table, and said loudly, "Everyone, please listen to me. We are not here specifically to quarrel. It's just that the battlefield is changing rapidly. Now that we have grasped the initiative on the battlefield, everyone's purpose is very clear, which is to be able to fight as soon as possible. Drive the evil spirits back to their hometown." After hearing what Marquis Caesar said, Marquis Heller stopped talking with cold eyes. Marquis Caesar placed one hand on the first button of the nobleman's dress, softened his tone, and said with a smile, "Now that the evil ghost army has retreated to the west of the Moyune Ridge Highlands, this is a huge opportunity for us. Of course, we also know that the Western Route Army has been fighting for months. Most of the troops need to be repaired during this period. That's why the Handanar County House of Representatives asked us to come with 70,000 troops for support. The information we have on the Evil Ghost Legion so far is not complete enough. I suggest that the constructed swordsman group of Marquis Simon Jeffrey can set off overnight to get the latest information on the Moyune Ridge Highlands. Commander Surdak, what do you think?" Although the Marquis of Nishizawa is the chief officer in charge of the logistic supplies of the reinforcements, stepping forward to ease the situation at this time is obviously paving the way for the next actions of the reinforcements' constructed knights. Surdak did not expect that they would be so impatient and planned to send a group of constructed swordsmen to the battlefield without even conducting the most basic investigation. However, Surdak then thought again and estimated that among the adventure groups that entered the Moyinling Highlands, there would be no less than 100 intelligence personnel belonging to these lords. Obviously, the information they had obtained before was passed on from the adventure group. The members of the adventure group hunted evil ghost warriors everywhere in the Moyinling Highlands. They never suffered a large-scale counterattack from the evil ghost legions. This made some members of the adventure group mistakenly think that there are currently evil ghosts in the Moyinling Highlands. The legion has been squeezed to the point of being unable to fight back. Even the businessmen in the camp here know that the evil ghosts in Moyune Ridge have been starving. Maybe the evil ghost warriors in the camp are too hungry to get up now. Chapter 1531 The Fancy Horse. Surdak stood in front of the sand table, pointed at the sand table and continued. "According to the information sent back by our scouts, the camp of the Evil Ghost Legion is on the west side of Moyune Ridge, near Horson's Canyon. There should be more than one Evil Ghost gate hidden in this canyon." When talking about this, Soldak even used a red pen to click on a place marked with a red cross on the map. The three marquises were naturally so shocked by the information revealed by Soldak that they forgot to speak for a moment. Surdak then continued. "Currently, the Evil Ghost Legion's frontline battlefields have suffered setbacks one after another, so they have retreated to the western region. If Marquis Jeffrey's constructed swordsman regiment wants to enter the Moyinling Highlands, this will undoubtedly be a threat to our West Route Army. It takes some of the pressure off, and I personally am very supportive." As the commander of the reinforcements, Marquis Heller and Marquis Jeffrey, the grand leader of the constructed swordsman regiment, were stunned at the same time. They both looked at Soldak, who was standing in front of the map. Marquis Heller's eyes became colder and more aggressive. The momentum is evident. But Marquis Jeffrey was very surprised. He did not expect that Soldak did not object to Marquis Caesar's proposal. Surdak continued. "But the situation on the battlefield is not very clear now. I hope that the constructed swordsman group led by Marquis Jeffrey can operate as much as possible in the middle line of the highlands. There are some evil ghost squads scattered here, which cannot form a strong force for the constructed swordsman group. Threats, and you can also come into contact with some adventure groups in this area, so you can fully understand the current situation of Moyinling Highlands." Now that Surdak has expressed his support for the constructed swordsman group to enter the battlefield of Moyinling, the three Marquis have completed the original purpose of this conversation. Next is the handover of supplies shipped from Handanar County. Of course, Surdak has never cared much about this aspect. The welcome ceremony in the evening was also very lively, especially when the heavy armored infantry regiment that reinforced the army learned that the West Route Army also had a medical team. And this medical team was very powerful, and even often provided paid treatment to members of the adventure group. The infantry soldiers seemed even happier. Most lords could not afford defeat, but their desire for victory, and the reward for the soldiers who won the victory were still very high. This reinforcement also represents the highest combat power of Handanar County, since they dare to go to Mayun Ridge to grab cakes. Soldak estimates that they have done some research in advance, especially the West Route Army in recent years. Victory, including the Battle of the Yanchan Canyon in the Gander Mountains, the Battle of the Bayan River, the Battle of the Valley at the southern foot of the Mayun Mountains, etc. These battle reports were passed on to Bay of Handanar City by Soldak, non-military department. There is no doubt about the combat power of the Western Route Army. Since the lords of Handanar County dared to come, they must be fully prepared. In fact, what Cerdak was most worried about was that the support army would rush to the high ground and feed the hungry devils without any thought. Then it would be his own army that would have to clean up the mess. If they still have some brains and want to let the constructed swordsman group explore the way, Cerdak doesn't mind providing some convenience to this group of lords. If the evil ghost army on the Mayun Ridge Highlands was really that easy to deal with, the Bena army would have eliminated the evil ghost army here 5 years ago. The welcome ceremony actually consisted of a good meal in a large dining hall. And then the guards on the northern wall of the valley watched as Marquis Jeffrey led 1,500 constructed swordsmen into the vast night. However, when they entered the mountain road in the north of the valley, Samira, who was responsible for collecting intelligence, received a tip. Nearly 20 swordsmen were added to this group of constructed swordsmen. These swordsmen came from several branches in various valleys. Adventure Group. Almost all of these adventure groups have returned from the Moyinling Highlands in the past 2 days. In the dusk, Cerdak stood on the north wall, watching the constructed swordsmen disappearing into the mountain path, and then looked back after a moment. This city wall is nearly 30 meters higher than the city wall at the northern pass of Moyinling. There are nearly 300 crossbows arranged on the city wall. There are also 200 catapults in the military camp behind. These firepower almost cover the north. All battlefields within 1 kilometer outside the city wall. Compared with here, there is no magic bed crossbow on the city wall at the northern pass of Moyinling. The aboriginal warriors of the Agrod tribe need to increase the height of the city wall as soon as possible. Otherwise, they are likely to face the counterattack of the evil ghost army again. After all, the north and south exits of Moyinling Highlands are all blocked, and the evil ghost army has no way out. Samira was sitting on the base of a magic bed crossbow when she wore the magic patterned leather armor. Her beautiful figure was undoubtedly on display. Although the surrounding guards turned their backs to the two of them, Samira still did not have the courage to have any close contact with Cerdak on the city wall. The nearest city wall guard was nearly 10 meters away from the two of them. Samira sorted out the magic arrows in the quiver and asked in a low voice, "Since you are not prepared to give up any piece of land in the Moyinling Highlands, then why are you letting them in?" Samira refers to the group of constructed swordsmen. Soldak sighed and then said quietly, "Even if we stop them, there will be a second and third batch of reinforcements and a group of constructed swordsmen. We can't stop them all from outside the gate. Since these lords have the idea of eating meat in their hearts, I just want to let them understand the truth. Since the Bena army failed to capture this place, it means how difficult this evil ghost army on the Mayun Ridge Highlands is to attack." Samira rolled her eyes at Soldak and said, "Why do I think you are so generous? There must be some other reasons. Are you attracted to their war horses?" Cerdak chuckled. "If you insist on saying that, it's actually true. I did take a fancy to those war horses." He then turned to look at the reinforcement camp. 60,000 fine Gubwa Lai war horses were in the horse pen. Cerdak wiped his stubble-covered mouth with his hand, and then said, "The highlands of Moyinling are covered with thorn grass and bitter leaf grass. These two cold-resistant and drought-resistant pastures are very suitable for raising horses. Now a fine ancient Bolai horse is worth 20 gold. I originally wanted to help Agro, the German tribe, purchase a group of stallions. Now you know how much I have invested in this war. This amount of money cannot be said to be a small amount. Now it seems that I may not be needed." Samira pretended to see through you, and then the two of them walked down the steps behind the city wall in the darkness. This night, neither Selena nor Aphrodite suddenly came out to disturb them. Only Zigna and Nika sat under the windowsill outside the medical center, chatting about the things they experienced on the battlefield under the bright moonlight. "Miss Zigna, there is a swordsman named Kofi outside the military camp who said he is your friend. Let me give you a cordial greeting." A camp gate guard ran over and reported to Zigna. Almost everyone knows that Zigna is Selena's daughter. Commander Cerdak loves her as his own. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to the battlefield. Whenever someone wants to see Zigna, the gate guard at the entrance of the military camp will run in to make a special report. "Oh, I got it. Ask him to wait for me at the door. I'll be there right away. Zigna raised her face and said calmly and politely. The gate guard bowed and retired. Nika yawned a little tiredly, and then complained to Zigna. It's so late. You still want to go out? Back at the camp, Zigna stopped pestering Selena, because that guy Soldak would occasionally break in at night. At this time, Zigna could only go to Nika in her pajamas and hugging the quilt. So she lied with Nika. Zigna showed a flattering smile, revealing 2 white teeth that made her look particularly happy. It's us together. If I dare to walk out of the military camp alone at this time, once Selena finds out about it, she will probably find a chain to lock me in the wooden house. Zigna complained with a slumped face. Nika was obviously ready to be a good girl and asked Zigna, Then why are you still going out? Zigna could only hold one of Nika's arms and beg. You have to make some friends. Otherwise life would be boring. In fact, I also know that they are approaching me to inquire about some irrelevant information. And I also know what can and cannot be said. Please come with me. I can promise not to stay too long. Just stand at the gate for a short while. Warm-hearted good Nika. Please. Nika has become accustomed to Zigna's various demands. Their friendship started in Doden Town in the Belan Plain. At that time, Nika was still a humble indigenous maid. I really impressed you. Nika tugged on her white dress and stood up. Zigna immediately happily pulled Nika and walked outside the camp. Kofi wore a tight-fitting leather armor, and even a linen robe over the leather armor. He huddled in the shadows outside the gate. He didn't come out of the shadows until Zigna walked out of the military camp gate. He stood under a torch set up outside the military camp wall. It was so late, and he would never dare to take Zigna out of sight of the military camp guards. Kofi was sure that as long as he dared to take Zigna one more step into the shadows, at least 10 arrows would be shot from all directions in the darkness. And the 4 arrow towers on both sides of the military camp gate would also shoot out rockets, destroying these arrows. An area is brightly lit. Kofi took off an iron cage from his waist, held it in his hand and said, Zigna, I heard that you are back, and I will set off to Moyling Highlands again tomorrow morning. I don't know when I will see you again when I go out this time. The little animal you asked me to find last time, I found it a long time ago and have been fostering it with Merchant Pied. He said that he couldn't see you usually, so I sent it to you. Chapter 1532 Transaction. The iron cage Kofi took out contained a prairie dog. At this moment, the little thing in the cage was squeaking because he was a little nervous. This kind of groundhog has a docile temperament. If it is a young groundhog, it can become a pet with a little training. The Moyling Highlands are rich in a kind of flower-back prairie dog. When this kind of prairie dog reaches adulthood, its back has light yellow patterns like a chipmunk. Moreover, this kind of prairie dog is not as smelly as other gophers. Zigna has wanted to buy one for a long time, but unfortunately Selena has never agreed. This kind of prairie dog was almost hunted to extinction by evil spirits in Moyun Ridge. This time, Kofi also found several friends from the adventure group to get such one. After taking the cage, Zigna's big eyes were bent like crescents. She took out a piece of whole wheat bread from the bag on her waist, broke off a piece as big as her fist, and carefully put it into the cage. The woodchuck in the cage, the rat, was a little timid, maybe frightened, and just huddled in a corner of the cage, not daring to come up. Thank you, Zigna said happily. Then he held the cage, bumped Nika beside him with his elbow, turned around and walked back to the camp. At this time, Nika nodded to Kofi as a greeting, and quickly followed Zigna into the military camp. Kofi quickly waved his hand to Zigna, turned around and prepared to leave the main entrance of the military camp. But before Kofi could walk even 10 steps away, he heard Zigna's voice coming from the door of the military camp. Be careful! This time when you go to Moyling Highlands to hunt evil spirits, it's best not to go too far. If your luck is really bad, then walk all the way north along the east side of the mountains and go as far as possible. Kofi didn't expect that Zigna would actually give such a prompt, and was stunned for a moment. He didn't even think about asking for any information. He just wanted to maintain this relationship, which would be useful in the future. After all, she was the little princess of the West Route Army. Their adventure group has indeed made all preparations before setting off. This time Captain Hayes is planning to head west along the North Sunland Mountains in the middle of the highlands. It is said that large groups of evil ghosts often appear here. Come here to have a chance. If you're lucky, you might be able to gain more. Today, the Hayes Adventure Group has grown to more than 200 people, including 57 outstanding demon hunters. Each member of the adventure group has a war horse. The adventure group has a very large space for activities in the Moyonling Highlands. The last time they hunted in the Moyonling Highlands, the most dangerous time was only more than 50 kilometers away from Horsens Canyon. Precisely because the last trip went very smoothly, Captain Hayes decided that the adventure group should be more aggressive this time. Only in this way can more black magic crystals be harvested. Kofi thought that at this time, the group leader might still be discussing the travel route with other captains in the group. Thinking of the tips Zigna gave him, he did not dare to delay at all, and ran back to the Hayes adventure group in one breath. The settlement in Duck Valley reported the news to Captain Hayes. Captain Hayes was originally hesitant about the course of action. After hearing the information passed back by Kofi, he immediately revised the course of action overnight. Dawn had just broken, and the morning fog in the valley had not yet dispersed, when the horns for morning exercises rang out in the military camp. This made the reinforcement soldiers, who had just arrived at the valley station yesterday, very uncomfortable. They were not in the habit of running and doing exercises in the morning. Many reinforcement soldiers wanted to huddle up in their sleeping bags and take a nap, but they heard the sound of neat footsteps outside. Puff! 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 And even the ground was shaking. These heavy armored infantry soldiers are fully armed when going out. And when running, the sound of the armor rubbing against each other is particularly harsh. There was even a sharp whistle. Beep beep beep. And then a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers shouted in unison. 1, 2, 3, 4-inch. People in the Duck Valley have long been accustomed to this kind of morning exercise. Even many businessmen took the opportunity to wake up their servants. The soldiers in the military camp have all gotten up to do morning exercises. There is no reason for you to continue to sleep in. Groups of sleepy-eyed reinforcement infantry soldiers crawled out of tents and stood in the camp wearing only their shirts. They looked curiously at the heavy armored infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army, who were wearing heavy armor and carrying heavy backpacks. Surrounding the camp, they kept running laps, and then sat in a row on the side of the track, watching the show and laughing. Some people even fetched a basin of water from the sink, and after washing their faces, they carefully shaved their sideburns with a dagger. Are they stupid for getting up so early for a run? The voice that spoke was not loud, but it was definitely not quiet. Although he did not directly tell the infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army, he was extremely aggressive. The infantry phalanx of the Western Route Army passing by immediately started to fluctuate, causing some of the running soldiers to lose their pace. Pay attention to your running rhythm. Do you still want to have breakfast? Don't make everyone suffer together. The squad leader of this infantry phalanx shouted in a hoarse voice. The chaotic sounds in the infantry square immediately disappeared, and groups passed by the runway at the edge of the camp. Seeing that no one in the infantry phalanx of the West Route Army dared to stand up and fight back, the reinforcements of the infantry soldiers probably felt that their good dreams had been disturbed, and the jeers became louder. Maybe it's because they don't have horses to travel with. It's true. I really didn't see where their stables are. A high-quality Gubo Lai war horse costs at least 20 gold coins in the market. I guess their lord can't spend that much money to buy a horse. As soon as these words were spoken, the infantry soldiers in the phalanx all looked in the direction of the sound. But they did not stop because of this. Feeling that the atmosphere at the scene was a little tense, someone immediately comforted him. Don't speak so loudly when you are joking. Be careful not to be heard. The infantry soldiers of the reinforcements stood and watched for a while, and found that standing here could only eat ashes. It didn't take long for the people who lost interest to disperse. After the morning run, the cafeteria is open for breakfast. There are a total of 15 large dining halls in the West Route Army barracks. But even so, they cannot provide breakfast to 140,000 infantry soldiers at the same time. All infantry regiments here have fixed times for dining in the large dining halls. The Corps has a window for receiving meals, and they only have 20 minutes to receive meals, which is just enough time to queue up and get breakfast. At one time, almost all the same infantry regiments lined up at the same window to receive meals. This made the dining hall look very orderly. The infantry soldiers were lined up neatly, and almost no one was whispering to each other. Those who have received their meals can dine at the long row of tables outside the large dining hall. Of course, some people choose to stand in front of the merit exchange list with cereals in their hands, and everyone can see what new rewards are on the merit exchange list. As the numbers of the West Route Army continue to expand, and the conscript knights and ant cavalry have just returned to the camp with a lot of achievements, the merit exchange list has been updating rewards almost every day recently. As the dining hall became lively, the infantry soldiers who were reinforcing the troops were also getting hungry. In the past, they, the Lord Army, would make their own fires to cook. Usually a small team would set up a simple earth stove, and then hoist a small black cooking pot to cook porridge or boil water with dry wheat cakes. Eat together. Because this kind of alliance formed Lord Army goes on an expedition. The lords are responsible for the materials and supplies. So each infantry soldier brings his own rations. Even the weapons, armor, and horses are privately owned by the lords. And the trophies obtained on the battlefield it was also the lord's army that took the bulk, which was completely different from the West Route armies. The infantry soldiers of these reinforcements saw that there was a large dining hall in the military camp, and that all the infantry soldiers of the Western Route army who had just finished morning exercises were lining up to have breakfast. And they began to talk. "It seems like dinner is about to begin. Should we go too? Didn't you see that they went to eat in batches? Should we ask our group about the order of dining?" Everyone began to talk and discuss. At this time, some captains got up from the tent, and everyone encouraged the captains in the regiment to go and inquire. They didn't want to participate in the morning exercise, but they didn't want to be left behind when eating. The captains of each infantry regiment rushed to the door of the nearest large dining hall and began to ask the porridge cook when it would be their turn to eat. The captains received some unacceptable news. "No!" A captain of the 2nd Infantry Regiment of Lord Nelson's army asked in surprise. "We had a sumptuous dinner at your place last night." The cook impatiently pointed to a person in charge at the entrance of the dining hall and motioned to ask there. He was not responsible for explaining these things. Several captains ran to ask, and the chief of the big dining hall replied like this. "Yesterday was the welcome ceremony. Your material supplies were separately allocated by hand in our city. So from today on, you have to be responsible for your own daily supplies. Food. Unless your lord reaches an agreement with Lord Serdek, our commander of the Western Route Army. Your infantry soldiers can only eat with us if we provide breakfast for you." A group of captains were dismissed by the officer in charge with a few words, and then reported to the commanders of each infantry regiment. The matter was then reported to Marquis Valentin Heller. Unexpectedly, the stubborn Marquis Heller had no intention of negotiating with Suldek. He waved his hand and ordered, "Each infantry regiment will build its own earth stove and solve the meal problem by itself. In fact, these infantry regiments have been here all along. But there is no harm if there is no comparison. Why can they have a hot breakfast after training, while my own infantry regiment has to collect firewood for the stove when they wake up? Cook porridge. If you want to have breakfast like this, it will probably be noon." Immediately some infantry soldiers began to complain privately. A messenger led the horse and left the valley before the morning fog cleared. He carried a transfer order from Lord Marquis Heller in his arms. The remaining reinforcements stationed at the foot of Moyling Mountain will arrive at the camp in the Dake Valley within half a month. There are currently 40,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers on standby in the city garrison at the foot of the mountain. Marquis Heller plans to move all the heavy infantry regiments were mobilized in the Duck Valley. It is estimated that when preparations are made here, there should also be news from Marquis Geoffrey, who formed the Swordsman Regiment. By then, the army will immediately rush to the Moyling Highlands and begin to occupy a large area of territory. During this period, the fodder required by the tens of thousands of war horses in the valley will be continuously supplied by the logistics group from the Big Meadow. Although the long supply line has brought a heavy burden to the lords, the matter has come to this, and these noble lords of Handanar County grit their teeth and persevere. Last autumn, Duke Newman transferred 200,000 reinforcements from the Bena province for the last time. The lords in Handanar City did not say that they would put their own lord armies on the battlefield, but now they are scrambling to be the first. Send in the troops. The purpose is to be able to enter the Moyling Highlands in advance under the leadership of Marquis Heller. That's right. The reinforcements' heavy armored infantry regiment entered the Moyling Highlands just to occupy some unoccupied territory. As for attacking the Evil Ghost camp, the lords in Handanar City had no such idea. Serdek certainly knew about these situations. He stood on the city wall and looked at the rising sun. The morning fog in the entire valley began to dissipate quickly. The half-elf archer was holding a sky strike bow and performing jujitsu on the city wall. Suldek felt that she was the most beautiful when she was wearing salamander leather armor, apparently after becoming a second-level powerhouse. Samira was also looking for a breakthrough road. At this time, Marquis Water Caesar walked up the stone steps. The Marquis came to the front and immediately said to Suldek straight to the point, "Your Majesty Earl Serdek, the lords of Handanar County are willing to spend gold coins to purchase the black magic crystal. This time, they have entrusted me with full responsibility to talk to you, no matter what the current situation is. In fact, We can come down, and make a deal. Soldak looked at Marquis Caesar, turned around and held his hands on the wall and said, Are you talking about a deal? Okay. 20 gold coins for each unidentified magic crystal. You can negotiate as much as you want. The larger the amount, the more expensive the unit price will be. If the quantity purchased is too small, please go to the black market in Helensa County. Bye. Now adventure groups can also buy black magic crystals. I don't want to repeat the specific price. Why does the price increase the more you buy? Marquis Caesar asked in confusion. Cerdak smiled and replied, There are only so many merits, which means there are only so many opportunities for promotion. This is Helensa County. If you want to buy black magic crystal, you can still buy it. You also know that I am from Talapagan in Bina province. In this small place, there are many noble barons who have piles of gold in our cellars. Everyone needs black magic crystals. Now I have a thick stack of orders delivered to me. As you know, everyone is in a noble place. In this circle, it's hard to say no to many things. I only have so many unidentified black magic crystals in my hand. If anyone takes more, someone will inevitably take less. So the more you buy in a single batch, the higher the unit price will be. Chapter 1533 Black Magic Crystal. The smile on Marquis Water Caesar's face was a little stiff, and there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes, like a fox trying to hide in the shadows. He may think that Cerdak is asking for a price. On the black market in Helensa City, the market price of unidentified black magic crystals flowing out from those adventure groups is about 16 gold coins, which is the price of ordinary black magic crystals. This means that each of these unidentified black magic crystals is worth 9 gold coins. For an ordinary family of 3 in the Green Empire, the merit value of such a black magic crystal would allow them to live comfortably in Bina City for 2 years. When noble lords purchase unidentified black magic crystals, they can exchange them for achievements at the military logistics offices in the central cities of each province. When the merit points reach a certain level, their titles can be promoted. On the contrary, if in these years when plain wars break out frequently, the noble lords need to take the initiative to participate in the war, this is also a way to gain merit. If a certain noble fails to obtain corresponding merit for several consecutive years, then in terms of title inheritance, the title will be downgraded accordingly when it is passed on to heirs. Just like when Miss Hoyle inherited the title, she was demoted to Viscount because of lack of merit. The face of Marquis Caesar, whose specific age could not be seen, stopped smiling, and without even saying a word, he turned around and walked towards the steps of the city wall. Cerdak didn't say anything more, but squatted down beside Samira and took a lunge, then picked up the golden shield in his right hand. Swing the shield and draw the sword. This is the basic movement of the shield warrior during his daily training. As long as he has time, he will practice it every day, rain or shine. The Marquis of Caesar walked to the steps of the city wall and looked back at Soldak reluctantly. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to walk back with a you-win expression on his face. At the price of 20 gold coins, how many black magic crystals can I exchange for at one time? Marquis Caesar asked. In his opinion, although he had lost the dignity of a marquis by asking back in such a condescending manner, it was still worth it in the face of interests. The first time you and I negotiated, I offered you a very reasonable price, but you chose to give up the purchase. Now it is the second time that you have proposed to me the intention to purchase the black magic crystal. So this time, there is a first purchase discount. Each unidentified black magic crystal is now priced at 23 gold coins. Do you still want it? Soldak stood up straight again, holding the sword and shield in his hand, and asked Marquis Caesar. Marquis Caesar wanted to yell at Soldak. You are such a bitch. He covered his lips with his fist and coughed to stop his urge to curse. Since he inherited the title from his father, he has seldom had such difficulty controlling his emotions. Yes. Do I want more? Of course. Isn't this the only purpose of my coming here? Marquis Caesar closed his eyes and said silently in his heart. It's just that the price is much higher than what he expected. It's simply ridiculously high. If he really buys the black magic crystal at such a high price, it is estimated that no noble will entrust him to buy such goods on his behalf in the future. So Marquis Caesar knew that the price was unfeasible. But he didn't turn around and leave this time. Because once he turned around and left this time, the black magic crystal deal might have completely failed. Looking at the young commander in front of him, who was filled with a strong sacred aura and a rising star among the noble lords of the Bina province, the Marquis of Caesar knew that his identity would not play any role in this deal. On the contrary, It was he came with the reinforcements and served as the logistics officer in the reinforcements, which actually made the young commander feel disgusted. But he has the confidence to say so. As a commander of the Western Route Army with hundreds of thousands of troops at his disposal, I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire Bena province who would be willing to give in. Marquis Caesar opened his eyes only 3 seconds later, and then his eyes fell on Soldek again and asked him, "What if I choose resource exchange?" Serdek still said calmly, "It depends on what kind of resources it is." Marquis Caesar did not try to be too pretentious this time and said directly, "Horse. Gubwa is here to fight the horse." Soldek smiled when he heard Marquis Caesar's words, as if he had seen a happy sitcom in the theater. After a moment, he put away his smile and said to Marquis Caesar, "To be honest, what I need most right now is probably Gubwa's warhorse." The deal for the black magic crystal finally fell through, and Marquis Water Caesar left unwillingly. He believes that this deal must still be discussed, but the two parties have not been able to find the balance point. There are many reasons for this. The biggest reason may be that the reinforcements came to the Dake Valley rashly without receiving the order from the West Route Army, and also dispatched a regiment of constructed swordsmen to the Moyonling Highlands with a very tough attitude. Conduct reconnaissance. Not only did this touch upon the vital interests of Lord Serdek, but it was also likely to completely anger the young lord. Even if he holds tens of thousands of black magic crystals, he is unwilling to sell them to the lords of Handanar County. Although the deal with Lord Soldak failed to be concluded, Marquis Caesar was not too anxious. He could actually choose to directly contact the trading houses and adventure groups in the valley here. It is estimated that they still have a large amount of money in their hands. A black magic crystal. In addition, once the main force of the reinforcements enters the Moyonling Highlands, they will be able to harvest a large amount of magic crystals. Seeing the Marquis of Caesar gracefully walking down the city wall, although his face could still remain calm, the anger in his eyes almost burst out of his eyes. Gary Decker, wearing heavy armor, walked from the east city wall, stopped next to Samira, and asked Serdek with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss, the purchase price he gave is not bad. Why don't you sell him?" Serdek knew what Gary Decker meant. She was saying that these black magic crystals would be sold to everyone the same. Even if they were brought back to Bena province, they might not be able to raise the price to 20 gold coins. Nowadays, there are plain wars in various parts of the empire. Frequent occurrences. Black magic crystals also began to flood. As he became more and more familiar with Gary Decker, Serdek discovered that this second-level strongman who could afford to wear heavy armor and hold a magic shotgun was an all-rounder. So he left her behind in the construction process, pretending to be the leader of the knights. She can arrange the daily work of the knights in an orderly manner. Throwing her to the forest camp to be responsible for the management of the entire camp can also make the camp run normally. And as a commander, Gary Decker is sensible enough and will never make any reckless moves like Andrew did. The man with the soul of the berserker is a madman on the battlefield. Serdek patted the money bag on his waist and said with a smile, "Would you be surprised if I said that all the black magic crystals in my hand have been spent?" Gary Decker blinked and said, "What's so surprising about that? The number of expendable magic weapons we have put on the battlefield in recent battles has increased rapidly. The weapons, equipment, and supplies of the Egrod tribe have also reached astronomical figures. In addition, the various rewards on the merit exchange list have also gradually increased. If we had not won several battles, our situation would have become very difficult. In fact, there are many secrets hidden in Serdek's Lord Army, but everyone just tacitly agrees and does not take the initiative to mention them. For example, the mysterious alchemist Aphrodite and her enhanced magic patterns, the mysterious red dragon and the ghost army, and the large amounts of materials that can reach the battlefield without any supply lines. Many things are attributed to the mysterious magic. Soldek did not expect that Gary Decker would see it so thoroughly, and said with some emotion, "Yes, otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the risk of taking the cavalry regiment across the entire highland and running all the way to the North Pass to help the Egrod tribe build the northern defense line." Gary Decker was not prepared to inquire into these secrets of Soldek. At this point, she changed the subject and explained her purpose. "By the way, boss, there are many soldiers in the military camp who want to redeem the enhanced magic patterns. As long as there are enhanced magic patterns on the merit list, they will be redeemed soon. You have to take the time to redeem those rewards recently." Serdek didn't expect that the enhanced magic pattern marked with 50,000 meritorious deeds could actually become a hot commodity. "Oh, don't they plan to change the magic pattern structure?" Serdek asked. This group of people are almost all ant cavalry who have accumulated a lot of achievements. Their own qualifications are limited before reaching the first rank. Even if they redeem the magic pattern structure, they will not be able to wear it because of insufficient carrying capacity. If they want to break through the first rank, it is estimated that there is only one way to go, so everyone chooses to redeem the enhanced magic patterns. Gary Decker replied. There are also some adventure groups who are also interested in these enhanced magic patterns. Serdek waved his hand and said clearly, seal this type of reward to the outside world, and the enhanced magic pattern will not be provided to people outside the Legion for the time being. New. Gary Decker responded immediately. After receiving Soldak's clear instructions, Gary Decker turned to deal with the matter at hand. There were only 2 people left on the city wall, Samira and Soldak. The guards on the city wall didn't dare to get close at all, and they only stood in a row on the city wall 20 meters away. Serdak turned around and saw Samira in a daze after completing the basic movements of jiu-jitsu, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Samira took out the sky strike bow and fully pulled the string. There was no arrow between her fingers. She aimed at a cliff outside the city wall and said, "It feels like you are a little different when you come back this time." Serdak asked curiously, "What's the difference?" Samira put away the sky strike bow in her hand and turned to look at Soldak, with a hint of confusion in her light red eyes. "The aura on your body. And I don't mean the holy light on your body. It's hard to describe. It's as if every breath you take and every step you take are related to the wind in the mountains and the water in the rivers. The woods on the entire mountain range are in perfect harmony with each other, just like the way of nature pursued by the druids." Serdak looked down at his feet wearing combat boots, then carefully felt his breathing rate, wondering why he didn't feel anything obvious. The most prosperous shopping street in the Dark Valley is lined with various shops. These shops sell food, weapons, armor, groceries, and even detoxification potions. The adventure group can purchase anything here, types of material supplies. Of course, the business scope of trading firms is not limited to these. Most trading firms also have acquisition business, such as unidentified black magic crystals, black stripe magic skins, black iron war blades in the hands of evil spirits, and even sharp weapons on evil spirits. Bone spurs are also purchased by merchants. Of course, bone spurs are not very valuable. There are a lot of adventure groups in the Duck Valley, which makes the daily transactions very popular. And the busiest shopping streets are crowded with people every day. Some adventure groups returning from the Moyadling Highlands will take some harvests to sell in the market here. Mainly some bulky trophies that are inconvenient to store and transport. For example, the Black Iron War Blade has a relatively large trading volume, followed by the Black Pattern. Magic skins. Adventure groups will not store large quantities of such items. As for trophies such as magic cores and unidentified black magic crystals, the trading volume in the market is very small. The main reason is that magic crystals are easy to carry. If you sell the magic crystals, the gold coins you get back are even less convenient. In addition, many adventure groups have the habit of storing unidentified black magic crystals. It is easy to exchange these black magic crystals for gold coins, but it is not so easy to buy black magic crystals with gold coins. The rewards on the merit exchange list in the West Route Army Camp can only be exchanged for unidentified black magic crystals. Marquis Zizawa contacted several business owners in succession on the shopping street. These business owners did have some unidentified black magic crystals in their hands. The price of such black magic crystals was basically about 18 gold coins. But when talking about it, as well as the number of magic crystals, the total number of black magic crystals owned by these trading houses cannot even reach a fraction of Marquis Caesar's needs. The black magic crystals purchased by the bosses of trading houses are almost all caused by some adventure groups who have spent all their gold coins and have no other goods to sell. So they sell 1 or 2 black magic crystals as an emergency. So there are actually very few black magic crystals on the market here. Those trading house bosses even suggested that Marquis Shiza go talk directly to the adventure group in the valley. Marquis Water Caesar and his entourage spent a whole day shopping on the shopping street. They visited almost all the trading houses and contacted several adventure groups before buying 37 unidentified black magic crystals. Marquis Shiza's face was ugly when he returned to the military camp. Even his dinner was eaten in the wooden hut. At night, the reinforcements camp was lit with dots of bonfires, which looked starry from a distance. A gust of wind blew, and bursts of smoke made it difficult for the soldiers in the camp to open their eyes. Almost all the combat teams prepared dinner alone, leaving the camp in a mess. This is not the case at the Western Route Army camp not far away. The infantry soldiers who have been training for a whole day will line up to take a bath at the wash wall, and then line up to eat in the large dining hall. Everything seems so orderly. Chapter 1530 For those street signs. The Marquis of Caesar all entered the brightly lit temporary command post of the reinforcements in Helensa city. This is also the residence of Marquis Valentine Heller. It is a wooden house with 3 rooms. Marquis Heller was sitting next to a round table. On the table was an old parchment map, but the Moyling Highlands area was still blank on this map. Marquis Heller raised his head and saw the dark-faced Marquis Caesar walking into the room. So he asked him, "How did things go?" Marquis Caesar shook his head slightly, sat on a chair opposite Marquis Heller, put his right arm on the table, gently rubbed his temples on both sides of his forehead with the thumb and index finger of his right hand, and replied, "It's not going very well. The amount of black magic crystals in the market here is much less than we expected." This matter made it difficult for him to explain to the group of lords in Helensa city. The noble lords in the city pieced together this support army group, and they came here just to gain profits. I thought I could buy a batch of unidentified black magic crystals here in Duck Valley. But what Marquis Caesar didn't expect was that maybe the adventure group had some black magic crystals in their hands. But these black magic energies would not be easily. There are not many black magic crystals in the hands of businessmen, which puts great resistance to his plan to acquire black magic crystals. "You're saying that Count Cerdak refuses to sell the black magic crystal?" Marquis Heller's eyes were sharp, and his voice was a little cold. He is considered the most famous general among the noble lords of Helensa city. He followed the Benna army to regain Cornburg County, and was sought after by a group of noble lords in the city. This time, the noble lords in the city pushed Marquis Heller to the front, because he fought 2 very beautiful battles in Cornburg County. His character is not very likable. He is rigid, paranoid, and cold. He is a lone wolf-like existence in the aristocratic circle of Helensa city. If it were not for the fact that there is no suitable commander, the position of reinforcement commander would definitely not be suitable. Will fall on his head. The Marquis of Caesar did not want to argue with him, but said patiently, "Although there is no explicit rejection, raising the price of magic crystal to a quite outrageous height should be an expression of dissatisfaction with us." Marquis Heller snorted coldly and continued, "Their Western Route army has been guarding this valley for so long, and the situation in the Moyling Highlands has never been opened. What right do they have to express dissatisfaction with us? Waiting for our heavy armor, the infantry regiment enters the Moyling Highlands and builds several strong fortresses on the highlands, and then the situation will be reversed." Marquis Caesar knocked on the table and said, "Having said that, I have no good way to convince Count Cerdak, and I can't buy unidentified black magic crystals for the time being." Marquis Heller said arrogantly, "Then just wait and wait for the news from Simon. It won't take long for our heavy armored infantry regiment to be ready for departure. As long as our regiment can successfully reach Moyling Highland, we will definitely be able to seize the black magic crystal." Seeing that Marquis Heller wanted to lead the army into the Moyling Highlands, and there was no good way to ease Earl Cerdak's emotions, he stood up helplessly and said, "Okay, I will keep an eye on the logistics department. Let them bring the fodder needed for the war horses as soon as possible." "Well," Marquis Heller grunted in his throat, then ignored Marquis Caesar and continued to stare at the blank map in a daze. Marquis Caesar sighed secretly, turned around and walked out of the temporary command post of the reinforcements. Marquis Valentine Heller continued to sit at the round table, looking at the blank parchment map, thinking about how the heavy armored infantry regiment would fight next. Although he didn't know how the Western Route army defeated these evil spirits in several other battlefields, he was very familiar with the Battle of Bean River. He knew that Cerdak had a mysterious army of red ants in his hands, and this regiment has also been recognized by the Benna military department. But in his hands, he only had a group of heavy armored infantry warriors pieced together from various lords. On the frontal battlefield, it seems that only the heavy cavalry of the Benna Legion can compete with the Evil Ghost Legion. As for the battle between the heavy armored infantry regiment and the Evil Ghost warriors, it basically requires a fully equipped 6-man squad to fight against one evil ghost. The 70,000 heavy armored infantry warriors in hand can defeat the Evil Ghost army of about 10,000 at most. Of course, this is just in terms of military strength. In fact, when it comes to the battlefield, 70,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers cannot defeat 10,000 evil spirits. It is still unknown how many evil spirits there are in the highlands of Moyling. According to the information transmitted from the adventure group, there are at least tens of thousands of evil ghost warriors. Marquis Heller feels that this data is a bit exaggerated. If the number of evil ghost warriors on Mayun Ridge exceeds 50,000, then they may have rushed out from the highlands and captured the forest farm camp in the northernmost part of the Great Meadow. You must know that before the arrival of the Western Route Army, the forest camp had only about 30,000 troops, which did not have much combat effectiveness at all. Marquis Heller led the support army to the battlefield in Moyinling Highlands. In fact, he had no intention of fighting the evil spirits head-on. He just wanted to take this support army to occupy a territory in Moyinling Highlands, and then choose an area that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Build a military stronghold in the place to resist the evil ghost army on the Moyinling Highlands. According to the news from the adventure group, the evil ghost warriors on the highlands of Moyinling are about to starve to death and have no fighting power at all. Marquis Heller believed that if his support army could stay in a stronghold, it should still be able to fight against the evil ghost army. After all, the purpose of coming to Moyinling Highlands is to occupy some land. I originally thought that when the Western Route Army saw the reinforcements from Handanar City coming to seize the territory, Lord Soldak would increase the speed of advancing into the Moyinling Highlands, and then the reinforcements could follow the footsteps of the Western Route Army and enter Moyinling. On the high ground, you can choose a position where you can advance, attack, retreat, or defend based on your own vision. Anyway, you have the command of the reinforcements in your own hands. As for listening to the command of the West Route Army, it's a joke. Who would want to be cannon fodder? However, the West Route Army currently has no plans to send troops. At this time, it is somewhat risky for the Handanar City reinforcements to enter the Moyinling Highlands. Regarding the reinforcements from Handanar City, these adventure groups in the Duck Valley have been keeping a certain distance in the past few days, because everyone clearly felt that there were many conflicts between the Western Route Army and the reinforcements from Handanar City. The infantry soldiers of the two armies were even somewhat hostile to each other. Fortunately, the soldiers from both sides were usually relatively restrained and did not conflict. It's just that the Dak Valley falls under the jurisdiction of the Western Route Army, and the reinforcements from Handanar City stationed in the valley need to abide by the code of conduct established by the Western Route Army in some aspects. This made the reinforcements from Handanar City even more dissatisfied. The first is the health issue. The Western Route Army requested the reinforcements in Handanar City to build toilets in the military camp and prohibit open defecation in the camp. Moreover, there are construction requirements for toilets in the camp. Each toilet needs to have a septic tank with a depth of 3 meters. It must not only be covered on all sides, but also have a roof, ventilation windows, etc. As a result, the logistics force of the Handanar City reinforcements needed to dedicate hundreds of people to dig toilets. Another issue is public security. Recently, there have been a series of infantry soldiers disrupting normal business order in shopping streets. Currently, there are still more than 20 infantry soldiers from the Handanar City reinforcements being detained in the temporary prison of the West Route Army. According to the regulations of the Western Route Army, soldiers do not have any privileges when conducting transactions even during war. Businessmen who are forced to buy or sell by force, threaten or intimidate will be punished, and they will also have to pay fines. Finally, there is the issue of different treatment of the two legions. In just 1 week since the Handanar City reinforcements were stationed in the Duck Valley, Marquis Heller heard a lot of doubts in the military camp. What was more outrageous was that some soldiers actually asked Marquis Heller if there is a merit exchange list for the reinforcements. The reason why they asked this was because it was said that the grooms in the West Route Army all had some merit points. In addition, the comparison of various welfare benefits in the Legion made the soldiers in the military camp feel a lot of dissatisfaction with the Legion. Marquis Heller naturally had no way of giving answers to these questions. The material supplies for the reinforcements of each lord's army were paid by each lord from his own pocket. These heavy armored infantry regiments were basically the private soldiers of the lords. As for the spoils obtained on the battlefield, apart from a certain percentage of commission, Marquis Heller could not get any spoils at all. The reward system of merit exchange list simply does not exist for Marquis Heller, unless the lords of Handanar City are willing to pay the money. So for Marquis Heller, the best way to solve these problems is to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, these infantry soldiers would probably take off their armor and run directly to the West Route Army camp. On the morning of the 8th day, Marquis Heller received a piece of information from Marquis Simon Jeffrey. Marquis Jeffrey's description of the Moyinling Highlands was, leading the constructed swordsman group deep into the central area of Moyinling Highlands. They met a large number of adventure groups hunting evil ghosts along the way, but found no signs of evil ghost legion activities. This is great news for Marquis Heller. He has always suspected that Count Soldak was exaggerating about the Moyinling Highlands battlefield. Now it seems that it should be real, in order to prevent other armies from entering. In the Moyinling Highlands, the commander of the Western Route Army, Earl Soldak, exaggeratedly described the current situation in the Moyinling Highlands. The 40,000 troops in the camp at the foot of the southern foothills of Mayun Ridge just arrived in the valley. Marquis Heller did not even intend to stay in the valley. So he marched towards the Mayun Ridge Highlands with 70,000 reinforcements from Handanar City. Each infantry soldier in Handanar City's reinforcements was equipped with a war horse. And there were additional horses carrying their luggage and heavy armor. Therefore, the reinforcements moved very fast. And Marquis Valentine Heller did not even attack. Serdek said goodbye and hurriedly passed through the northern city wall of the valley and entered the mountain road at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. Serdek stood on the city wall and watched the Handanar City reinforcements gradually disappear on the mountain road, feeling faintly worried in his heart. The reinforcements brought so many horses to the Moyinling Highlands this time. What he was most worried about was that once those evil spirits were fed, the next battle might become troublesome. Four-wheeled trucks carrying large amounts of fodder followed the army, and also lined up to leave the valley camp. It is said that after arriving at the Moyinling Highlands, there is grass everywhere on the highlands, so there is no need to prepare fodder for the war horses. Therefore, after arriving at the highlands with the reinforcements, this transport team will not be in a hurry to return. He hoped that Marquis Valentine Heller could persist for a longer time as rumored. The reinforcements from Handanar City left the Dake Valley, and the land where they camped became a mess. There were domestic garbage, dark earthen stoves, and some leftover firewood everywhere. The only decent building in the reinforcement camp is the wooden toilet hut in the four corners of the camp. Andrew wore a set of light leather armor and led a logistics team into this area. He kicked away a dark stone in front of his feet. Some sticky marching rations were poured into the fire, and the wooden stakes on the ground where there was no uprooting. Just the ropes and tents were taken away. "Boss, do you want to stop their later troops and let them clean up the area before letting them go?" Andrew asked. In the Battle of Beishan Pass, Andrew's rash attack caused the ghost warriors to rush directly into the camp behind the city wall. At least thousands of aboriginal warriors from the Agrod tribe died in the battle. After returning to the valley, Serdek dismissed his position as Grand Master of the Constructed Knights. And now he does miscellaneous tasks in the logistics department. Soldak glanced at Andrew, who came to flatter him, and said unmoved, "Forget it. Go find someone to clean it." Andrew showed a bitter face. "Yes." On the third day after the reinforcements left the Dake Valley, the reinforcements from Handanar City had passed through the mountain road at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge and entered the Mayun Ridge Highlands. The reason why he walked so slowly was because Marquis Heller sent people to explore most of the mountain roads in the mountains at the southern foot of the mountain. He was worried that there might be some remnants of the evil ghost legion hiding in these mountains, and they might be able to destroy them. Block your own way back. After nearly 3 days of exploration, Marquis Heller found that these mountain roads were well cleared, and no evil team was found. On the first night after entering the Moyinling Highlands, Marquis Simon Jeffrey's second letter came into the hands of Marquis Heller. Seeing the content in the letter, Marquis Heller was not too surprised. Sue had previously already said it on his real-life sandbox. In his letter, Marquis Jeffrey also accused Earl Soldak of occupying almost all the land to the east of the Highlands. But the unoccupied western area of the Highlands is currently frequently haunted by evil ghost legions. After his constructed swordsman group entered the western region, they encountered 3 evil ghost legions in just half a day. Now the constructed swordsman group has retreated to the middle of the Highlands. But no matter where they go, they seem to be able to see the guide sign of Lord Serdek. Chapter 1535 Battle Plan. The heavy armored infantry regiment of the Western Route Army has been stationed in the Dak Valley. It is indeed because Soldak did not issue an expedition order. The Moyinling Highland is surrounded by mountains, but the center of the entire highland is flat, and there are no crisscrossing mountains. The only Bisenland mountain range looks extremely gentle, like overlapping mounds that stretch for hundreds of kilometers. There are not many rivers in the highlands. Most of them are small rivers formed by the melting of glaciers in the surrounding snow mountains. And an inner lake is formed in the Moyinling Highlands. Most of the vegetation on the highlands is low shrubs and cold and drought-resistant bitterleaf grass. It is simply a natural pasture. The magician reconnaissance team of the West Route Army spent several months flying around on magic harpoons almost every day, exploring the terrain of the entire Moyinling Highlands. The magicians have almost flown over the entire highland. After their exploration, Soldak obtained the most detailed map of the Moyinling Highlands. This map includes the distribution of mining resources, mountains and rivers in the Moyonling Highlands, the trend of the lake, the various locations of the evil ghost army, etc. The biggest reason why Soldak let the infantry regiment of the Western Route Army stay in the Dak Valley was that the Moyonling Highlands were too flat. These ghost warriors run no slower than war horses. On such a flat and open battlefield, the only arms that the Empire can compete with the ghost warriors head-on are the heavy cavalry regiments and the constructed knights. The province of Bina is the hometown of swordsmen in the Green Empire. Most noble lords do not like to form constructing knights. So the heavy cavalry regiment is particularly important when fighting against the evil ghost army. The Bina in the hands of Duke Newman, the Legion has a large number of heavy cavalry regiments. In fact, this is the main reason why the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge has never captured the forest camp. In flat areas such as the Great Meadow or the Moyun Ridge Highlands, the heavy cavalry regiment has a stronger combat effectiveness than the evil ghost legion. If it is in a mountainous area where it is impossible to charge, the heavy cavalry regiment will be suppressed by the evil ghost legion. This is also the reason why the Bina army has not been able to capture the valley at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge for so long. If Cerdak had a powerful heavy cavalry regiment in his hands, then as early as 2 months ago, Cerdak would have led the heavy cavalry and marched straight into the battlefield in the Moyonling Highlands. However, the current main force of the West Route Army is heavy armored infantry. Once these heavy armored infantry enter the Moyonling Highlands, they will be at an absolute disadvantage when facing the evil ghost army. You can't always fight at night. Cerdak wanted to find some battlefields suitable for heavy armored infantry to fight, or areas close to valleys and rivers. Only by using the special terrain on the highlands could heavy armored infantry regiments fight against the evil ghost army. Of course, he originally wanted to borrow a few heavy cavalry regiments from Duke Newman, so that he could fight at will on the highlands. It's just that the Bina army has been fighting in the Warsaw Plain for 8 years. And now it has finally captured Cornburg County. It has achieved a phased victory on the plain battlefield. Most of the soldiers are eager to return home. Duke Newman has not given Sir at all. When Dak had the opportunity to speak, a group of heavy cavalry regiments had already returned to the Roland continent in the form of garrison duty. The remaining heavy cavalry regiments are still driving away the evil spirits along the Camperdo River. Before the magician reconnaissance team had fully explored the Moyonling Highlands, Cerdak began to formulate a Highland combat plan. This combat plan has been continuously improved. There are 4 routes that can be determined to send troops all the way to Horsens Mountain. The first route, which is also the best march route in Cerdak's entire combat plan, is along the southwestern bank of the Neha Lake to the south bank of the largest river in the highlands. Advancing all the way west, Cerdak plans to use the evil ghost warriors to not good at swimming. If you want to build some boats in the inner lake, the only troublesome thing is to go out of the mountains at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge to transport large logs to the highlands. Because of the Battle of the Buruan River as a reference, Soldak believed that the West Route Army and the evil ghost army could have more advantages when fighting by the river. The second road goes all the way west from the Northumberland Mountains. This march route is the shortest of the 4 routes. However, the heavy armored infantry regiment needs to rely on the Ant Cavalry Regiment to maintain its combat advantage in this mountainous area. The mountains may not pose any obstacle to the evil ghost army. The third road leads from the foothills of the South Road Mountains and loops for hundreds of kilometers near the edge of the mountains to reach Horsens. The fourth march route was prepared by Cerdak for the Aboriginal warriors of the Agrod tribe. They were to march westward along the edge of the northern mountains and form a north-south encirclement with the Western Route Army to completely defeat this evil spirit. The Legion was eradicated from the highlands of Moyonling. Cerdak was preparing to divide the Western Route Army and the allied army of the Agrod tribe into 4 groups, and simultaneously march towards Horsens on the west side of the highlands. However, this battle plan was delayed due to the arrival of reinforcements from Handanar City. Now the reinforcements from Handanar City can't wait to enter the battlefield of Moyonling Highlands. Although it disrupts Cerdak's combat deployment, it can still help Cerdak test the combat effectiveness of the evil ghost legions on the highlands. Cerdak even planned to allocate a westward expedition route to the reinforcements in Handanar City. But thinking that they might not have this plan at all, Marquis Heller did not mention it when he said goodbye. In addition, he did not want to have too much contact with the reinforcements from Handanar City. Their heavy armored infantry regiments were equipped with sophisticated weapons and horses. But it was still a bit too much to defeat the evil ghosts with just these. He didn't want to be questioned by the noble lords in the city when the reinforcements in Handanar City were defeated. As for how Marquis Valentin Heller leads the reinforcements into the highlands, that is the responsibility of the commander. People naturally know the saying, "War is risky, and marching needs to be cautious." Currently, the only 2 legions in the West Route Army that can enter the central area of Moynling Highlands are the Constructed Knights and the Ant Cavalry Regiment. This time, Surdak plans to suppress the Evil Ghost Legion in the entire Moynling Highlands. They will also encounter fierce counterattacks from the Evil Ghost Army. In fact, this can be regarded as a conspiracy that is not specifically aimed at the reinforcements of Handanar City. It is hoped that the reinforcements of Handanar City can withstand the counterattack of the Evil Ghost Army. Surdak felt that the combat power of the Construct Knights and Ant Cavalry group was not enough. So he returned to Dark Valley this time to contact some large adventure groups. The reason for finding them is not to organize them together and form a motley army to fight on the battlefield. Only when these adventure groups enter the Moynling Highlands as combat teams can they exert their maximum combat power. When gathered together, their combat power is even inferior to that of a heavy armored infantry regiment. Surdak hopes to organize the magicians in each adventure group to form a large wave of magician fighting groups to attack the Evil Ghost Army that cannot fight in the air. The Evil Ghost Legion has some flying troops, but the number is smaller than that of the Evil Ghost General, and it has never been able to form a large scale. Chapter 1536 The Magician Group. In the medical tent at the West Route Army Camp in the Dark Valley, Nika, wearing a white robe, was suturing the wound on the left rib of the magician Avid. It was a wound made by a bone spear. The bone spear penetrated his magic robe and flew close to his armpit, allowing the Avid magician to save his life in the hands of the Evil Ghost Warrior. The sharp bone spear, the edge ran a long gash across his ribs. If he hadn't flown fast enough, he might have been left in the western foothills by the group of Evil Ghost Warriors ambushing him on the ridge. Avid used a scroll of hydrotherapy and half a roll of hemostatic bandage on the way, and then rode a magic harpoon towards the camp in Duck Valley. When he flew back to the camp, his mana was almost exhausted, and he almost fainted at the door of the medical room. Nika also hurriedly dealt with the injured person in front, and rushed over to treat the magician Avid as soon as possible. In fact, Magician Avid's injuries were only minor injuries, but he was a little worried about his injuries when he returned to the camp. He flew too fast, basically didn't rest much along the way, and his mental power and mana were on the verge of exhaustion, so will look extremely haggard. As a priest of the Temple of the Dawn Goddess, the light spells Nika masters are slightly different from the power of holy light possessed by Surdak. Her light magic cannot purify the dead or exorcise evil spirits, and the healing spells she masters are only low-light healing and detoxification. Her ability to serve as the attending physician in the medical team relies entirely on her excellent suturing and bone-setting skills, and she also relies on simple natural spells mastered by the maids in the medical team, such as wild growth, nourishment, etc. Furthermore, Surdak can obtain herbal medicines, even if they are not magic herbs. The maids who are proficient in herbalism can also prepare some healing potions. Moreover, after she became the priest of the Dawn Temple, she mastered some light magic and could use the hydrotherapy magic scroll. She usually treated some ordinary wounded soldiers without any problem, but her healing power is really not very good. She can only treat ordinary wounded soldiers. Seriously injured soldiers almost have to be treated by Surdak. At first, Nika thought that it was because she had not learned the second-level light spells that she could not master stronger healing spells. After she practiced hard day and night and successfully broke through, she realized that this was not the case at all. She learned from the revelation of the Goddess of Dawn that the secondary light magic was actually flash and light shield. But she did not learn more advanced healing spells. This incident made Nika very depressed a few days ago, but now her mood seems to have recovered a little. As a priest, Nika's 5 senses are still very sharp, and his hands are very dexterous. Under low light illumination, he used pliers to accurately clamp the suture needle, and even used sutures to tie the end of the wound. A knot. Magician Avid had come to his senses and looked a little weak lying on the hospital bed. He kept asking Nika if he was still saved. Hearing Nika say that his injury was not serious, he thought Nika was comforting him and became even more nervous. "Don't hide it from me anymore. Now I just feel out of breath and chest tightness. Every breath is like tearing my heart out. Am I going to die? Nika, Commander Surdak's holy light magic, bring me back?" Magician Avid was lying on the bed slightly panting, and his words were intermittent. At this time, Surdak walked in from the outside. After all, Magician Avid was the leader of the mage investigation team, and he had been taking the blame for Surdak's ability to obtain a large amount of supplies across space. So Surdak heard Avid was injured and came over to visit. seeing Soldak walking in from the outside. Avid calmed down and did not ask about his injury anymore. Cerdak learned from Nika that Avid's injury was actually not serious. Not a single bone in his body was broken. There was only one wound, and the blood loss was not too much. Seeing Avid's earnest eyes, Soldak patiently helped him do some examinations, and the final results were exactly the same as what Nika said. How did the hemostatic bandage open, and how did Soldak put it back on? In the end, Soldak only said to Avid, "The wound is recovering well." After saying that, a ball of holy light condensed in his hand, pushed into Avid's body, and then asked casually, "Have you informed the other magicians of the investigation team?" An adjutant following Cerdak quickly said, "The notice has been sent down." Cerdak nodded, and then said to the magician Avid, "When going on missions in the future, especially in complex mountainous areas, you must maintain a good flying height. It is best to travel with 2 magicians, and each magician carries at least 3 magic shield scrolls. The reconnaissance team will make magic how many magicians are there in the shield scroll." Perhaps it was because of the healing power of the holy light, or perhaps it was the effect in Avid's mind. Avid, who was lying on the hospital bed, became a little more energetic and said, "Basically everyone can do it, but the success rate is somewhat uneven. To put it bluntly, drawing magic scrolls still requires a certain degree of proficiency. Once you are proficient in drawing and understand the compatibility between mana transportation and rune drawing, the success rate of making scrolls can be improved." Cerdak thought for a moment and then said, "As long as the magicians in the investigation team are interested in making it, I will be responsible for providing magic ink and magic parchment to make a magic scroll. Whether it is magic ink or magic parchment, the material cost is definitely not a small amount. Cerdak is willing to bear the material cost, which means that magicians can make it by themselves as long as they take the time. Many magicians are worried about the expensive material costs, and before their proficiency is improved, the success rate is very low. So most people don't know how to do it themselves. Although it is very expensive to buy it from a scroll maker, it will be cheaper than drawing it yourself. Now there are people who are willing to pay, and even unskilled people can get the materials to draw scrolls by themselves. With such a good practice opportunity, I would like to try it twice more." Magician Avid even struggled to sit up from the hospital bed and said, "That's great." Cerdak didn't want the magicians in the reconnaissance team to make any mistakes, so he reminded Magician Avid, "Make sure the magicians are alert when they go on a mission." At this time, an adjutant came in from outside the medical room and said respectfully to Soldak, "Lord Commander, all the magicians have arrived." Soldak raised his head and responded, "Okay, I'll be there right away." He told Avid to take good care of his injuries during this period, and then left the medical room. Recently, many magicians in the reconnaissance group have discovered that in order to resist the magician reconnaissance of the West Root Army, a throwing type of bone spear has appeared in the Evil Ghost Army. Not only is the hardness of this bone spear increased, but its weight and texture are also, it seems to have been strengthened to a certain extent. The original bone spear could never be thrown into the sky at a height of 60 meters. But now this reinforced bone spear can easily fly to a height of 70 or 80 meters in the hands of the Evil Ghost Warrior. In addition, the Evil Ghost Army appears with a pair of bone wings growing on its back and extremely strong legs. In fact, they cannot continue to fly in the air, but as long as they climb to the cliff, they can slide down as long as they open their bone wings. Okay, this kind of evil ghost is somewhat similar to a gargoyle. It holds a sword when flying and likes to rush behind the target to hunt. If they are on the plains, with their legs leaping high, they can fly 1 or 2 kilometers in the air like a pheasant before falling back down. However, this flying method is still relatively immature, and these evil ghosts have not yet adapted to the Warsaw Plain, has not yet formed a strong combat force. However, many adventure groups have seen such winged evil spirits in the wild, and some demon hunters were killed by these bone-winged evil spirits at night. This kind of bone-winged evil spirit has caused panic in many adventure groups, and this kind of information quickly spread back to the valley camp. Cerdak summoned all the magic professionals in the adventure team in the Dark Valley and held a lecture in warehouse number 3 of the military camp. In order to allow all the magicians in the adventure group to participate, he waited in the military camp for 2 full weeks, and the magicians rode back to the Dark Valley on magic harpoons. The bed crossbows originally stored in warehouse number 3 have been placed on the city wall, and the warehouse has become empty, with only a large wooden box placed in the center. A beam of light shines in from the window on the roof of the warehouse, making the area around the wooden box particularly bright. A group of magicians gathered in the warehouse in twos and threes. Most of the magicians were wearing dark magic robes, and many of them had tired looks on their faces. The magicians have a high status in the Green Empire and belong to the awakened nobles, so they don't care much about the military's speech. Some magicians even obviously express some dissatisfaction with this. It is clear that their adventure group is still adventuring in the highlands, but now they have to come all the way back to listen to some speech. If the convener is not the commander of the West Route Army, the adventure group leaders were worried that if the magician members did not participate in this event, if any members were injured later, it would be difficult to go to the military camp for treatment. In fact, adventure groups that have magicians join them are all adventure groups that are relatively good in terms of strength, and the magicians themselves have some modest healing abilities. Everyone knows about hydrotherapy magic scrolls, and they are not very expensive. There are many. The magician is also proficient in potions, so the adventuring party members will not end the adventure because of some minor injuries. Surdak and his 3 followers quickly walked into the warehouse. The magicians who were originally scattered throughout the warehouse looked at Surdak and his party. He jumped onto the huge wooden box in the center of the warehouse with light steps and stood in a beam of sunlight coming from the roof of the warehouse. Standing on the wooden box, he looked around at the magicians gathered in the warehouse, then clapped his hands gently and said loudly, "Good morning, everyone." Chapter 1537 Magician Group 2. All the magicians stopped talking, and the warehouse suddenly became quiet. Among the adventure groups, the name Lord Surdak, the commander of the West Route Army, is still very valuable. Most adventure group leaders want to give this commander some face. Even if the magicians were dissatisfied with Lord Surdak, they would not openly contradict him on this occasion. That kind of mindless thing is not something magicians can do. "I'm sorry that the post-production department didn't prepare enough chairs, so everyone can only stand and listen to me rambling in this warehouse for a while like me." Surdak stood on the high platform and made a joking opening remarks. "But please be patient. In fact, I don't have much to say. I can finish it quickly. When I speak, I am not used to being interrupted midway. If you have any questions, please wait until I finish speaking. Ask me questions again, or you can leave the warehouse without looking back. But at least let me finish my sentence." Some magicians originally had a bit of laughter on their faces, but after hearing what Surdak said, they all withdrew their smiles. Surdak took a look at the nearly 300 magicians who came to Warehouse 3 to listen to his speech. There were nearly 20,000 members of the adventure group gathered in Dark Valley, but the magicians accounted for such a small proportion. He cleared his throat and saw Samira standing silently at the door of the warehouse. He continued, "Even if I don't say it, you must already know that I have called you here this time because I want to invite you to temporarily join the magician group of the West Route Army. Of course, this is a voluntary participation, and this magician group, the Division Combat Group, will be disbanded in place after the Battle of Moyenling." As soon as this sentence was said, the magicians started buzzing like a swarm of flies. No one expected that Lord Surdak would reveal the purpose of the trip so straightforwardly. "Some people may be wondering, I am doing well in the adventure group. Why should I join the magician fighting group of the West Route Army?" Surdak smiled and said, "We all know that it has been nearly 10 years since the evil ghost army invaded the plain of Warsaw. In order to drive away this group of evil ghosts, we crossed the plain and came here from the Bena province of the Green Empire. It's just that these evil ghosts have very powerful powers. After so many years of fighting, the evil ghost legion has laid a deep foundation in this plain. To eradicate it completely, it not only requires our Bena military to go all out, but also requires all of us to work together to resist the evil spirits." The magicians looked at each other a little. They were a little confused. Could Commander Surdak shouting this slogan make so many magicians present willingly join the West Route Army's magician group? Isn't it the same as being in an adventure group to resist evil spirits? Thinking about the various systems and restrictions in the army, magicians have little interest in joining. Some magicians even looked at the door of the warehouse impatiently. Some magicians used very low voices to discuss whether Lord Surdak had summoned everyone just to say this. "I flew from the central part of Moyenling Highlands for 2 days and 2 nights before returning to the military camp in the valley. Did I come back just to hear this?" A mage's whispered discussion reached Surdak's ears. "Of course. I am standing here, and I am not just shouting some empty slogans, asking everyone to join the magicians of our West Route Army." Surdak continued, "I want to talk to you about joining the magicians of the West Route Army. Benefits." Hearing what Surdak said, the magicians in the warehouse became quiet again. Surdak paused before saying, "I believe many of you know the merit exchange list of the West Route Army. After joining the Magician Corps, everyone will have corresponding merit rewards every time they go on a mission. In addition, if you work in the Magician Corps after 2 years, there will be a reward for strengthening the magic pattern. As he spoke, Serdek took out a piece of life magic pattern peeled off the limbs of a giant ghost pattern soldier ant from his magic pocket. The two ends of this magic pattern were slightly curled, with a dark red color and no surface at all. There are no rune lines visible. But obviously many magicians have heard of this thing, and it has always been on the merit redemption list, requiring 50,000 merit points to redeem it. And a set of magic patterns worth 150 magic crystals only has a merit value of 100,000 on the merit exchange list. Now the West Root Army has restricted the outflow of this kind of enhanced magic pattern. It is said that this kind of enhanced magic pattern is the masterpiece of a certain alchemist master. It is of great research value and cannot be bought with money. What's more, most of the magicians who are willing to join the adventure group have little money. Every magician has a ledger in his heart, according to the exchange price of 150 magic patterns for a set of magic patterns. Then the enhanced magic patterns are equivalent to a value of 75 magic crystals, which can be converted into gold coins. There are more than 500 pieces. For a magician, spending 2 years in exchange for an enhancing magic pattern, during which he can complete various tasks and gain additional merits, can be considered an extremely generous reward. Yes, everyone must have heard of this enhanced magic pattern. Now you can take a look at this magic pattern in my hand, and then decide whether this cooperation is worth it. After saying that, Soldek bent down and handed this enhanced magic pattern to the magician nearest to him. Immediately, several magicians gathered around and stared at the strange leather without any magic patterns. Although it had been softened, the texture of the magic leather was still a bit hard. The magician tried to transmit a trace of magic power to the magic skin, and something unexpected happened to the magicians immediately. There were actually hidden magic lines in the magic skin that lit up with a very subtle light. The magic lines with strange light made the expressions of these magicians become very wonderful, as if they had discovered a treasure from a piece of waste paper. Serdek continued to stand on the wooden box and said, "As for the daily combat tasks that the magician regiment needs to perform, such as reconnaissance, information transmission, bombing, etc., the magician reconnaissance group of the West Root Army is still there." When he said this, Soldek paused, because he thought of the wounded magician Avid lying on the hospital bed, and the magician Basil with a broken leg, and then continued, "No one has been killed so far." The magicians had gathered around this time, all wanting to see what the mystery of the enhanced magic pattern was. He didn't even listen to what Serdek said next. "As for your adventure group, if you want to withdraw immediately due to some inconvenient contracts, I can personally discuss it with your group leader. I believe they will make concessions for the peace of the Warsaw Plain. Okay, that's the end of my speech today. Next, I would like to ask magicians who are willing to join the magic group to stay and register at the logistics department. Magicians who have no idea about this can leave on their own." After Serdek finished speaking, he jumped down from the wooden box, and a group of magicians immediately took the opportunity to surround him and began to ask about various related matters. This speech was very successful, and most magicians expressed great interest in this enhancing magic pattern. When Serdek walked to the north door of the warehouse, Samira stood by the door with her hands folded across her chest. When she saw Serdek walking out, she smiled at him and said, "Just to form a temporary magician battle group, I have to pay hundreds of life magic patterns. Is it worth it?" The magicians in warehouse number 3 almost rushed to see the enhanced magic pattern. Many magicians even blushed with excitement. This enhanced magic pattern was mysterious enough, and the magicians were discussing it with great interest. An insight into the hidden magic pattern. Serdek nodded slightly, then walked out of warehouse number 3 with Samira, and then said, "Of course it's worth it. There will definitely be a more difficult war in the Moiling Highlands in the future, and there may be more giant ghost pattern soldier ants becoming cannon fodder. The output of this kind of life magic pattern is continuous. Duke Newman this time, he gave me a letter of recommendation from the Western Knights Alliance. When I have time, I will probably go to the battlefield of Capado River and get in touch with the nobles of the Western Knights Alliance there. I guess buying scale horses will be a problem again. The subsequent constructed knights may not need to strengthen the magic pattern war horse. And this time we took out some life magic patterns to form a magician battle group, which will definitely be helpful for the next battle in the Moyun Ridge Highlands. In order to prepare for the Battle of Moiling Highlands this time, I also customized 100,000 black powder barrels in Wall Village. If possible, I plan to let the Magician War group carry these black powder barrels, bombing all the way along the North Sunland Mountains to the base camp of the Evil Ghost Legion in Horsens Mountain. When Surdak said this, his eyes became very bright, and he was full of confidence. In fact, Samira did not expect that Surdak would invest so much in the Battle of Moyanling Highlands. Before, I just heard him say that all the money earned from the previous battles was invested in the battlefield of Moyanling Highlands. Now I heard Soldak said that he had placed an order for 100,000 black powder barrels from Wall Village, and I was deeply impressed. Feel his determination to win the Battle of Moyanling Highlands. At present, the two mountain passes in the north and south of the Moyanling Highlands have been blocked by heavy troops from the West Route Army. There are nearly 140,000 heavy armored infantry accumulated in the valley at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain, and a 70,000 strong Handanar City reinforcements group entered the battlefield first. There are nearly 200,000 Agrid Tribe Alliance troops stationed at the northern pass of Mayun Ridge. The total number of these troops has exceeded 400,000. Even so, Surdak is still spending a lot of money to form a magician war band. In fact, Surdak didn't know it yet, but the two magic airships he customized from the airport town of the Green Empire's imperial capital had officially left the port and were speeding towards Iverson City. Chapter 1538, Rush. Moyanling. There is a huge flat top on the top of the cliff in the east of Dake Valley. It is now included in the military control area of the Western Route Army. The entire top of the cliff is surrounded by dense woods. Many people in the Dak Valley know that the Monster Legion of the Western Route Army is stationed in this mountain. Those giant red ants have dug countless burrows on the hillside. The outermost area of the area is surrounded by a wire fence, and warning signs are posted every 10 meters to discourage unsuspecting outsiders from entering the mountainous area. After the cavalry regiment successfully returned to the Duck Valley, the number of military guards patrolling this area doubled. There are some unfounded rumors circulating in the valley camp. It is said that a certain demon hunter sneaked into the mountain secretly, but there has been no news since. The hillside is covered with tall trees, and the trees are crowded with weeds, vines, bracken and bushes. It is extremely difficult to carve a road from this steep hillside. Every morning, a large number of evil ghost corpses are transported to the foot of the mountain. There are two business groups in the valley that have signed a material supply contract with the Western Route Army Cavalry Regiment. They are responsible for transporting some evil ghost corpses back from the highlands. These evil ghost corpses are transported back to the mountains. The ghost corpses are almost all food for the ghost-striped red ants hiding in this mountain. But few people know that in addition to an army of ghost-patterned red ants stationed in this mountain, there is actually a necromancer, Ms. Naomi, living on the top of the mountain, who does not want to have contact with the outside world. The degree of rigidity in her whole body has exceeded 70%, and the joints in many parts have been completely hardened. Only her thighs, upper arms, cervical spine, and other parts can barely move. She can go for a long time without blinking her eyes, and she doesn't like to talk much. Now she even gave up using the magic engraving pen. But the amazing thing is that she can still draw magic patterns on Abomination's body, because the skeleton accompanying her could actually hold a magic engraving pen in his hand. According to Naomi's instructions, he squatted on Abomination's body and drew magic patterns on his rotten skin. What makes Surdak a little confused is how this skeleton has magic power, and can actually squat on the Abomination's body to draw magic runes. It is said that after Naomi and the skeleton warrior reached a magical contract, Naomi was able to attach her spiritual consciousness to the skeleton warrior, and the skeleton warrior continued to input mana, so the skeleton warrior could draw magic runes. The skeleton warrior has no sense of smell yet, so naturally he cannot smell the disgusting odor of the abomination. Looking at the skeleton that seemed a little confused for the time being, Surdak felt that giving him a set of swords and shields would give him some momentum. The body is becoming more and more like a zombie. In fact, this kind of life is somewhat inconvenient and even painful for Naomi. She even hoped that life would come to an end soon, and then she could change to another life form and continue to live with the skeleton in front of her. However, the reason why Naomi has been reluctant to take the last step is also very simple. She is worried that after her death, if she still stays in this world, she will easily be completely erased. The current situation is actually almost the same as death. Naomi's daily life is actually very simple. She has been unable to eat anything for a long time. She usually just drinks a little potion prepared by herself, and occasionally needs to perform some daily maintenance on her rigid body. She and the skeleton sewed each abomination on the corpses of the evil ghost warriors every day, then painted some runes on them, and then injected the soul fire extracted from the evil ghosts into the abominations, giving them another form. Life. Naomi and the skeleton warrior usually live on the top of the mountain next to the cliff on the east side of the valley, and sew abomination every day. After more than 2 months, a battle squadron of 60 abominations was actually formed. This time Soldak led the Western Route Army to advance into the Moyinling Highlands, and Naomi's abomination army was also going to accompany them. They are the best cannon fodder for the evil ghost army on the battlefield. The magician combat group of the West Route Army was successfully formed. Now this combat group has annexed the former magician reconnaissance group and currently has 337 magicians. In other words, Serdak's speech actually summoned 306 magicians. Although the strength levels of these magicians vary, at least they can control magic bags, and each of them has a flying tool such as a magic harpoon. However, these magicians, who were originally the backbone members of various adventure groups, joined the magician fighting group of the West Route Army, and they are bound to have a great impact on these adventure groups. The role of a magician in an adventure group is quite large, considering that these adventure groups would suffer some losses. Serdak issued a letter to these adventure groups. Any adventure group with a magician joining the West Route Army would receive priority treatment by the West Route Army's medical team. This compensation alone made some adventure groups with magicians stationed in the valley cheer. In addition, Serdak also agreed to provide these adventure groups with certain conveniences for hunting in the Moyinling Highlands. For example, they could follow the Western Route Army to hunt for those who were alone or on the run. But this news quickly spread throughout the valley. At the same time, all the adventure groups in the valley seemed eager to try after hearing the news. In this way, when the Western Route Army entered the first week of September in the Green Empire, the heavy armored infantry regiments began to leave the military camp one after another and march toward the Moyinling Highlands in a mighty manner. Due to the large number of troops, taking only one mountain road will stretch the team very long. Therefore, these nearly 100 heavy armored infantry regiments are scattered in the complex mountain roads of the mountains at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. There are heavy armored infantry in almost every mountain road. The silhouette of a warrior. Of course, the 70,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants and Naomi's abomination squadron were also mixed in the team. But their travel time with the heavy armored infantry regiment happened to be staggered. They lurked day and night every day, so as to avoid those who followed the regiment. The people in the adventure group and business group were panicked when they saw those ugly monsters. More than 1,000 adventure groups followed the Western Route Army when it set out on the expedition. This was not the first time for Soldak. In addition, there are more than 20 large business groups setting off from the Dark Valley, and their convoys cover almost all kinds of supplies needed by the Legion. The reason why these business groups have been able to develop is actually due to some reasons from the logistics department of Bena Military Headquarters. The reason is that officials from the Bena Military Department discovered something outrageous 2 months ago. The Material Supply Division of the Logistics Department is usually responsible for transporting various supplies to the Western Route Army. The supply team rents more than 300 four-wheeled carriages to transport the materials from Handanar City to the Moyinling Dake Valley. This transportation process is actually coordinating a large number of four-wheel trucks and manpower is a very troublesome matter for the logistics department. Occasionally, due to the arrival of the rainy season, the convoy got stuck in the endless muddy road on the Big Meadow. The materials could not be delivered to the military camp of the West Route Army as scheduled, and the material delivery date was about to pass. Once the delivery date was delayed, the military department would impose severe penalties on the logistics department, especially since the Western Route Army has been victorious recently. It has attracted the attention of the noble lords of Handanar City. Once the report is sent to Duke Newman's desk, the top officer of the logistics department may be dismissed from his post. At that time, a person in charge of the logistics department thought of a way. He rushed directly to the Dake Valley with a bag of gold coins, and then purchased all the materials that needed to be delivered on time from the business groups in the valley, and sent them directly to the West Route Army. In the military camp, what the person in charge didn't expect was that not only did the business group have sufficient stocks in stock, but the price of such materials was even much cheaper than the price they purchased in bulk in Handanar City. At that time, the person in charge was a little confused. Although we were purchasing goods in Handanar City, we had to rent a four-wheeled carriage to transport it hundreds of kilometers to the northern battlefield of Handanar County. The cost of renting a car and hiring a carriage driver, even with a huge investment, How come the materials purchased in Handanar City are more expensive than the materials sold by the Dark Valley Merchant Group? This was a bit outrageous. So a price list was sent to the military department. But then, the nobles revealed that the noble lords of Handanar City controlled the market in the city and raised the prices of all supplies. However, those previous deals had been reached. Even if all the scandals were exposed now, the losses would not be huge. Redeem? Because of this, the Bena military department suspended transactions with the noble lords of Handanar City, and then sent only one clerk with gold coins to the Dark Valley, and then purchased most of the supplies from the trading houses in the valley. Since the logistics department of Bena military headquarters began to purchase various military supplies from local business groups, the prices of various daily necessities in Handanar City have dropped by nearly 10%. Now that the West Route Army is advancing into the Moyinling Highlands, the business group has immediately heard the news and followed the army with a large amount of supplies in an effort to reach more deals with the West Route Army. In this way, if soldiers in the army have any needs for daily items, they can buy them and use them as they go, which is very convenient. Due to the large number of competitors, the prices of these 24 business groups are basically transparent. Basically, the goods are shipped long distance from Epsom City. The basic price plus freight, loss and meager profit is the price of these materials. S price. Although these business groups cannot be regarded as business groups accompanying the army, their current functions are no different from those of the business groups accompanying the army. Every night when it gets completely dark, the army of ghostly patterned soldier ants and the abominations crawl out of their temporary burrows on the hillside and head towards the Moyun Ridge Highlands along the rugged mountain road. The Druids commanded nearly 70,000 ghost patterned soldier ants to march along in a hurry. The ant cavalry regiment was also divided into 2 teams, one on both sides and one at the back of the team, to prevent some ghost-striped soldier ants from falling behind midway. As a new force of the West Route Army, Naomi's hatred once again accompanied the army to fight. In fact, Naomi also knew very well that when these hatreds reached the front battlefield, they might become the first batch of the West Route Army to fall. Even on the march, Naomi would work tirelessly to sow new abominations while resting in the crypt every day. There is nothing wrong with this thing except that it exudes a strong stench, like a giant dung jar. In the Battle of Beishan Pass, Andrew's reckless entry caused him to lose his position as the grand leader of the Constructed Knights. He was originally recruited by Surdak to be the captain of the logistics group as a handyman. Before the expedition, Wolf Knight Tego proposed to Surdak whether Andrew could be reinstated during the war period, thinking that the next battle will be extremely cruel. It can be regarded as a battle of survival between humans and evil spirits. There will be no prisoners on the battlefield. Once the soldiers of the Western Route Army are killed, they will inevitably become the rations of these evil spirits. And if the evil ghost falls on the battlefield, his head will be chopped off immediately. Considering the cruelty of the war, Surdak agreed that Andrew would return to the Constructed Knights. But at present, he is just an ordinary knight in the Constructed Knights. This time the West Route Army entered the Moyinling Highlands, and a Lord Army also stayed in the Dak Valley to garrison. This time Soldak arranged for the lords of the Ludwig family, and Viscount Price, the younger brother of Congressman Macmillan, to serve as the defense chief of the Dak Valley. The main force of the West Route Army left the Dak Valley, and a large number of adventure groups and caravans also left at the same time. Now the entire valley has become empty, leaving a large number of vacant wooden houses, and the commercial streets in the valley have also lost their former prosperity. There are only a few clerks from the business here who are sitting at the gate to bask in the sun. Even if some customers walk into the business, they will find that many of the containers in the room have been emptied, and only a few goods are left in the store. Even the business clerks have become lazy. On the contrary, the densely packed magic bed crossbows on the northern wall of Duck Valley made the people in the valley feel inexplicably at ease. The leading troops of the West Route Army passed through many mountain roads at the southern foot of Moyinling Mountains and successfully reached the Moyinling Highlands. They almost relied on their legs to advance on foot. Almost the entire journey was on hilly roads. These roads were not difficult to walk, but we still walked for nearly a week. The 17th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of the Western Route Army was walking at the front. When they crossed the last mountain pass and saw the flat plateau in front of them, almost all the heavy armored soldiers became excited. Everyone cheered and accelerated towards the forward running speed. The wave of cheers soon spread to the teams behind. The heavy armored infantry regiments that were the first to arrive at the Moyinling Highlands quickly set up water stations at the mountain passes to provide drinking water to the soldiers who arrived at the Moyinling Highlands one after another. Others began to set up large iron pots, and began to boil water to make porridge. A group of infantry soldiers followed their leader, using white stone powder to divide some square areas as shown on the magic parchment map, and wrote the numbers of each infantry regiment in these areas. Since this is the southern exit of Moyling Highlands, almost all the evil spirits nearby were completely captured by the adventure group. So this area is relatively safe. Soldek planned to spend the first night of the Western Route Army entering Moyun Ridge at the foot of the southern pass. Chapter 1539. Arriving at Moyun Ridge. The reinforcements from Handanar City were stationed on a high hill outside the No. 2 Canyon at the southern pass of Moyinling. A large number of Western Route Army troops gathered on this grassy slope. The 17th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment was the first to arrive here. The marching tent has been set up. Before dark, they lit a bonfire on the high hill and lit some torches on the grassy slope, lighting up the grassland brightly. In the future, the camp here will become the temporary camp of the Western Route Army. The mountains at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge are close to the edge of the highlands because of the many mountain passes. The mountains here become intermittent. Unlike the northern mountains of Moyun Ridge, which only have one mountain pass, there are more than a dozen mountain trails in the mountains at the southern foot of the mountain in this area, stretching from east to west for nearly 100 kilometers. No matter which mountain road you take, you can enter the southern mountains. This is the main reason why the Evil Ghost Legion did not choose to garrison here. These mountain roads can all extend down the mountain, but in the middle of the southern foothills, all the mountain roads are reunited due to the upward elevation of the terrain, and form a unique valley, which is the Dake Valley currently occupied by the Western Route Army. It is the only passage from the southern foothills to the Gandor Mountains. If you look at the mountain road at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain on a map, it probably looks like an inverted handle placed on the ground, because there are a lot of dense jungles at the foot of the southern foot of the mountain. The Bena army opened up a wide mountain road suitable for cavalry charges at the foot of the southern foot of the mountain. When this road extended to the Dake Valley, it was blocked by a dangerous peak and was interrupted. It was precisely because of the valley that was easy to defend but difficult to attack that the evil spirits blocked the two attacks of the Bena army. There is only a very thin stream under this grassy slope. The winding stream flows with a clear glacial snow water from the mountains in the southern foothills. The snowy moonlight shines on this grassland. A group of servicemen from the logistics department led their horses to the grassland. The horses were carrying water beside the stream. The land beside the stream was relatively soft and became muddy under the trampling of a group of ancient horses. A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers, who had just arrived here on foot, were also squatting by the stream and washing their faces. They had not yet had time to put down their luggage. Under the night, these soldiers could not hide the fatigue on their faces. Next, they had to set up tents in their area, not far away by the stream. Several infantry soldiers had begun to prepare to build a stove by the stream. They rushed here at a rapid march. They only ate a little dry marching rations for lunch and dinner. Now they had to rush to set up tents on the grassy slope. They wanted to cook some hot porridge to keep everyone warm. Several construct knights riding magic-patterned horses ran over along the river, pointing to the earthen stoves they had built in the shape of the place, and shouted, "The pool on the high hill is already filled with clean water. You people don't drink it. The snow water in this river. You guys go to the designated area above to build earthen stoves. Go quickly. Go quickly. Don't gather here." A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers, who had just arrived, quickly stood up again and continued walking up the grassy slope carrying heavy luggage. If you look down from the night sky, you can clearly see that this camp stretches for several kilometers. The heavy armored infantry regiments of the Western Route Army arrived here one after another and set up tents in their respective camps. Since the supplies of the Western Route Army were very well prepared, the infantry soldiers started preparing dinner as soon as they arrived here. Moyling Highlands and Duck Valley have completely different climates. It is the rainy season in Handanar County at this time, but the temperature here at night is still only a few degrees. The marching tents that Cerdak prepared for each heavy armored infantry regiment were also covered with thick wool felt. Almost all of the marching tents were occupied by combat teams of the same group. Many infantry soldiers thought that they were about to fight the evil ghosts when they arrived at the Moyinling Highlands. However, when they came to the camp, they saw the endless wilderness with moonlight, cool wind, clear air, stars in the sky, and clouds on the horizon. It seemed like I could touch it if I raised my hand, but I couldn't see an evil ghost. Those rolling mountains were hidden in the night. No one in this group of warriors knew how big this vast world was. I only heard that the constructed knights once spent half a month passing through the entire highland from south to north. Calculating it this way, if you don't count the mountains surrounding the highland. The Moyling Highland is actually no better than the Belan Plain. How big is Invercargill Monster Forest? In fact, it has been difficult to find the whereabouts of evil spirits here a long time ago. Some adventure groups, who wanted to return to the Dak Valley camp nearby, when they saw that the large troops of the Western Route Army had officially entered the Moyling Highlands, they did not let's talk about returning to Duck Valley for repairs. We have put so much effort into fighting for this land. Is it really that good here? Andrew led a magic-marked war horse and followed Surdak and asked him. Surdak stopped, and when a group of construct knights passed by him, they all saluted him as knights. Soldak motioned for them to pass first, and then turned to Andrew and said, Of course, this Moyling Highland is actually the natural barrier of Handanar County. Stationing here is more reliable than stationing at the Forest Farm camp south of the Gander Mountains. As long as a city can be built here, our Lord's army can continue to expand northward. To put it bluntly, the other 6 counties in the Warsaw Plain are just a few insignificant pieces of land surrounding Epperson County. In the future, if we want to form our own Lord army to expand northward, we can join forces with the Egrod tribe to expand northward. We can also organize an alliance army and unite with other lords in the Bena province. I believe there should be many lords willing to rely on Moto. Yodeling Highlands, a natural fortress, opens up wider land to the north. I heard from Elder Ambrose that across the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge, there is a completely unexplored wilderness in the distance. There are monsters roaming there, and that is the real treasure for us. Place. Late at night, the two of them stood on a high hill. When Andrew heard Soldak say this, he was immediately overwhelmed by the longing in his mouth. He couldn't help but puff up his chest and said boldly, Then we will keep going north and hit the end of the skyline. Soldak glanced at Andrew with squinted eyes and said to him, If you want to continue heading north, you must grow into a qualified regiment leader, not a berserker who only knows how to charge. Otherwise, I would rather put you in the Belan Plain to guard the Invercargill Forest. Andrew scratched his head in embarrassment and said with some embarrassment, Didn't you agree not to mention that matter? The conversation between the two was drowned in the noisy sound of the camp at night. After the infantry soldiers set up the tent, they had to fix it with some ropes and nailed some wooden wedges into the surrounding soil. The muffled sound of the hammer hitting the wooden wedges. The soldiers need to master the chants they shout out by beating the rhythm. And the excited chatter of the soldiers is mixed together. This night is a sleepless night. In the military camp, the first thing to be built must be the marching tent. Inside the tent, Selena brought over 2 cups of black tea and handed one of them to Serdek, who was looking at the map. According to the report from the magician and the investigation team, the reinforcements from Handanar City are already in the central area of the highlands. Their 70,000 horse infantry are stationed at the foot of a mountain near the eastern end of the North Sunderland Mountains. Although there has not yet been a formal battle with the Evil Ghost Legion, they have begun to set up a large number of boundary markers in the central area of the highlands in an attempt to classify all the land west and west of the central part of Mayun Ridge as their territory. This group of reinforcements from Handanar City are all horse infantry, and even their luggage is transported by separate war horses. Therefore, in terms of the mobility of the team alone, they can directly catch up with the constructed knights of the Western Route Army. But this is also what Soldak is most worried about. So many fine ancient Bolai war horses have poured into the Moyling Highlands, which is a rare and delicious meal for the evil spirits on this highland. This group of evil spirits has been reluctant to take action. The main reason is that all their previous battles ended in failure. This time, they fought on the highlands of Moyling. They were worried that a defeat would make the morale of the evil ghosts even more depressed. So they became a lot more cautious. However, to the evil ghost army, the reinforcements from Handanar City are just a piece of fat meat. Thinking of this, Soldak couldn't help but sigh. The most important part of the battle plan this time was the large battlefield in the North Sunderland Mountains. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements from Handanar City had such a big appetite, and all the land west of the central axis of the entire central area of Moyling Highlands was included in their possession. War Zone. I heard that the Handanar City reinforcements even contacted some adventure groups operating around the North Sunderland Mountains. But these adventure groups didn't seem to buy it, and were unwilling to follow their army to round up evil ghosts. If according to Serdak's battle plan, the Western Route Army would bomb all the way west from the main battlefield along the northern Sunderland Mountains, it would not seem to be okay. This offensive route is occupied by the reinforcements from Handanar City. It is said that the southernmost boundary marker of the area occupied by the reinforcements is south of the Vilagasi Hills, which is less than 200 kilometers away from the North Sunderland Mountains. However, there is a turquoise vein hidden in this hilly area, and it is now occupied by reinforcements. It is estimated that they will not abandon the western hills, no matter what they say. The area where the reinforcements from Handanar City were located was bounded to the east by the guide signs arranged by Serdek. In the middle of the highland, an area with a depth of 500 kilometers from north to south was delineated, and it extended 200 kilometers to the west, just covering Su. The current buffer zones of Erdek and the Evil Ghost Legion are all included in the territory. These idiots who don't know how to live or die! Andrew sat across the round table and cursed angrily. Wolf Knight Tiger and Carrie Decker sat on both sides of Andrew. On Carrie Decker's left was Naomi, then Samira, and Selena sat on Wolf Knight Tiger's side, middle of Erdek. Boss, what are we going to do next? Wolf Knight Tiger asked. Serdek looked at the map, narrowed his eyes and said, if they want this front in the base and Rand Mountains, let them give it to them. Once the war starts, this place is destined to become the main battlefield in the Mayun Ridge Highlands. I hope they can hold on for a while longer. Chapter 1540 Flag Flying. In fact, Serdek still feels a little sad for so many Gubwa coming to fight. It's just that the current situation on the highlands means that there is at least 300 kilometers between the Western Route Army and the reinforcements from Handanar City. This requires at least 2 steps for the heavy armored infantry regiment of the Western Route Army, which has extremely poor mobility. Weeks. Once the war begins, it is likely that the reinforcements in Handanar County will not be able to hold on for so long. Serdek asked Samira. Have you contacted the Agrod Tribe Alliance Army? Samira nodded and replied. The magicians of the reconnaissance team have been contacted. According to the feedback, the Baishanka City wall is still firmly in the hands of the Tribal Alliance Army, and the chief of the Logan tribe has agreed to your battle plan and is willing to send 50,000 Tribal Alliance troops. Advance westward along the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge. I have to write another letter to ask them to move slower. They just need to help us contain some of the evil spirits in the Horsens Mountain military camp. After speaking, Soldek used a pen to draw a red cross on a glacial lake between the North Pass and the ghost camp on Mount Horsens, and then said to Samira, just let them build a line of defense on the north shore of the ice lake. This will allow the evil spirits to feel a certain amount of pressure without making them feel too threatened. Move the main army to the northern theater. Then Soldek explained to everyone. Although the Tribal Alliance Army has 200,000 troops, I can only provide 100,000 sets of weapons and armor. There are at least 100,000 reserve soldiers in Beishan Pass now. Although the Agrod tribe is full of combat power, they must not encounter the main force of the Evil Ghost Army. Otherwise, once the battle line collapses, the 100,000 Agrod tribe reserve soldiers behind will become useless. This time I plan to let the evil ghosts in the Horsens camp fight on 3 fronts. I just hope that they can fight on multiple fronts, so that the combat power can be diluted a little. Otherwise, once an evil leader emerges from the evil ghost army, we will not be able to fight at all. They don't have the strength to fight. When Soldak said this, other people in front of the round table couldn't help but look at Selena, who was sitting next to Soldak. In these battles, due to the fog of war, the West Route Army almost defeated the evil ghost army in a crushing manner. But now, Soldak is still so cautious about the battle situation on the Moyanling Highlands, and does not even think that the heavy armored infantry regiment of the Western Route Army can fight all the way to Horsens with the fog of war. The fog of war is only suitable for positional warfare, and it can only be used at night. Once the top evil spirits wake up and actively avoid night battles, the fog of war will not be of any help to this battle. Selena held a teacup and drank. He took a sip and said lightly. Only then did several rank 2 experts around the round table realize that the fog of war actually had such big drawbacks. It was just that the previous battles had cleverly avoided these problems. Serdek did not continue to talk about this issue, but began to remap the distribution of the evil ghost army based on the information from the magician reconnaissance team. In addition to the main force of the evil ghost legion in Horsens Mountain Camp, there are actually several evil ghost legions with a size of over 10,000 distributed in the western area of Mayun Ridge. 3 of the evil ghost legions are in the mountains of the North Sunderland Mountains. According to the information from the magician scouting group, these evil ghosts entered the depths of the North Sunderland Mountains mainly to find something to eat in this mountainous area. After all, there are more resources in the mountains than in the wilderness. If the evil spirits in the wilderness want to survive, they probably can only eat the thick moss on the ground. But the situation will be better in the mountains. Berries on the shrubs, small animals in the forest, bark and wild vegetables. Immediately afterwards, Cerdak drew a red cross on the map near the edge of the southern mountains. Obviously, the evil ghost army was also stationed in these two places. These two places happened to be along the westward march of the West Route Army. Even if Soldak didn't say anything, the people at the round table knew that the vanguard of the West Route Army would clean up the evil ghost legions in these two camps. Knowing that there was going to be a battle soon, Andrew immediately became energized and his blood was boiling, as if there was a bloodthirsty warrior in his body. Cerdak marked all the evil ghost legions on the map, and the layout of the entire battlefield immediately became clear. Look at it this way. They chose to rely on the North Sunderland Mountains as their main battle area. The main army is still huddled in the camp on Horsens Mountain and refuses to come out. Our Western Route Army will move towards the mountains along the southern foothills. Advance westward. Here. As he spoke, Soldak drew a red arrow on the map, which happened to be the direction of the Western Route Army's attack. Then draw a big circle at the red cross in front of the arrow. On the map, this location happens to be a canyon to the west of the Nanlu Mountains, and there is obviously a large mountainous area that can extend into the Nanlu Mountains. But there are more mountains further south that cut off this canyon. From the canyon here, it is impossible to cross these steep mountains to reach anywhere other than Mayun Ridge. So this canyon is considered a place of life and death. There is an evil ghost army stationed here. It is not because the terrain here is difficult and the army needs to be stationed, but because this mountainous area is rich in resources. The evil ghost army needs to solve the ration problem in this area. Ever since Cerdak led the West Route Army to surround and kill the evil ghost hunting group and cut off the supplies at the north and south mountain passes, the evil ghost legion has been starving. At this time, several evil ghost legions will be completely dispersed, and they will not even be able to take care of each other. We need to lead the evil ghost army in this mountain to the exit of the canyon. Only here can our heavy armored infantry regiment form their formation. This time we must avoid mountain warfare as much as possible. Cerdak glanced at Andrew, who was obviously dissatisfied, and continued to say to Wolf Knight Tiger, "Your ant cavalry and Andrew's constructed knights will not participate in the battle. You two will operate on the outskirts of the Villagassi Hills. Once the reinforcements from Handanar City in the North Sunderland Mountains are defeated too quickly, you need to quickly when I enter the battlefield to clean up the mess. I have only one request for you, and that is to take good care of my horses and let them survive as long as possible, even if we can't keep them under centralized supervision. I know you have limited manpower, so just drive them eastward and find a place with abundant water and grass to raise them freely." Andrew's face was full of reluctance. He obviously thought that these ancient Bolin horses might affect his westward march. He hesitated before saying, "Boss, even if we save all these Gubalai horses, when the war is won and those noble lords from Handanar County come to you for horses, what will we do then? If you ask me, it doesn't matter if more of those Gubwa horses die, or I can simply drive the surviving horses westward and let them become bait. Maybe I can also print out the evil spirits in the horses' camp." Before Andrew could finish his words, he saw several eyes from around the round table falling on his face at the same time. The Nanai warrior immediately shut his mouth. Wolf Knight Tiger coughed slightly, and then took the initiative to say to Soldak, "I understand, boss." Later, Tego said with an optimistic attitude, "Speaking of which, will these evil ghost legions in the North Sunderland Mountains be frightened by us and not dare to run out again?" This Wolf Knight regards dying on the battlefield as the highest honor, and is not afraid of death like Andrew. However, he has high execution ability and will put Cerdak's orders first. He is not as reckless as Andrew. As long as he sees the evil ghost warrior, he will not touch the reins again, and he has the momentum to fight to the end. The Wolf Knight also likes fighting. He said this because he was obviously worried that he would miss the first battle of the Western Route Army in the Mevagissy Gorge and wander around the southern part of the Western Hills, unable to enter the battlefield in North Sunderland. Cerdak shook his head and said, "They have not lost the courage to fight. They are just dormant. Compared with the desperate place in the abyss, this place is simply a paradise. These evil ghosts will not just die because some of their companions have died. It would be demoralizing." Afterwards, Soldak drew a three-way march route to the evil ghost camp in Horsens Mountain, and said to Samira, "Write a letter to Marquis Valentine Heller in my name and ask his army to move west immediately and cooperate with our army to put pressure on the evil ghost army." "I know," Samira agreed. "Okay, that's it for this meeting. Everyone, take a rest early." Seeing Soldak stand up from the round table, others stood up one after another. When Selena lifted the curtain of the big tent, a dazzling glare came in from the outside. It was already dawn outside. A large number of heavy armored infantry regiments were already stationed in the camp in front of the grass slope, in the direction of the mountain pass. There are still some heavy armored infantry regiments dragging their tired pace towards the camp. Beside these infantry regiments, there were also some adventure groups appearing in the wilderness. But their teams seemed relatively loose. There were even some adventure groups that simply settled near the West Route Army camp. To them, it would at least be safer than other places. These adventure groups were preparing to follow the West Route Army, waiting for the West Route Army to defeat the main force of the Evil Ghost Legion, and then hunt the fleeing evil ghosts. They have already enjoyed the benefits of this hunting method. And this time, there are obviously more adventure groups willing to join in. This time the West Route Army entered the Moyinling Highlands, and these adventure groups immediately took action. Following the adventure group were some convoys loaded with goods. For them, this mountain road was not easy to walk, although the Western Route Army and the adventure group had left clear traces in front. These four-wheeled trucks wanted to go. Up here, the roads in many places need to be paved. However, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be a problem for these military business groups. They always know better than those in the military logistics department how to transport materials to the frontline battlefield. In the early morning sunshine, a group of four-wheel trucks appeared at the Nanla Mountain Pass. The caravan flag is fluttering in the wind.